and TV9 network. Our programmatic partner is Lemma, hyperlocal information partner Public App, platinum partner Kaizen, and support partner Client Connect. We would like to thank our sponsors for being with us in this event. Can we have the AV, please?
और आप देख रहे हैं TV9 भारत, फिक्र आपकी, परवाह देश की।
यहाँ नए जहाँ जुड़े, यहाँ नए जहाँ खुले, यहाँ नए जहाँ जुड़े, यहाँ नए जहाँ खुली उमंगे उम्मीदें, पतंगे परिंदे उड़े, आसमान खुले, यहाँ नए जहाँ बात वही है, सुन ले दिल से हर धड़कन कह रही है, सुन ले दिल से हर धड़कन कह रही, खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ जुड़े, यहाँ नए जहाँ खुले, यहाँ नए जहाँ जुड़े, यहाँ नए जहाँ उमंगे उम्मीदें, पतंगे परिंदे उड़े, आसमान खुले, I'm feeling good, the sun is shining, I knew it would, the world's a playground, I'm in the clouds, let me show you what it's all about, check it out, I'm gonna light it up, yeah, I'm gonna light it up, check it out, I'm gonna light it up, yeah, I'm gonna light it up, just check it out, I'm gonna light it up, yeah, I'm gonna light it up, let me show you what it's all about, check it out.
सात भाषाएं, 1.5 लाख से अधिक ऐप डाउनलोड, हर महीने 19 शो, 300 से अधिक एपिसोड, 8,500 स्पेशल वीडियोस, 1.5 बिलियन से ज्यादा वीडियो व्यूज। अभी डाउनलोड करें मनी9 और उठाएं आर्थिक आजादी की ओर पहला कदम। मनी9 के साथ। मनी9, आजादी पैसे की।
Content for conversations. Innovation for impact. Creativity for conversion. At Studio 9, We put brands on cloud nine of communication. Our content marketing unit from the house of TV9, India's #1 news network, puts ideas to work, building custom content solutions by bringing brands and their audiences together, driving partnerships, curating experiential events, crafting bold and impactful formats, giving a tech edge to virtual meets, enabling B2B Connect for direct prospecting. We at Studio 9 help brands create a deep and long-lasting engagement with their dedicated audiences. No wonder some of India's biggest brands put their faith in us year after year. Industry too acknowledges our award-winning work. Come, partner with us to give wings to your brand story.
ये है देश का #1 न्यूज नेटवर्क और आप देख रहे हैं TV9 भारतवर्ष। फिक्र आपकी, परवाह देश की।
Well, ladies and gentlemen, can we have a big round of applause for our sponsors, please? We would like to thank them for the support and contribution. Thank you so much for supporting us in this event. And as we all know that we are witnessing innovations in technology, and we are seeing disruption happening in the way brands are strategizing to gain their audience's attention and much more. So today at CMOs Charcha, we will reflect all the inflection points facing marketing and marketing heads, and is poised to identify the path into future knocking at our doors. Ladies and gentlemen, let's begin CMOs Charcha with India's most successful CMOs. So to begin with, I would request Ms. Bijoya Ghosh, founder and CEO at Gully, to please join me on the dais for the opening address. Can we welcome her with a big round of applause? Hello, ma'am.
Thank you, Bhavita. Well, I'm a short person, unfortunately, so I have to do some arrangements. Light me up. Good morning, everyone. A very warm welcome to CMOs Charcha. Well, morning bolte bolte थोड़ी दोपहर हो ही गई है लोगों के आते आते can't help it. But thank you so much. Thank you, everyone, for being here, whoever has braved the traffic and Delhi weather to be here with us. Thank you. Well, I have a confession to make while I was thinking of writing my speech. Well, ChatGPT is very much in vogue these days. So I thought, why not resort to ChatGPT and figure out what I should write about today, what I'm going to speak about. Well, then I realized it's not going to work, because ChatGPT has its own limitation, content till 2021. Also, it cannot read the mind of the CMOs. So I had to think up as to what I'm going to say. So I wrote down a few things. So when I said, it was a sobering moment for me to realize that ChatGPT can only give me content till 2021. Limited content, limited information it has. And so much has transpired since 2021 till now that whatever I would say would be dated. So dynamic marketing space has become so dynamic, and the key components surrounding it, such as the market ecosystem, rapid digitization, evolving consumer behavior, are taking new shapes. In fact, Blue Smart wouldn't have evolved today at what it is if you wouldn't have seen we have the founder of Blue Smart with us, who will take us through his journey. But Blue Smart wouldn't have taken place, it wouldn't have read the gaps in the market, So it's an exciting as well as challenging time for our industry as we navigate through the fast-paced digital landscape and constantly evolving consumer behavior. For CMOs, it has become all the more tough to drive growth in a volatile environment. We have seen how shifting consumer behaviors are amplifying uncertainty. Moreover, data challenges will go up as consumers and B2B buyers start to withhold their personal data required to effectively track their behavior. Thus, offering personalized engagements become imperative. Disruptive market dynamics are eroding traditional sources of brand value. Traditional sources of brand value, such as brand reach, positive brand sentiment, or perceived differentiation, are under pressure, and new forces, disruptive market entrants, heightened audience expectations, and the ease of digital learning about unfamiliar brands. Audiences face disruption at each stage along the traditional linear path to brand value. Today, CMOs have to straddle many worlds, and among these are new technologies and platforms like artificial intelligence, the metaverse, new kid in the block, blockchain. Despite some skepticism, marketers have started valuing the metaverse as a tool to reach groups like Gen Z and Gen Alpha, who are averse to traditional advertisements, but familiar with online gaming. It's a new world out there waiting to be explored. I would like to mention here Deloitte's key recommendations for marketers in 2023. Invest in digital technologies, platforms, new markets, and customer personalization. Improve sustainability efforts within internal marketing practices and establish long-term commitments. Make more room for creativity by bringing the rest of the organization along with the ride. Consider laying the foundation for metaverse or blockchain adoption. CMOs Charcha 2023 will delve on all these and more as we look to successfully navigate the post-pandemic world. Once again, it gives me great pleasure to welcome you all to CMOs Charcha 2023. Before I leave the stage, I would like to thank all my sponsors who've stood by us and supported us in bringing this up. And last but not the least, my team who's always stood by me in whatever I do. Thank you, team. Thank you so much. I have a very dear friend with us, Mr. Vivek Malhotra, Group CMO and CEO, Consumer Revenue India Today Group, who would like to share his thoughts on the evolving media and entertainment scenario. Thank you, Vivek. Over to you. Thank you for being with us.
So, morning, all of you, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be here. And I brought a box of chocolates for Bijoya because she spared me the ordeal to be a part of a panel, because today's questions and largely, the flow that she set up is around AI and whether it's going to be replacing most of us or whether it's going to be helping. So these are questions that most of us don't have answers to. But this also gives me the opportunity to sort of honestly have a conversation with you, to tell you what goes through an average CMO's day. And when we're working with over 20-25 brands, we usually get stuck into arithmetic of triggers, retention, and drop-offs. 90% of the day is only looking at data for these. And today, we should all be honestly admitting that algos are doing a wonderful job. So for example, in my own company, my acquisitions that happen through GDN are almost mirroring the stuff that I get organic. So my retention rates are there, and that is for everybody to see that the machine is working as good as what my organic consumer would have done. But having said that, when I am close to winding up my day, I always look back and say, hey, have I taken a decision where I actually derailed the customer from the emotional path that I had set up for him? So a lot of our business actually depends on news. So starting from broadcast, which has Aaj Tak, India Today, and there's an emotionally positive good news today, to the digital business, our video first platforms, a lot of them actually arise from the business of news. Somehow there is fog here. So what happens there is that you have to always look at trust. So I internationally sort of was talking to somebody, and he told me that a lot of what the anchors are speaking in a particular international channel actually gets thrown up by algos, and the keywords that drive TRPs are actually sort of brought up by the algos. So a rain could actually become a storm could become a thunderstorm, and therefore higher and higher TRPs. But is that what I want to do with my channels, with my products? Maybe the answer is no. So therefore, most of us as CMOs today are struggling between two paths, where we are with algos, with spreadsheets, spending 50% of our might, and the rest 50% of our might in balancing the decisions that this arithmetic is throwing up for us. The other thing that I see which is changing, which is very fast changing, is that all of us have started thinking cross-media. All of us. We'd never thought that when I'm going to be sitting on a TV review or planning a narrative for the TV brand, I'm going to be discussing digital, and when I'm sitting on digital, I'm going to be discussing broadcast, and when I'm sitting on magazine, I'm actually going to be discussing the PDF download of that magazine. So we're amongst the first ones to have taken up partnerships, or say a service from ComScore. There's a company called Shareably, which gives you a cross-platform score of audiences and of actions. And therefore, that's one big change that we feel AI is really helping us do, because at some point in time it was impossible to look at what's going to work on TV, what's going to work on digital, what's going to work on sustaining this audience for longer term, and also not compromise on the brand. So that's become so much easier. The other thing is now we have the ability to look international. So video is a fast emerging, or shall we say a dominating medium today. And I mean, we had some good news for the network a couple of weeks back. Aaj Tak, actually one of our brands, Aaj Tak, is now the world's #1 YouTube news channel in terms of subscribers. So we're really playing global. We're playing to global audiences. So that's the other thing that's really working on the CMO's mind. And now I'm going to give a very small example to you that sort of summarizes my experience as a CMO. So there is this BARC data that comes on stats on TV channels. And we realized sitting at the TechCom that there is a certain audience, which is say 15 to 24 audience, which is not giving reach to TV. Let's say it's not the frequency of that guy coming and visiting to TV, maybe going down for some reason. We start analyzing, and then there is a hypothesis that's thrown up that maybe it's gone to digital. Then you go to ComScore, and then you start finding where is this 15 to 24 go. Then you realize between December to January, the mobile readership of or the mobile visitors for many sites, including shopping sites and all of them, are going down. Then you ask yourself another question, that where is this audience from internet now going? And there's another hypothesis that gets thrown up, that maybe this audience from text has gone to video. Then we start digging into video and we say, okay, is everything now video, and do we have to look at only video, and maybe that's the only way to go? Then you start finding some sort of data points that tell you that video is also flattening, and then you dig regional, that's also flattening. Now what's happened? Maybe there is the rise of the in-app user and a walled garden that we all don't know of. So pretty much, very close to this example or the narration that I've given to you is the role of AI. So it's not that AI takes over our role, it's that AI just pushes the boundary. So where we used to stop or start our work, now we start our work from where AI stops. And therefore we freed up a lot of our time to start thinking far more strategically. But I'm a man who loves this experience, and I hope that these interactions never get AI generated. And we all love to spend time with each other. But having said that, we have to accept the reality, and we have to start from where AI stops. And today, most of the CMOs are actually dealing with intelligence. The only difference is whether this intelligence is against you, or is this intelligence helping you get somewhere. So I'm hoping that I am a part of that group where it's the latter. So thank you very much. I hope this sets the tone, and thanks for having me here.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your experiences with us. Very well said. We have to start our work from where AI stops his work. So, ladies and gentlemen, now we'll be talking more on this. We have amongst us Mr. Anirudh Arun, co-founder, CEO, Blue Smart. Ladies and gentlemen, he'll be talking on how startups can disrupt industries that's dominated by giants. Yeah. So it's David versus Goliath. Can we have you, sir?
Hi, very good afternoon to everyone. It's a pleasure to be amongst so many passionate marketers in this room and talking about something that's really close to us, about disruption, right? I mean, disruption is a word that's often thrown about very lightly, but it means a very specific thing. It's about It's about actually innovating. It's about changing, changing the mindset of customers. Often it's about understanding gaps in services and then addressing those gaps, fulfilling it, and basically capturing market share, expanding the market. There are a bunch of things that we can do as product and marketing guys. Wherein and disruption is actually a way in which progress is brought about in various industries. So here today, what I'm going to talk about is dueling with giants. It's about how the little guys, basically the startups, can actually compete in large markets which are completely dominated by behemoths. This could be, large OTT players, it could be large banks, it could be large mobility players, it could be large FMCG brands. But how do startups with much fewer resources, much less capital, much fewer people, how do they think about these problems strategically? How do they disrupt these value curves, and how do they capture market share? How do they change the way the game is played, right? So today's discussion will specifically focus on BlueSmart's journey, and I'm not sure how many of you, and I'm sure a few of you would have, and I'm hoping that few of you would have definitely tried BlueSmart, but it's very closely linked to how BlueSmart has gone about creating for itself a space in the mobility market, however nascent and new it might be, but it's certainly a fast-growing market, and it's about how BlueSmart entered this space, which is dominated by two large players, right? So I'd like to start with a quick backstory, right? The overall mobility market in India was went through multiple stages over the last past one and a half decades, right? So when we're talking about say around 2019, when actually BlueSmart started, we were actually seeing the end of the rapidly growing market size that of the cab market size that was happening. So there was some level of plateauing that was happening in terms of the absolute market size of the cab industry, and what we were also seeing simultaneously, and it's possibly causation and correlation both, that the large players in the industry, they started focusing more on profitability. They started looking to IPO, and there were a lot of economic pressures on them as well to not just grow at all costs, but also be economically more responsible and fiscally frugal. And I think what I'm trying to capture in this slide is the 2019 scenario in which BlueSmart actually entered the mobility market, wherein we the question was, is this an opportunity? The growth in this fast-growing organized cab industry is actually slowing down a bit, although the market penetration of cabs in India is still very, very low compared to global standards. And India is continuing to economically progress. Our GDP per capita is increasing, so there is going to be increased penetration. But probably the the low-hanging fruits have been quickly picked, and now the big players are now focusing more on profitability and not just growth at all costs. So at that point, the question was, is this an opportunity for a new player to enter the market? Is there really a place where a new player like BlueSmart could think about entering this mobility space? And we heard a lot of no's, and that's why it's a it's a non-consensus space. If we had heard a lot of yeses, then I would assume that there would be a bunch of other BlueSmarts as well, right? The entire consensus was definitely against the concept of a third player entering this kind of a space. And I'm actually showcasing a couple of news articles back from 2018, 2019, wherein we could actually see people talking about a speed bump where Uber and Ola were facing a slight slowdown in terms of the number of rides and the total value that the revenue that they were bringing in. And Uber and Ola also at that time was starting to talk about IPO and so on and so forth. In that backdrop, that's where BlueSmart was actually entering the picture. Now the question is, when you had heavily entrenched players, and I'm sure that many of us had both the apps on our phones, was there really a space for someone else to actually come in and even have the right to even take away a single ride from two well-established players with very deep-pocketed players, right? So here, what I would like to actually take you through is actually an excerpt from a recent Forbes India article about Blue Smart, wherein it talks about, and what I've highlighted is basically it talks about a lot of investors who actually rejected Blue Smart upfront at that point, saying that, hey, there is no scope for a third player. There are very deeply entrenched giants in the industry. And the industry is a duopoly or a monopoly. I mean, this analogy could be extended to, various other segments, right? You could talk about how Hotstar and Sony Live and Netflix are probably entrenched in, the OTT space, and then you have a Jio Cinema. Of course, there the story is very different because it's a very deep-pocketed parent company that's actually bringing it in. But actually, how are you disrupting an industry that's already, having very dominant, well-entrenched players, right? And and I'm going to read out the highlighted portion here. It was nothing less than daredevilry to take on the might of Ola and Uber in the ride-hailing business. अरे तुम्हें पता भी है तुम क्या कर रहे हो? Do you guys even know what you're up to? Was the clutch of well-wishers, was how the clutch of well-wishers expressed their concern. So this is what a lot of naysayers, and these were genuine, rational people who were probably well-wishers as well, who talked about, why are you entering this industry? There are a lot of other spaces where you can enter. How are you going to enter here? So what I'm going to talk about in the next couple of slides is actually about how a startup can actually enter a space which appears to be, completely saturated, probably a red ocean, wherein people are, entering into price wars, and doesn't look like an opportunity to create a niche for yourself. How do you enter that space, and how do you actually fashion out a market for yourself? How do you bring, these evangelists, these consumers who are, sticky consumers who really love your brand? So, but before we do that, we need to understand that the players here who are, being referred to as the giants, they were themselves disruptors in an earlier avatar. So all of us will, remember what happened if we rewind further to, the 2010 to 2015 period, wherein Ola and Uber launched at a time when radio taxis were attempting to organize the market. So earlier we had only, the completely unorganized market. And then you had the easy cabs, the fast track, then the mega and the Meru cabs kind of radio taxis that came in. And you can see here that, all of these guys were operating, close to maybe around 10,000-15,000 taxis at one point. This was around, 2014, 2015, which is when the, Ola and Uber came into India and launched their India arm, and Ola also came in to challenge them, and the two players came in with app-based mobility, which was a very cool thing back then. I remember that a lot of us downloaded these apps just to ride the luxury cars, because that was a very unique way to enter a market. I mean, again, something that CMOs would have, it's a CMO's dream, right? To enter a market in a very unique fashion. Although that's not your core product, you're just bringing that oomph in to, convert consumers, giving them the first taste of a brand, right? So we need to understand that these players were disruptors of their own in an earlier avatar. And it just goes to say that disruption is not in the DNA of a particular company or a particular sector. It's something that is possible by anyone, right? And the disruptive step is what is more important than, a particular company that disrupts or a particular category that disrupts. So electric mobility itself is disrupting the internal combustion engine market. But this disruption, it could further be disrupted by, some other technology down the line. I mean, in 2040, we might be talking about, something else that has disrupted the market. So, what we are, really interested in this, in this short discussion is how the disruptive step itself is valuable and how that helps create a market. So we can talk, we are looking, I just wanted to take, give you a throwback to the 2010 to 2015 period, wherein, people were talking about with excitement how these new startups had actually raised their initial bits of capital, and, they launched their luxury segment, and how they drove into India and so on and so forth. Now, fast forward another 4 years back to 2019, where we initially started in the first flashback, we see that, I'm sorry, the slide is, I think, lost its fonts, but I'll walk you through it. I should have probably used a PDF instead of a PPT, so that's unfortunate. But I think what we're talking about is that in 2019, when what happened with these industries, with the industry, is that the scenario completely changed from what 2015 was, right? These companies were again focusing on profitability at that point. The market growth had, the growth curve was not that steep. The early adopters had already started using, the early majorities had also come in. The market, had the majority consumers, people who were even probably the laggards who were installing the apps on their phones. And at this point, people started having an expectation from the mobility as a category, right? And they realized that the incumbent brands now, the big guys, now the startups which had now become the big guys, were not probably fulfilling these needs in in the way that they wanted. So there were, frequent cancellations, surge pricing was, completely uncontrolled. You had like 2x, 3x kind of surge pricing often. Cabs were probably not of the, greatest quality. I mean, a lot of those initial cabs that came in 2015, they'd become very old and people hadn't maintained them in a way that, consumers would like. Driver partners were extremely stressed. The initial earnings that the driver partners were getting. So again, as a platform, you need to look at it not only from a consumer's lens, you also need to look at it from, the supply side, right? Which is basically the driver partners that are providing the service. So if the supply side is not happy, then effectively you're not going to be able to deliver, great service. So there were on all sides you were seeing pressures that were coming into these platforms, and that is the key insight that probably BlueSmart was able to figure out in the early days. So while BlueSmart is known for electric mobility, the key insights were that the driver partner was stressed, the vehicles were getting old, the vehicles were not kept up in a very clean and tidy kind of way. Surge pricing was massive, ride denials, ride cancellations were becoming rampant. And these were all, various gaps that were identified. And this is where BlueSmart decided that, hey, as a startup without, billions of dollars in funding, can we enter the market in a unique way and capture the minds of these consumers, both from the rider side as well as the driver partner side, and, create a unique product offering? Can we reinvent this value curve that is being given to consumers and actually capture, the market? And I think that's where BlueSmart came in and said that, hey, the customer expectation is here, but the service delivery is here, and this is the big gap that we are able to identify. That's people are not talking about yet, but maybe if we position our service here, then we will enable people to start talking about it, right? So BlueSmart came up with a zero denial, zero surge pricing customer service for customers with zero emission cabs, and there was zero financial burdens on customers, right? On drivers. So the drivers didn't have to own the cars anymore. BlueSmart created an innovative financial model wherein driver partners would just come and drive the cars. They don't need to own the assets and pay back the EMIs and feel financially stressed when banks send collectors to collect their loans, especially exacerbated by the COVID-19 situation, right? And these were positioned as a more premium category of cabs because again, the consumer who was looking at environmental friendly options was also the urban consumer who was looking at a slightly more elevated kind of service. They were at least the innovator category of customers were actually people who were looking for a better brand, better service, and these sedans and these SUVs that BlueSmart came in with really ticked off some of those boxes, both in Delhi NCR and in Bangalore now that I can talk about two cities, right? And what electric mobility also does from a financial perspective is that it helps you run at a much lower cost, especially when petrol and diesel prices are soaring. Electricity costs are capped, and that actually helps in bringing much lower operating costs of these vehicles, and this actually helps the company go into more positive unit economics. So on the back of all of this, BlueSmart was able to create a very differentiated value curve for customers, and this is probably the key to understanding the disruption in the market, right? So what the category of giants actually looked at was they looked at being asset light and they looked to maximize availability of cabs. So if you look at a category of Ola and Uber and the large ride aggregation aggregators, what they did is their focus was on maximizing availability. They said that 5 minutes you'll get a cab. Like you don't need to think about booking a cab. Just book a cab and the cab will come to you. The cab will move on an app and you can track your cab and so on and so forth, right? And the other thing they said is that we are an asset-light platform, and we are only a tech platform, and both the customers and the supply side are independent third parties, and we are only connecting them, right? And then you had to contrast that, what they had disrupted initially was actually the traditional local taxi company industry, right? Wherein the availability was much lower. You had to like phone up someone and ask them to send a car, etc., etc. So that was a very difficult industry to enter with. And the asset lightness of that was not there. Everyone owned their own cars, right? They owned their cars and they were operating. And similarly, you can see that, the Ola and Uber and the cab aggregator industry made the service regions very vast. So whether you are in Delhi NCR or in Bangalore or in Kolkata or a tier 2 kind of a city as well, Lucknow, Kanpur or a Jaipur, it's very easy that you could get an app-based taxi, right? Which was more difficult in the earlier days. So that is the disruption that they had brought in. What BlueSmart said at this point is that, hey, we are not going to compete in availability and asset lightness as much as the large players and maybe the service regions. Let us compromise on a few things, because we don't have the deep pockets that some of these aggregators have. In the early days, we will have to compromise on a few things, like we don't have the number of cabs that we don't have a 1 lakh cabs, right? We probably started with 1,000 cabs or 500 cabs. How do you start with that kind of? How do 500 cabs go up against 1 lakh cabs, right? I mean, you can't match the availability, you can't match the instantness, right? But what we said is we will match the pricing, or probably even keep a slightly higher pricing. But what we will not err on is driver training, car quality, reliability, right? We said that these are zero cancellation cabs, these are zero emission cabs, these are zero surge pricing cabs. So we will give you reliability in all forms, we will give you car quality in all forms, and we will make unit economics better. And we added that unique flavor of environmental friendliness, right? Which is becoming more and more important for customers. Back in 2019, people were really asking, are people really going to choose a brand just because it's an electric cab? At that point, we had a gut feel that yes, there are, at least those early environmentally conscious users who think about the environment a lot, but consensus was out. But today we can tell you, for a fact that a lot of consumers are, thinking about being ethically responsible, environmentally responsible consumers, sustainable consumers, and that sort of market. So you can see that the value curve that BlueSmart created for customers was very different from the value curve that the previous giants had created, which is what created the gap, right? Which is why a lot of consumers started leaving some of the original brands that they were so sticky users of, and they gave another chance to a new brand, right? And then you need to continuously follow up with your service delivery and actually meet the promises. So that's how you actually, probably create a playbook for disrupting an industry with limited resources, right? And innovation doesn't end with just one disruptive step, as we have seen. I mean, the disruptor can get disrupted if you don't constantly innovate. And which is why BlueSmart continues to innovate in, a bunch of things, bringing in better unit economics, cross-selling and upselling different, products that make the lives of customers better and easier. For example, we have a recurring rides product, which basically says that every day morning at 8:30, if you want a car, you don't need to book a car every day morning. You can just set it up once, and every day morning the car will come to your house. You don't need to look at your phone. It's like the good old days when the school bus used to come, right? And pick up kids from school, and it still happens to whoever has school-going children. So every day at 8:30 the car will come or the bus will come, and that's something that BlueSmart does, right? It's just a cab service. Only thing, we're able to understand that consumer's pain point and actually fulfill it before the consumer actually comes out and says that, hey, this is a point that breaks for me, right? And there are a bunch of things on the EV charging side that we are monetizing, etc., and there's so much of innovation that is happening constantly, and I think that is one of the important tenets of continuously staying ahead of the curve. I think with that, I'd love to I hope I've been able to convey some ideas on how to enter a new industry and capture market share. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Arun. That was quite an inspiring story of BlueSmart startup, how they've captured the minds of consumers in such an innovative and unique way. And now we'll be taking it further. Ladies and gentlemen, Our next keynote address is on using new platforms and avenues of technology to amplify storytelling in marketing. And joining us, we have Ms. Sapan Geet Rajwant, Head of Marketing and Digital Hindi Mass Entertainment, Wycom 18. Ladies and gentlemen, due to unforeseen circumstances, she couldn't give her physical presence here, but she'll be joining us virtually. So let's put our hands together for Ms. Rajwant. She's here with us virtually. Thank you.
Hi, a very good morning to all of you. Firstly, let me begin by apologizing that I could not be amongst all of you. Because of certain unforeseen circumstances, I had to stay back in Bombay, and I'm sure the loss is all mine. I put together some strings of thoughts, which I could share with you as my keynote speech, but unfortunately, I'll have to now deliver it through a video call. And I would also like to read because, I just want to share certain few important things that I have learned along the way as a marketer and would want to share that with you. So what is most important for a marketer? For a marketer, the be all and end all is the consumer. And we've seen over the years that consumer marketing has rapidly changed in every sector and in every department, in every dynamics. The dynamics of consumer marketing has completely changed. How I used to reach out to a consumer earlier, say 10 years back, to now how I reach out to them today is very different. We as a traditional TV channel, we have actually evolved and come a very long way in how we market our product, which is TV series, to a consumer. We actually start from the bottom of the pyramid and go to the niche of the pyramid and cater to the requirements of all those people on the platforms that they're actually present. Today, for us, engagement has become of prime importance. And we try to see how is it that through every medium we can actually engage with our consumer on a deeper level. Now, marketers are storytellers, right? And with newer formats and tools available to us, we can now personalize this engagement. So for example, you sitting there in the 4th row or maybe 7th seat from the left, I can actually customize my marketing towards you and talk to you in the language, in the medium that you understand best. Yeah, for us, it is of prima facie importance that we understand what the consumer wants and we delve out our communication in a very similar manner so that you engage with us on a higher level. Technology has developed, to create secondary and tertiary platforms and avenues for engagement where we can have personalized, meaningful conversations with the consumer, both individually and as a group. So today, if I want to tap into a family where I'm launching a huge show, I will actually be talking to the 16-year-old girl, maybe on a digital platform, and I will also be talking to her family through my TV communication. So today, technology has enabled me to not only go one-on-one with you, but also go mass and one-on-one together. The advantage we have today is the ability to create these multi-platform experiences. Imagine you are at a grand event on a ground, while using an AR-enabled device to interact with your favorite on-screen character. And we've done that. In our dance reality show, we actually created an AI avatar of Nora Fateh, and she was dancing with the audiences in a ground event. So these are experiences and aha moments that we are creating with our audiences because of the technology. Today, technology enables us to reach out to you and give you those wow and aha moments. We are creating a universe today that connects across cultures and makes for diverse conversations in the public domain. At Viacom 18, we are incorporating the legacy of a traditional broadcast brand like Colors while leveraging technology to amplify our storytelling and to reach out to consumers through multifaceted avenues. With Colors, we have always taken the innovative approach, and we believe that being static and being stagnant is not the way for marketing. So every time there's some new technology that evolves, we are very hungry to try that. And you'll be surprised to know that we were the first ones in the television broadcast space who actually experimented with metaverse. For a non-fiction show, Dance Divane Juniors, we actually created an entire metaverse where we did the press conference in the metaverse. We invited the consumers to be a part of the metaverse and engage with the brand. Now this is what I mean when I say deeper level engagement, and Colors has tried to achieve that in every sphere of marketing that they do. Whether we are going on ground and creating consumer connect programs, or we are building communities online, we ensure that we reach out to the consumer where the consumer is present, and that is what we require today as marketeers. Colors is known for its massive reach on television, and now even in the digital space, we have the highest reach in DEC sector. We'll be very proud to say that our community on social media is actually pans out to around 80 million people. So we reach out to interact, engage, and facilitate and felicitate a lot of these audiences through our social media communities. We are one of the only broadcasters who've actually created our own influencer management committee called Color Social Squad. We believe that we are content creators, so why not liaise with other content creators to ensure that through them also we can engage with the consumers. So we have built our in-house set of influencers who engage with us and the consumers and take our message out to the consumers. What better way that it can be than to build communities? So I would like to end this by saying that it is all about building communities. It is all about building consumer reach. It is all about personalizing experiences. And a brand that is able to do that in the long run will be the brand that will win brand loyalty, and the consumers will like to engage with that brand on a long-term basis. With this, I would just like to end and say, have a very good day. Enjoy yourself, guys. Thank you. Hi, a very good morning to all of you.
Well, that was quite motivating, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, ma'am, for sharing examples on how to connect with the customers on deeper levels through innovations in technology. That was quite inspiring and motivating. Ladies and gentlemen, now we'll be taking this further. We have fireside chat using new platforms and avenues of technology to amplify storytelling in marketing. So for this, we have amongst us Mr. Abhishek Guliani, Chief Executive Officer, H+K Strategies Session Chair. Can we have you, sir, here? We have with us Ms. Kanika Mittal, Country Head Twitter. Hello, ma'am. Thank you so much for joining us here. Can we have you guys on dais? Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome them with a big hand. Some interesting insights coming your way. Thank you.
Hello. I just want to kick off first by thanking all the sponsors and Bijoya for putting this together. And Kanika, thank you so much for taking out the time. I know you're very busy right now and coming all the way from Gurgaon, but thank you for taking out the time. Let me just kick off by saying that we've been talking about platforms and avenues of technology that is coming up. You're at the thick of it yourself, but storytelling continues to be very, very critical, right? I mean, we've seen how marketing or avenues of marketing have grown over the years, right? There was print, there was newspaper, radio, television, social media. There is now AI conversations, and there's sound that is also becoming central to conversations that marketers are doing. How important do you think at the center of all this is still storytelling?
Wonderful. Can you hear me at the back? Thanks, Abhishek, and thank you, Adgali, for having me. I thought the topic was so interesting, and you've hit it right off the bat by asking the core question that what is the importance of storytelling, and then of course the whole, which kind of leads us to the question that there is so much of emotion in storytelling. So what happens to that aspect? Which is the most critical aspect in storytelling. I'd like to share two things here. What happens is that when a marketer starts to create its strategy in a world that is so disrupted and so diverse, there is a natural motivation to do things which are very KPI driven, very, I would say, performance marketing driven, which can deliver immediate results. And there is this whole piece where results from the consumer take center stage, even before we have built an emotional, long-lasting, successful relationship with the customer. And ultimately, a sign of success is how loyal and how advocate, how much your customers really advocate for you. And that can only come as a result of relationship building. which then in turn comes through the art of storytelling. So just by running an ad which is very performance-centric, or by having the mindset which is very, very KPI-driven, it will not serve the purpose alone. So first and foremost, to be able to build that relationship, you cannot forget the importance of storytelling. And as a marketer, it's your responsibility to constantly disrupt boardroom conversations and bring back the emphasis on storytelling. So I would say that's the why of it. And then just a little bit on the execution side, I think what is important is that while you keep storytelling as a key piece of your strategy, you do adapt to the formats. So maybe shorter storytelling works better than longer. Maybe storytelling can be done through GIFs, not just videos. Maybe storytelling can be enabled through a bit of technology than just done through a brainstorming session. So you can adapt on the format, but don't compromise on the core principle of storytelling.
That's from a marketer perspective, and let me just now take it to the consumer side of this.
Right.
And typically, they'd say that Indian consumers look at buying from a more functional, neat perspective. How do you turn that conversation towards the more emotion side? Because that, everybody says, brings in more longevity to relationship that you hold with your consumers. What is your play on that?
At Twitter, we had done this research at great length, and it told us that cultural relevance is actually the third biggest driver to purchase. And cultural relevance is all about emotional storytelling, tapping into the passion points of your consumers, and leveraging connect moments throughout the year, be it around festivals like Diwali, Holi, etc., be it around marquee events like a huge sporting event or a music concert happening in the country, or just some big news item or entertainment piece which is very topical and trending. And you can kind of latch onto it and create a story for your customers that ties back to your brand's value. So the idea is that cultural relevance is actually the third biggest driver to purchase. So the results that you're looking for from your consumer will come if and only if you are culturally relevant to your set of consumers. And you can't do that with the right degree of storytelling. So while we may think that functionality is the biggest play, and yes, price and quality will probably be 1 and 2, but can you imagine that third is cultural relevance? And when you want to create that point of differentiation with your customer, that when he's at an edge case between a couple of brands, one brand that is culturally relevant and another that is not, I'm 100% sure that the customer will gravitate towards a brand where he has seen some of his own values, his own passion points reflected, or he has been entertained by the brand, or he has found something about that brand which is interesting and appeals to him as an individual rather than him as just a customer. So I feel like that makes a huge difference from a customer standpoint as well.
So if cultural references and emotional conversations are central, when do we not do an emotional conversation? When does a marketer think this is not the time to build that link? Or does it differentiate between whether you're a B2C customer or you're a B2B marketer, what the kind of brand that you work with? How does one look at that space?
Yeah, that's a really interesting point of view, and I get this question a lot, that how do things become different in a B2C versus a B2B world? See, ultimately, you are connecting with your customer who has an emotional side, who has certain preferences. So in a B2B, it might be a CEO, a CIO, or a CTO, but ultimately, he's also your customer and an individual with strong preferences and passion points. And as a B2B brand, you will try to appeal to those. Otherwise, how will you differentiate? And how will you truly make a difference? When it comes to your B2C customer also, he's also an individual, although in a different capacity altogether. And storytelling is all about building an appeal with that individual. It could be a customer in an organization, or it could be a customer anywhere else. But the connection happens through the art of storytelling. So I don't think it differs too much in a B2B and B2C context from that lens. Of course, your media strategy is where the difference will come in. But to answer your previous question, which was about when do you really stop telling the story, I would say that when your customer is at the point of sale, for example, in a store or in a demo, or just in an environment where he's extremely keen to know what am I shelling my money out for? I think that is the time where you kind of go all out on the functional side of your product, because the emotional side of your product has already brought him to your doorstep. So maybe there you can shift gears and overemphasize on the functionality at the point of sale.
From here, I just want to take you to this, sticking on the storytelling concept, and you spoke about previously about cultural references. How do you map this to the diversity of our beautiful country? Language changes, states, as we move around from state to state, buying habits changes. Each product is looked at differently. The purchasing patterns of why do you buy changes. How does a marketer look at that from a central thought of storytelling?
I think that's the beautiful thing about stories. Like when you get them right, you can really connect with a very diverse set of consumer, irrespective of what part of the country they stay in or what language they speak or any other such regional preferences. When you get the core and the essence of your story right, you will resonate across different sets of consumers. I think what you can do to take things a step further is make sure that regionalization is a strong part of your content strategy, which could mean that your assets are always available in regional languages. When you're tweeting or you're putting content out on social media, it's not just in English, but you also consider doing regional content. So little things like that will make a huge difference in terms of ensuring that you are also building a chord with customers in their language and where they stay. And I feel like the diversity of festivals and events is actually a very strong point for India, because that means that you can have a very robust Connect calendar through the year where you map out Connect opportunities. The good thing is we already know what will be the dates or what will be the exact moments where such opportunities will peak, and you can plan for them. When you plan for participation, you can hope to go viral as well, which will again add to the dimension and make sure that your content is seen by a very diverse set of consumers. So I feel like the diversity is a strength, but the only thing is that you need to make sure that you're well planned, you have a calendar in place, you have a team in place that can tap into multiple opportunities, and you're not leaving things to chance.
You want to give us an example of something that you've done with?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I would absolutely love to. So, and I'll take an example of a micro connect moment first and then go to a macro connect moment. For example, on World Photography Day, we did an amazing association with one of the smartphone brands where we were able to showcase the best of tips in photography through phones on our platform in a very diverse way. So consumers were getting tips and tricks not just from the lens of just another passionate consumer or let's say an absolute professional, but really micro-influencers who had something very different to say about photography, were essentially put together in the form of compelling videos and other content. And a complete celebration happened around something called World Photography Day, which I'm sure many of us had not even heard of before we made it big. Similarly, around Diwali, another smartphone brand did something amazing where the photographs of Diwali celebration across various homes were actually selected via our platform and then showcased on different billboards and also through other mediums. So it was fan-sourced photographic content around a key moment like Diwali, which came from all parts and all sections of the country. So it really varies. It depends entirely on the brand's value and the message they want to promote at that time. But what is common between the two things is pre-planning and making a conscious effort to participate in moments that are of value to your brand and customers.
I mean, now that we've agreed or you've stated that storytelling remains at the center of whichever journey of the marketers in terms of platforms, how ready do you think marketers are with this whole technology? If we just shift the conversation now from technology to the core of this conversation around the platforms, and where are we? Where are marketers right now in this journey?
Very interesting question, Abhishek. And I must say that I think one of the fastest groups to adapt and adopt very quickly are marketers. I think our profession is like that, right? Like you have that, so to say, almost like a promise that you have made to yourself that as a marketer, as a good marketer, you would want to disrupt. How many times we've heard that, right? Let's disrupt, let's dominate, let's make a difference, the 3Ds. And when you do want to disrupt or you want to dominate or you want to make a difference, then you kind of step back and start thinking how to really go about it. And one of the biggest things that you start doing intuitively is then you become very agile and you adapt and you adopt to new technologies very quickly, which is why India saw one of the fastest rates of adoption for digital. And even today, India continues to be one of the fastest growing internet advertising markets across the world with double-digit CAGR growth. And that's happening because marketers across sectors, across the country, small to large to medium enterprises, have been adopting digital at a phenomenal pace. So just building on that, when a new technology is launched, be it in artificial intelligence, which is of course the buzzword today, again, if you notice, if you go to any platform, you will notice that a very active community of people talking about it are actually marketeers. There are already tips in place on where in marketing can you use artificial intelligence. There are already papers published on what kind of jobs will become redundant in marketing and what kind of jobs will become easier in marketing because of the availability of artificial intelligence. So I feel that once a technology is launched, marketers adapt to it very quickly. What remains to be established is the ROI. For example, a lot of marketers did jump the bandwagon on metaverse. But has metaverse really paid off vis-a-vis the effort, vis-a-vis the investment into creating a similar delta in terms of the returns that they were looking for is yet to be established?
You know, there's a debate among marketeers whether it's a marketeer's world or a consumer's world, right? Now with this advent of technology and digital world, the consumer is now driving those conversations. How does a marketer think about his strategy when the consumer is sitting in with the digital world with you at that time? They're giving you real-time feedback. And I mean, your platform is used
of course
for that so much.
Right. Oh my God, it's such a fundamental change that has happened for marketers across the board. I remember there was a time where communication in marketing was very horizontal. So it's a newspaper ad, it's static, you see it, right? And there's no conversation happening back to it. Similarly for television and other such mediums. But today the communication with customers is so vertical. It's like it's happening in a way where you have to respond back. And if you don't respond back, then probably you're losing top of mind salience with that customer because he has reached out to you. He has chosen to reach out to you. So I would say this is a huge blessing. And what we have noticed is that brands that actually converse back with their customers or actively take the effort to be the first ones to converse with their customers, they actually build a base of very loyal customers. So if you look at several new age fintech brands, or if you look at some of the smartphone brands, they are built on fandom. They are built on consumer-made worlds, or what we called fan-made worlds, which used to never happen before, right? Fans were for entertainment. But today they are fans of brands. There are communities which have been created organically because consumers have loved a certain way in which the brand presented themselves or how the product was. Now, if you want these fan communities, you want this set of loyalists, then you have to walk the mile and talk to them. You can't possibly expect that through static media it can happen. So I feel like if you have to survive with your customers, it's a skill that you have to pick up and master and be on top of, and it'll give you enough and more benefits in the long run. So the rewards are worth going all the way in terms of effort.
So there's augmented, there's virtual, there is videos.
Yes.
What's right? What do marketers do? How does that work?
I think it really varies from brand to brand. I know of late a lot of automotive brands, when they couldn't do physical launches in the pandemic, realized that even big automobile car brands can actually launch virtually through augmented reality or through watch parties and other such live shows, where They would save the cost of production of doing a gala event and a dinner and put that into technology, or whether it's in the form of videos or whether it's in the form of augmented reality or any other piece, even metaverse for that matter, and really engage the consumers using the digital medium. And the beauty of it is that the consumer engages back. So they like, they heart, they put the comments, they get real-time replies from the brand. And suddenly brands realize that the experience is even more elevated than a physical event, because in a physical event, your customers don't really, consumers don't really engage back with you. They come and they see something and they go back, unless it's the media and they're getting a bite from the MD of the MD of the company, which I'm sure Abhishek will really relate to. I think it's limited engagement in an offline event. But the moment you move it to online, you can play around with the formats depending on your category, and you can engage and have live interactions with your customers.
I want to just bring back this whole technology storytelling conversation around the fact that some of the marketeers and, a lot of us from communications were first to mobile, first to social media, and then there is this whole advent of technology that's happening. How does a marketer prepare for something like this? Because it's ever evolving, and some of us have entered the mobile world. So, and a lot of the customers are actually today getting born into using digital, augmented, virtual as a part of their regular journey. What do you think the marketers are coming from that side supposed to play this?
It is, I think up till about 3 or 4 years back, this was actually a very real problem, because digital talent was far and few, simply because, like you said, they hadn't had the exposure or hadn't had the training. But if you really look around now, the same thing has gotten significantly enabled through the rise of online education, courses, webinars, thought leadership, and various other materials that are available to a marketer should he wish to upskill himself. So I would say that's the first thing, that the availability of knowledge to upskill yourself as a marketer is far higher. Secondly, I feel like a lot of marketers have taken the risk and they've learned on the job. And having learned on the job for 3-4 years, they have imparted that training back. So you naturally have a more galvanized talent pool in digital now that can react and kind of go with the flow on this very, very disruptive, ever-evolving and dynamic and changing marketing world. So I think that is another thing that has made a huge difference. And I would say the third thing is that the general mindset of the marketer has also evolved. If you remember earlier, it was all about doing this big fancy film on TV. Then for a while it moved to doing big billboards and big print. So those were the trends. But today, if you ask a marketer, that's probably one item on a list of 10 different things that he wants to do. So there is a shift of mindset that has been enabled through a sense of FOMO. When 10 brands use digital, another 50 will follow because they feel that they're missing out on something. And then, of course, everybody wants to go viral at some point in time. They want to trend. So all of that encourages marketers to, just make sure they're on top of their game and they are willing to unlearn and relearn and play the game.
I want to just come to now the role AI and ML are going to play, right? And we've spoken about cultural references, customer, emotional branding, emotional marketing, and how does that play into, we've spoken about how technology is getting integral in what marketers need to look at. But when you're building a storytelling, there are much more aspects to that, right? In terms of the tone of language, how do you present your idea and things like that. How does a marketer today look at AI for that in terms of when they're trying to build their storytelling in that? And how does that make an emotional connect? But the second part is, how do you measure it? How do you put together an ROI into it?
Yeah. I would completely agree on the second part, that it takes a while to build ROI, and till then it's a hit and a trial piece. So I believe then it becomes a matter of organizational priority and the brand's objectives at a certain given point in time, whether or not to adopt into a trend which is huge in the market at the moment. For example, if you take the, what the most talked about buzzword right now, which is ChatGPT, it really depends on how you are using it. An artificial intelligence tool cannot write a brand new story for you. If you have an angle in mind, only your mind will be able to do justice to it, or maybe some brainstorming sessions with humans who are building that story and the narrative with you will be able to do justice to it. So I believe artificial intelligence can provide efficiency. It can provide you with some sort of outline, with some sort of groundwork, but what it cannot do for you is decision making, and what it does not have is EQ, which is emotional quotient. Two critical, I would say, pieces or pillars to use technology effectively and smartly is to be able to know that what the technology actually cannot deliver for you. And I think here is where I hope we have to kind of understand and know that you are the decision maker ultimately. ChatGPT or any other AI model cannot decide for you, number one. And number two, it does not have EQ. And that, frankly, it can never get replaced. That'll always be the marketer's job.
Marketers have been expert in this whole emotion. You know when to tell a story, on how to make their audiences sad, cry, whereas computers don't cry when they hear sad stories. How does that interface, do you think, will work in the future, where how do marketers and technology or machines come together at a common point? Will some portions be completely replaced by machines? What will be a marketer's role in the future?
Well, I think there's a lot of discussion and debate, and frankly, it's early days to see what will get replaced temporarily, what will get replaced in the long run. But I think some of the early thinking that we are seeing around this is that, let's say if you want to write a certain style of copy and content for your social media posts, and if you're very, very clear on your strategy, on the ethos, the pathos that you want to create, and if you're very clear about the core message, then perhaps different versions of it for, let's say, Monday motivation or Thursday throwback or, Saturday surprise, when you have a strategy in place and the core message in place, then maybe an artificial intelligence machine can put together the words for you, and you simply have to publish them. Of course, having someone to run their eye, after someone's kind of run their eyes over it, as opposed to someone writing that from scratch. So that could be an example where efficiency comes in, some time gets saved, but ultimately there is a human thought that has gone behind the core messaging and establishing the ethos and giving the right brief. And then at the end of it, again, before the content finally engages with your customer, you will need a pair of human eyes to make sure it's right. No brand and no marketer will want to risk something which is machine generated without having a look at it. They put it in front of the consumer. That could be a huge risk. So there can be efficiency in the middle of the process, but the beginning and the end will always be a marketer and a human.
There is a marketer behind a technology platform too, who's pushing that technology. How does the marketer outside of that look at what to go for and what not to go for? Because every marketer who's, say, running a technology story is pushing for, like, the whole conversation that's happening around ChatGPT, and how does that work? When do you say, no, let me hold back? Right. Or when do you risk holding too much back and the technology is kind of gone, like the way you spoke about metaverse?
Right. I think it really is a factor of organizational priority, the journey in which the brand is. Is it more in the startup stage? Is it looking to disrupt the market? What is its risk-taking capabilities and so speed that will come in? Maybe in industries like customer service, etc., where there are a lot of bots and all required, that can get disrupted through AI. But I think to have the knack on when to use and how much to use and when to stop will only emerge over a period of time. It's very nascent right now. It's like how marketers used to worry about shifting dollars from TOI front page to the masthead of, let's say a big e-commerce platform or any other big digital platform like ours, for example. Taking a spotlight on Twitter, for example. But today they don't even blink an eye. It's considered to be a core part of their strategy. But it happened over a period of time. And I think similarly, AI and all of these new pieces will go over a certain period of evolution. There'll be stiff competition in the market, and then finally the customer and the marketer will emerge the king.
You mean Viacom and Aaj Tak?
Good one.
Last question, right? How do you decide budgets? Because ultimately it boils down to that. How do you push your budgets?
I think what you're trying to ask is how do you then get the ROI? Well, I think sometimes you have to stay with something for a while before it starts giving you return. So while there is no formula, on deciding marketing budgets, it's the holy grail at the end of the day that kind of really varies from brand to brand and marketer to marketer. But the only thing I feel strongly is that if you decide to go for something, give it its adequate amount of time and see it through. Don't pull the plug so quickly that there is no concrete learning and no I would say, valuable next step emerging out of it. So I know we very often say that if you have to fail very quickly and fail very cheaply. I think that applies more to product and technology where there is a way to quickly test, get feedback, and change. But I think in marketing where we are appealing to a consumer over a period of time, and like you said, building an emotional connection, we cannot take such quick decisions. So the only recommendation I would have it, give it the necessary amount of time before you decide to make it bigger or you take a step back, and that will automatically determine in the long run how much budget you should be putting on it.
So I won't end it with any last thoughts, but I'd say any thoughts for the future?
Really excited about the future. I think the kind of innovation that is happening right now is absolutely mind-blowing. And any marketer today is lucky to be in this profession. Because they can experiment with so much and they will have wonderful stories of their own professional journey to share as they kind of go along this disruption.
Thank you so much, Kanika, for doing this.
Thank you so much. I think fantastic questions. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Kanika, for joining us here. Thank you so much, Mr. Guliani, for taking this session. That was quite an interesting session. Thank you so much for sharing ways on how to, build an emotional connect with customers by using technology. That was quite interesting. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now we'll be breaking for lunch, and there are more interesting conversations lined up for you. We have fascinating speakers joining us, but now we'll be breaking for lunch. Thank you.
is shining. I knew it would. The world's a playground. I'm in the clouds. Let me show you what it's all about. Check it out. I'm gonna light it up. Yeah, I'm gonna light it up. Check it out. I'm gonna light it up. Yeah, I'm gonna light it up. Just check it out. I'm gonna light it up. Yeah, I'm gonna light it up. Let me show you what it's all about. Check it out.
1605, the world read its first newspaper. 1920, the world heard its first radio news. 1980, the world watched its first 24-hour news channel. 1990s, the world started clicking on the first few news websites. 2023, a news revolution is here. Introducing News 9 Plus, the world's first news OTT. Get a heads up on current affairs in a video magazine format that keeps you hooked, all in a first-in-the-world news OTT avatar. News 9 Plus gives you the edge across all connected devices. It's time to cut the cord and stream the future with choice at your fingertips. It's time to take charge of what you want and when you want it. Come on board to reach the most affluent English-speaking audiences through innovative storytelling and disruptive brand integrations. Capture eyeballs across broadcast and digital through India's #1 news network, TV9. And get noticed across 250 screens at Delhi and Mumbai airports. Take charge of your brand's most deserving address. News 9 Plus, streaming now.
Chips is the future. The mobile that you have, laptop, automobiles, aircraft, all of these run on semiconductor chips. Huge shoot up in the demand of electronic items. And secondly, the Russia-Ukraine war.
The scarcity of chips can be the next big recession.
In the near future, do you see a war being fought for chips? Absolutely.
Watch the global chip war. India prepares to fight. Streaming now.
क्लाइमेट के क्षेत्र में क्वांटम जंप देने वाला है, वो है ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन का क्षेत्र.
It will help reduce pollution and lower fuel and transportation cost.
Green hydrogen is going to be a very major game changer.
Green hydrogen, streaming now.
3, 2, 1.
18th November 2022. Vikram S, India's first privately built rocket, developed by Skyroot Aerospace, is launched.
It's more than a rocket launch. It proves the capability of India and proves the capability what a startup can do. We have to always keep pushing the boundaries.
Small rocket can have very big dreams in the future.
The Swadeshi Rocketeers, streaming now. Climate crisis, vanishing nutrients, soaring prices. A looming catastrophe is marching towards the biggest humanitarian crisis. Science and technology have to come to the rescue for humanity. Survival.
Today, science gives us the possibility not only of bringing nutritionally equivalent foods, but also in a more environmentally sustainable way.
We can increase the useful components of any crop. Breakthrough can be achieved basically with the help of GM technology.
Biotechnology is revolutionizing our lives.
This technology can come as a Brahmastra.
Smart New World. This and more streaming on India's first OTT video magazine, News 9 Plus. Download now.
जज्बात वही है सुन ले दिल से हर धड़कन कह रही है सुन ले दिल से हर धड़कन कह रही खुले यहाँ नहीं जा जुड़े यहाँ नहीं जा खुले यहाँ नहीं जा जुड़े यहाँ नहीं जा उमंगे उम्मीदें पतंगे परिंदे उड़े आसमान खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ जुड़े यहाँ नए जहाँ I'm in a sweet spot. I'm feeling good. The sun is shining. I knew it would. The world's a playground. I'm in the clouds. Let me show you what it's all about. Check it out. I'm gonna light it up. Yeah, I'm gonna light it up. Check it out. I'm gonna light it up. Yeah, I'm gonna light it up. Just check it out. I'm gonna light it up. Yeah, I'm gonna light it up. Let me show you what it's all about. Check it out.
1605, the world read its first newspaper. 1920, the world heard its first radio news. 1980, the world watched its first 24-hour news channel. 1990s, the world started clicking on the first few news websites. 2023, a news revolution is here. Introducing News 9 Plus, the world's first news OTT. Get a heads up on current affairs in a video magazine format. Daily news videos with perspectives, insights and analysis. And binge on infotainment and lifestyle web series. Through storytelling that keeps you hooked. All in a first in the world news OTT avatar. News 9 Plus gives you the edge across all connected devices. It's time to cut the cord and stream the future with choice at your fingertips. It's time to take charge of what you want and when you want it. Come on board to reach the most affluent English-speaking audiences through innovative storytelling and disruptive brand integrations. Capture eyeballs across broadcast and digital through India's #1 news network, TV9. And get noticed across 250 screens at Delhi and Mumbai airports. Take charge of your brand's most deserving address. News 9 Plus, streaming now.
Chips is the future. The mobile that you have, laptop, automobiles, aircraft, all of these run on semiconductor chips. Huge shoot up in the demand of electronic items. And secondly, the Russia-Ukraine war.
The scarcity of chips can be the next big recession.
In the near future, do you see a war being fought for chips? Absolutely.
Watch the global chip war. India prepares to fight. Streaming now.
डायमंड के क्षेत्र में क्वांटम जंप देने वाला है वो है ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन का क्षेत्र.
It will help reduce pollution and lower fuel and transportation cost.
Green hydrogen is going to be a very major game changer.
Green hydrogen, streaming now.
3, 2, 1.
18th November 2022. Vikram S, India's first privately built rocket, developed by Skyroot Aerospace, is launched.
It's more than a rocket launch. It proves the capability of India and proves the capability what a startup can do. We have to always keep pushing the boundaries.
small rocket can have very big dreams in the future.
The Swadeshi Rocketeers, streaming now. Climate crisis, vanishing nutrients, soaring prices. A looming catastrophe is marching towards the biggest humanitarian crisis. Science and technology have to come to the rescue for humanity. Survival.
Today, science gives us the possibility not only of bringing nutritionally equivalent foods, but also in a more environmentally sustainable way.
We can increase the useful components of any crop. Breakthrough can be achieved basically with the help of GM technology.
Biotechnology is revolutionizing our lives.
This technology can come as a Brahmastra.
Smart New World. This and more streaming on India's first OTT video magazine, News 9 Plus. Download now.
जज्बात वही है सुन ले दिल से हर धड़कन कह रही है सुन ले दिल से हर धड़कन कह रही खुले यहाँ नहीं जा जुड़े यहाँ नहीं जा खुले यहाँ नहीं जा जुड़े यहाँ नहीं जा उमंगे उम्मीदें पतंगे परिंदे उड़े आसमान खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ जुड़े यहाँ नए जहाँ I'm in a sweet spot. I'm feeling good. The sun is shining. I knew it would. The world's a playground. I'm in the clouds. Let me show you what it's all about. Check it out. I'm gonna light it up. Yeah, I'm gonna light it up. Check it out. I'm gonna light it up. Yeah, I'm gonna light it up. Just check it out. I'm gonna light it up. Yeah, I'm gonna light it up. Let me show you what it's all about. Check it out.
1605, the world read its first newspaper. 1920, the world heard its first radio news. 1980, the world watched its first 24-hour news channel. 1990s, the world started clicking on the first few news websites. 2023, a news revolution is here. Introducing News 9 Plus, the world's first news OTT. Get a heads up on current affairs in a video magazine format. Daily news videos with perspectives, insights and analysis. And binge on infotainment and lifestyle web series. Through storytelling that keeps you hooked. All in a first in the world news OTT avatar. News 9 Plus gives you the edge across all connected devices. It's time to cut the cord and stream the future with choice at your fingertips. It's time to take charge of what you want and when you want it. Come on board to reach the most affluent English-speaking audiences through innovative storytelling and disruptive brand integrations. Capture eyeballs across broadcast and digital through India's #1 news network, TV9. And get noticed across 250 screens at Delhi and Mumbai airports. Take charge of your brand's most deserving address. News 9 Plus, streaming now.
Chips is the future. The mobile that you have, laptop, automobiles, aircraft, all of these run on semiconductor chips. Huge shoot up in the demand of electronic items. And secondly, the Russia-Ukraine war.
The scarcity of chips can be the next big recession.
In the near future, do you see a war being fought for chips? Absolutely.
Watch the global chip war. India prepares to fight. Streaming now.
डायमंड के क्षेत्र में क्वांटम जंप देने वाला है वो है ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन का क्षेत्र.
It will help reduce pollution and lower fuel and transportation cost.
Green hydrogen is going to be a very major game changer.
Green hydrogen, streaming now.
3, 2, 1.
18th November 2022. Vikram S, India's first privately built rocket, developed by Skyroot Aerospace, is launched.
It's more than a rocket launch. It proves the capability of India and proves the capability what a startup can do. We have to always keep pushing the boundaries.
small rocket can have very big dreams in the future.
The Swadeshi Rocketeers, streaming now. Climate crisis, vanishing nutrients, soaring prices. A looming catastrophe is marching towards the biggest humanitarian crisis. Science and technology have to come to the rescue for humanity. Survival.
Today, science gives us the possibility not only of bringing nutritionally equivalent foods, but also in a more environmentally sustainable way.
We can increase the useful components of any crop. Breakthrough can be achieved basically with the help of GM technology.
Biotechnology is revolutionizing our lives.
This technology can come as a Brahmastra.
Smart New World. This and more streaming on India's first OTT video magazine, News 9 Plus. Download now.
Ladies and gentlemen, we request you to please take your seats. We'll begin with our next session in few minutes. I request you to please be seated. Put your mobile phones on silent mode. Thank you.
The world watched its first 24-hour news channel. 1990, the world started clicking on the first few news websites. 2023, a news revolution is here. Introducing News 9 Plus, the world's first news OTT. Get a heads up on current affairs in a video magazine format. Daily news videos with perspectives, insights and analysis, and binge on infotainment and lifestyle web series. Through storytelling that keeps you hooked, all in a first-in-the-world news OTT avatar. News 9 Plus gives you the edge across all connected devices. It's time to cut the cord and stream the future. With choice at your fingertips, it's time to take charge of what you want and when you want it. Come on board to reach the most affluent English-speaking audiences through innovative storytelling and disruptive brand integrations. Capture eyeballs across broadcast and digital through India's #1 news network, TV9, and get noticed across 250 screens at Delhi and Mumbai airports. Take charge of your brand's most deserving address. News 9 Plus, streaming now.
Chips is the future. The mobile that you have, laptop, automobiles, aircraft, all of these run on semiconductor chips. Huge shoot up in the demand of electronic items. And secondly, the Russia-Ukraine war.
The scarcity of chips can be the next big recession.
In the near future, do you see a war being fought for chips? Absolutely.
Watch the global chip war. India prepares to fight. Streaming now.
क्लाइमेट के क्षेत्र में क्वांटम जंप देने वाला है वो है ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन का क्षेत्र.
It will help reduce pollution and lower fuel and transportation cost.
Green hydrogen is going to be a very major game changer.
Green hydrogen, streaming now.
3, 2, 1.
18th November 2022. Vikram S, India's first privately built rocket, developed by Skyroot Aerospace, is launched.
It's more than a rocket launch. It proves the capability of India and proves the capability what a startup can do. We have to always keep pushing the boundaries.
Small rocket can have very big dreams in the future.
The Swadeshi Rocketeers, streaming now. Climate crisis, vanishing nutrients, soaring prices. A looming catastrophe is marching towards the biggest humanitarian crisis. Science and technology have to come to the rescue for humanity. Survival.
Today, science gives us the possibility not only of bringing nutritionally equivalent foods, but also in a more environmentally sustainable way.
We can increase the useful component of any crop. Breakthrough can be achieved basically with the help of GM technology.
Biotechnology is revolutionizing our lives.
This technology can come as a Brahmastra.
Smart New World. This and more streaming on India's first OTT video magazine, News 9 Plus. Download now.
Well, thank you so much. I hope you all enjoyed your lunch. Well, ladies and gentlemen, past few sessions been quite interesting and interactive, especially when it comes to interacting with your customers on deeper levels, engaging with them on deeper levels using technology. So we've discovered some innovative and fantastic ways to do that. And now we have versatile, dynamic speaker amongst us. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Ms. Naya Sagi, co-founder, Good Glam Group. She'll be talking on building brand communities. Hello, welcome, ma'am.
And the sisterhood is so, so important because these are the little things that make all the difference. I think for me the inspiring moment was the way my son handled and understood the fact when he was told what his mother has got, and he got the idea, he understood what it was, and the way he accepted it and in fact became my strength.
So I'm a big appreciator of high fashion, although I don't wear any. So my Instagram is all like Parents Fashion Week right now. And I was just thinking, Gaurav Gupta has done such an amazing job, right? So yeah, I like high fashion.
No mother, what profession she is in, how rich she is, how poor she is, how educated she is, how uneducated, is a bad mom. She doesn't set out to be a bad mom. So don't grow up believing you're a bad mom. Don't feel that sense of guilt. And you know, that's one thing that has really helped in the last 7 months.
The world is not as gentle as you probably are, my darling. But we will raise you to be a brave girl. So yeah, so I think it's tough being a mom, it's tough being a dad, but yeah, it's not for the faint-hearted.
Please don't forget yourself in the whole process. You know, you're going to be a mom for like the rest of your life if you've had a child. Please do take that little time outside to pamper yourself, to sort of spend time with yourself. And that could be, like in my case, I clean cupboards, but it could be anything for anyone. But please do take that little time for yourself. Don't forget yourself in the whole process of growing up your children.
Hello. Hi. So pretty much bombarded you with that video up front, but I thought I'll give you a sneak peek into what we're up to at the group. So Helly, how's everybody doing? I mean, it's right after lunch. I'm right after like an amazing meal, it looks like. Is everybody good? There's energy? Okay, we're waiting to hear what's happening at the Good Glam Group. Okay, super. Okay, so my name is Naya Sagi. I'm the co-founder of the Good Glam Group. I'm also the founder of Baby Chakra, which is India's largest community for mums. And you know, when Ad Gali reached out and said, hey, we want to know more about what's new, what's Naya Taza at the Good Glam Group, I said, well, it's a great time to actually give some of the sharpest marketing minds in our country a sneak under the hood and tell them about the launch of Good Communities. So, you know, everybody dreams about, I think it's a marketeer's dream, right? We want to build this amazing community around our brand. We want to have people who are really passionate, extremely excited about our community and be loyal, you know, exponential evangelists, et cetera, right? But very few brands have been able to crack it. And you know, as you think about the future forward, communities becomes even more critical. I had a couple of sort of backstage conversations with some really amazing people right now. And you know, we know sort of digital ad spends, CAC is going up, right? Influencers, superb channel, but like there are very few now who are really still credible, still trustworthy, you know, and there's a whole sort of wave, I think, that's coming forward before us now that really are defining and telling us very clearly that communities are the future of the internet and communities are the future of brands. And if we don't play in communities and community building today, we will be late. So that's really the premise of my conversation. It's a sneak under the hood of the Good Glam Group, and I'm happy to answer any questions at the end of it. But first, what is the Good Glam Group? I will spare you all the text there, and I'll show you my amazing co-founders in this really nice photo that Forbes shot. So that's Darpan. He's the founder of the Good Glam Group. He was originally the founder of My Glam. Priyanka, the founder of PopXO originally, my co-founder as well. And me over there, founder of Baby Chakra, and co-founder now of the Good Glam Group, right? And the genesis of the Good Glam Group has been three founders coming together and saying, can we really create something big, something massive from out of India in the whole beauty personal care space? And what we've been, very fortunately able to do is through a series of acquisitions last year, which some of you maybe caught up in the press on, more than 12 at last count, acquired a bunch of beauty and personal care brands, amazing sort of path-breaking brands in their own space. So of course we had My Glam to start off with, but we also have Saint Botanica, Organic Harvest, Baby Chakra, Mom's Co, and Sirona, right? So we acquired these brands. We acquired a bunch of media assets. So Scoop Whoop, I'm sure some of you have come across these brands before, maybe interacted with them already. Scoop Whoop, PopXO, Miss Malini, Baby Chakra, and recently Tweak, Twinkle's company as well. So, with our brands and our media cohort, we're reaching about 200 million people monthly on the media cohort. And on the brands, we are actually South Asia's largest content-to-commerce FMCG conglomerate. And the third, of course, is this amazing influencer marketing company. I just sort of talked about influencers and the wave there, but no one's been able to, and people are trying. What the Good Creator Co is trying to do is, with its base of 1.5 million influencers, really create a science behind influencer marketing. And we have an amazing tech stack that was developed by the acquisition of Bulbul, Viduli, and Winkle. So it gives us access to a lot of data on influencers, the ROAS, the ROI, and working with some of them across multiple stacks, Instagram, YouTube, Facebook, etc., right, wherever they're relevant. And this leads us to the fourth vertical, right? So we had good brands, we had good media, we had the Good Creator Co, and now we have the good communities. And by the way, all of you are the first ones we're presenting this to, because, so yes, I just want to tell you this as well, because we've been doing this somewhat in stealth, right? So, here's the deal, right? When we're talking about communities, there's some very clear insights we've had, and some of the genesis of community building comes from our time building out communities at Baby Chakra, right? So you already had your social network or your communities 1.0, 2.0, if you will, which is all relationship-based, right? The network graph-based. So what gives us a right to even build communities? So the way the group is approaching this is that there's a very big unmet need on three things. One is deep interest-based communities, right? What we were finding were that people were creating and finding like-mindedness, which is the hallmark of becoming a community member, becoming friends in a community, if they shared deep interests. So let's say if I'm really interested in makeup and beauty tips, right? Or I'm really interested in, let's say, motherhood and parenting, or breastfeeding, or lactation, right? That's when I could even meet a stranger in another city, another locality, totally different pin code, never met her, never met her physically, right? But I form an affinity group, and that is the genesis of a community. So deep interests is the one piece we've really, really focused around in building out the Good Glam Group's communities vertical. And if you think about it, just take a think back, right? There are very few communities that are really scienticizing, if you will, deep interests, right? So on Instagram, you go and you basically follow people based on, some search and discovery mechanism. Here, on the Good Community stack, we're actually asking you what your deep interest is and connecting you to like-minded people. The second big insight we had was it's extremely important to be hyper-personalized. One insight we had was that if you have a certain skin tone, or if you have a certain problem statement with your skin, or if you're a mother who's dealing, who's maybe 6 weeks pregnant versus has a 6-year-old child, right? Your needs are super different. And therefore, in making your community have meaning for you, it needs to be a hyper-personalized community to you, right? And personalization, of course, is based on life stage, interest, locality, language, whether you're a working person or a stay-at-home person, whether you're a creator or whatever, right? So there's a lot of personalization we are building in. And the third thing I want to talk about very clearly is that communities are not just of peers. So, keep in mind, of course, influencers are like the celebs of communities, right? But you have peer communities, which is people like who, think about the last time you made a really important product choice. You probably talked to a couple of influencers, but if your friend who you deeply trust or someone who you respect the opinion of told you that this is a great product to buy, right? Or introduces you to a product, you probably try and consider that even more deeply. But the other cohort there, apart from peers, is actually the cohort of experts. So that's the other really big defining factor of the good communities. We're building out a community of peers and experts. And experts in our context have, doctors. So we have more than 10,000 doctors as doctor partners that we partner with in our community. We create a whole community of doctors, really, right? We have makeup artists, we have nutritionists, we have trichologists, right? We have mental health therapists. So there's a whole community, a whole universe of experts who we have integrated into our community. So I think these are the three defining focus areas for us as we build out a community stack, and that's our belief what will give us a right to win and be really different as we build out the communities at scale. So why are we building out communities? So I think every marketer here knows, and everybody, and as a group as well, we've had a very, very strong funnel play out of content to commerce, right? Our CAC is the lowest in the industry. We have $50 being spent on a customer, on basically a new customer acquisition cost, right? But as we get deeper and deeper, and we want to go and scale further and further, and as we bring in more and more new brands into the market, it's extremely important to build a lot of brand trust, a lot of brand loyalty. And that can only come when you have real people, right, come in, become part of your communities, connect on things of deep interest to them, understand that they're experts who are also part of these communities, right, and who are there to guide them, and then have them over time make decisions, or at least have brand resonance with you. So that's the aim with the good communities, right? It's more of a slow burn thing. It's not like a flash in the pan that one day you will do communities and like suddenly you see a sales spike. No, it's a slow burn, multiple touch point, multiple deep trust touch point, and hyper relevant touch point that we create. And the idea here is that you can create, and we've already seen it play out in our pilots, loyalty, retention, and very, very deep trust amongst community members. And simple things like AOV from someone who's member of our community, time spent, right? Retention, referral, engagement, right? So we've seen all of this play out already. And of course, we've been giving too much of our data away to third-party platforms. Communities are a great way to really understand the richness of our data and really go deep into what our consumers need and then co-create with them products of the future. So we talked about this, right? Interests, experts and advisors, the relevance, localization, personalization. And the last, but certainly not least, the other big aha moment we had. I talked about communities being a very slow burn thing, right? And which requires multiple touch points. So what we have done as well, extremely uniquely, is create an omni-channel stack on communities. So the meetup you saw right now, the Moms Talk meetup, that was one of the 100 we've done the last 3 months, right? So the omni-channel touch points, the offline touch points, which are either community-led or user-led, as well as, of course, with the online modes on WhatsApp, on our app, on our mobile web. That is a stack on which the community resides. And I think this is really interesting, right? I went back to the whole deep interest conversation. So if you really look at deep interest, right, it's also an opportunity for us, from a brand perspective, to really connect the dots. So the user kind of lies here, right? The user could be, maybe coming in through, I don't know, MyGlam, or through Sirona, right? And exploring the Sirona community. But as she's exploring the Sirona community, but she chooses a deep interest of, say, sex after baby, or sexual wellness. Now that's a deep interest that Baby Chakra also caters to. So in the process of exploring Sirona, this community member also kind of discovers Baby Chakra, right? So you're kind of like helping, instead of like selling a user different communities or different mission statements of different brands, you're actually hand-holding a user and saying, tell me what you want, and I'll introduce you to the right partner for you in that journey. And so this is what it looks like, really. This is what our community stack actually looks like today on our app, and mobile web is launching soon, and some of them it's live. You can actually follow experts based on your interests. You get your interests on your own profile, so you can change them. And of course, you get brand recommendations based on interests and users you followed. And we've done a bunch of product development, integration. So if you think about the way we've approached communities as well, there's a very strong tech and product team and data science team that's really backing the development of the community stack. And we have a bunch of tools that we built into our experience where people can actually come in, they can just see a user's review on or a makeup routine, the GRWMs that you see on Instagram, right? Get ready with me. But you see a real community member doing it. You can see the products she's using. You can, answer a quiz. You can also do a survey if you want, right? And community members love this kind of stuff. They love polls, they love quizzes, they love contests. They love engaging with each other, giving each other challenges. So that's the other sort of product integration we built in. And that's how we get to know each user really, really deeply. So it's not at the level of, okay, this is a woman who's potentially a mom living in Lucknow. It gets even richer. Based on her conversations with us or based on her questions to us, right? We know whether she's looking for a red lipstick or a purple lipstick, or she's got a problem with acne, or whether she's looking at dry skin, and how can we serve her better? And yeah, I think, we do a bunch of live chats with our experts, online, offline, with a couple of, experts also, as I mentioned, in the fashion and beauty space. So that helps people with deep interest around fashion, beauty, clean beauty, etc., connect better and have more sort of learning points and aha moments through this experience. And yeah, and I think it's been really interesting to see the omni-channel approach really play out. I talked about the 100-odd meetups we've done, right? I won't play this video, you've seen one already. But it's not just about having a celeb in the mom's talk, right? It's about having real people come together and discuss real issues with each other, but based on the common interests, right? And then that over time links back to a brand mission, a brand proposition. Not directly, but indirectly. In fact, we've named our communities differently as well. It's not the My Glam community, it's a Glam Fam. You're not a My Glam community member, you're a Glam star, right? So it's aligned, but it's not fully with the brand, right? The Baby Chakra and the Moms Co community is called the Mom Star community, right? It's not the Baby Chakra Moms community or the Moms Co community, it's a Mom Star community. The Organic Harvest community is called the Organic Squad community. So definitely a hat tip to the genesis, to the originating brand, but a very clearly defined and distinct and delineated brand community positioning in itself. And yeah, this is our aim. We are already rapidly scaling, and we're looking at reaching about 100 million community users over the next couple of years. Any questions? Please don't be shy.
So I just have to ask you, do you use technology to create this entire ecosystem, or what's the case?
Absolutely. So it's basically our own products and tech stack. So we have, we're one of the, actually the only D2C company in India that invested very heavily in product and tech in the very beginning, right? So we have a 150-member tech team. For the group, not for just this, but they basically help build the entire stack. We haven't done a patent on it per se, but of course the journeys. So we talk them consumer funnels and conversion journeys, etc. They're very unique to us. So we've done a lot of. So for instance, we do a lot of co-creation with our users through the community. Right now, that is something that no one else has done yet. So that's something that's unique to us as a group. So we don't have patents per se, to your point, but it's something that we've sort of developed in-house, and we've sort of launched it on our platforms.
You don't sell this data?
Oh, we don't sell, no, never. Yeah, but we do partner with brands, in case you're asking. So like the next Mom's Talk is going to be with a very large e-commerce major. Then we have Doctor Talks as well. So that's something that's, that brands are partnering with, pharma brands are partnering with us on. Because again, for people, right, the whole sort of, I would say the content and the influencer ecosystem is somewhat well mapped out, right? But the community ecosystem is completely broken. And we get so many inbounds from people saying, hey, how do I build out my brand community? Or how can I figure out at least affinities in communities and bring them to even discover my brand in a certain context, the more conversational context, the more deep trust context. So, you know, the meetups, for instance, to answer your question, right? We have, literally, it's like a 4-hour experiential offline experience, right? So basically, you can actually experience new products, you can co-create products, you can do, you know, we've also done this, right, at Baby Chakra. We've actually come with like formulated products, but not launched products, and we said, hey, what do you think about this? So we get immediate feedback, right? So it's not the typical FGD, because this is actually fun, and people are very honest. And there are like, you know, 100, 150 women who already have a very strong affinity for that specific, like, let's say clean beauty in that case, right? So it's a deep interest already, so they really know their stuff well. So they are there and they can basically comment and help us.
100 million is a big number.
That's over a couple of years, yes. Yeah.
If a brand which is focusing on women, they try to reach out to you, then you want to reach out to your community.
Correct.
Do you give them a filter as well into what kind of women they want to reach out to?
Yeah, absolutely. See, right now, who are the women, right? The women are already, so, you know, just to give you a sense, we already have, we do about close to 1 million transactions every month on our D2C platform alone, right? So those people are also technically, in some sense, part of our community stack, right? And we have a history of it, right, from the 6 brands we own. So, you know, those are women who have come in with the intent already to purchase and discover and review and try. And so we basically say, listen, give me the cart you need, because we have the interest mapped out. So then we say, okay, if you want to engage, then let's figure out ways in which we can help you engage smartly. But of course, like in a way that's adding value to our community. If it's not adding value to our community, we will never do it. Because the community is, you know, it's joining together to learn something, to get inspired, or to, you know, or to connect, right? So that's how we typically do this. No, so we're actually, it's a great question. So the next one, it's still in the metro. It's probably going to be in Hyderabad. The one after that's going to be in Bangalore. So we did 2. We've done 2 already. One was in the main mom's talk, right? But in terms of the smaller branches, so this was like, you know, with some of the Cat A celebs. So we'll always have that in our marquee mom's talks, right, across the main metros. But in the ones that we're doing in, you know, a Nasik or in an Indore or in a Jaipur, right, which will also have like about 100 mothers, there we'll have, it'll be a bit of a different formatting. It'll be, you know, more like a play date with mom stars, right? Where the kids are playing in one corner and the mums are here, and then we have activities with the mothers and a learning session or a workshopping session. So that's the format of those mom talks in different cities. So it depends, like, you're right, on geography to geography. But you're right, I think the tier 2 audience and, you know, the smaller towns, so hungry for this kind of programming. And, you know, what ends up happening is that from these, then they actually join our WhatsApp communities. So, you know, it's been a really interesting sort of omni-channel experience we've been able to sort of productize for them. Thanks, great questions. Anybody else? No? Okay, I get let off easy. I like that. All right, thank you all, you've been great, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Naya, for the interactive session. That was quite interesting when it comes to building communities and, you know, having conversations on more deeper levels. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now we move on with our next keynote address. I would request Mr. Abhijit Ranjan, Chief Revenue Officer, Public App, to please join me on the dais. And ladies and gentlemen, he'll be talking on understanding Bharatiya consumer insights from Public App. Over to you, sir. Can we welcome him with a big round of applause? Hi.
Good afternoon, everyone. After a very interesting session on building communities for mom, I've got something serious with understanding the news consumption patterns for Bharat at large, the tier 3 towns of India. So I represent InShorts Group, and I'm sure most of you are familiar with InShorts, probably users of InShorts as well. We launched it in 2013. So I'll take you to the journey of starting with InShots, what was the insight behind launching InShots, and then what made us launch another app called Public 2 years back, and what were the key insights behind that. So InShots, as you guys are aware, we launched in 2013. That was a time when a lot of youngsters, 18 to 35, they were actually moving away from newspapers and television and moving to digital. And that was happening in metro specifically. So, and there was a lot of consumption happening on Instagram and Facebook and these kind of social media apps. So, but there was no equivalent for news. So we knew that there is a space there where if we can get the youngsters news in a format that they like, so the UI UX is very important, and also give them a good combination of national and international news. So that's why we started the news in 60 words format. That's a global first. We were the first one to launch it, and it was a tremendous success. We've gone from strength to strength after launching it. What we did is that we did an aggregation of all the top publishers and all the top TV channels and gave the news. We had a very good tech stack there, and we made sure that the AI ML engine was the best. So out of, say, 300, 400 stories that we're getting, our tech engine basically made sure that the first 60, 70 that the consumer is seeing is the most relevant to you. So if you're interested in sports, you see the sports news first. If you're interested in business, you see it. It's almost like you're reading Times of India, spending 15, 20 minutes looking for the best stories. Here, an app is giving you those stories in 60 words and giving you all this news while you're busy and on the go. So after 5 years, in 2019, we realized that while we're doing amazing for InShots, and lots of brands have also kind of come on board and seen how it is beneficial working with us. We were still addressing a very small part of India, right? So so for this, we looked at India at a 4-tier level. If we classify India, there are 4 Indias that come from a user point of view. First one is India Alpha. That is where InShots actually plays in, along with Netflix, Cred, and a couple of other players like that. So that's basically top 5% of tier 1 cities and top 0.1% of tier 2 cities. So while we are doing quite well there, these are guys who are English native and westernized in the thoughts. But beyond that, in India 1, 2, and 3, we didn't have a play. And if you think about India 1 now, these are the guys who are fluent in English. They are quite digitally savvy. They prefer convenience over cost, right? And these are typically the tier 1 cities that you talk about, the 100-odd tier 1 cities. Then coming to the next one, tier 2. Now these guys prefer vernacular content over English. Though they understand English, they prefer vernacular. And they are digitally savvy. They are getting more and more digitally savvy as we go along, and they're aspiring for a better lifestyle. So that's a very big 100 million base. In terms of GDP, the contribution for India 1 and India 2 is around 1 trillion and 300 billion. So that's around 10K per capita for India 1 and 3K. So that's like Mexico has a similar per capita like India 1, and Philippines as like India 2. So these were 2 big markets that we saw that we should focus on. So if you look at public now, what we're focusing 50% of India 1 roughly, entire India 2, and India 3, which is the tier 3 towns and rural centers, the top 10, 20% of that. So in total, if you look at it, we are talking about around 300 million users that we are looking at as an addressable base. So talking about our vernacular users now, overall online vernacular audience now, that is increasing at a very, very fast pace. Right now, overall vernacular audience has already migrated to, say, a OTT and sports, but for news, that is growing at a much faster pace now. So overall, the market is around 300 million, according to us. Very low penetration right now because there are not too many apps which are catering to them, not too many websites which are catering to them. And another fact is that, as we can see, basis different reports, India will have a bigger internet audience from rural towns compared to urban towns. by 2024, most reports are saying. So the pace of growth and the new internet users are coming from the rural towns, and they would want content in vernacular. So while we're clear that now the market is there for the taking, there's around 300 million users that are there who want news and the growth is there. For us, the easy thing would have been just to take in shots and just repurpose it in a Hindi or vernacular language and just launch it as is. But when we did our research, we found it very clear that the consumer in a metro or a tier 1 is very different from a tier 2, tier 3 town. And that's why we have to really cater the app to him. So we really have to make changes basis the insights we get. And we got 3 major insights while we're doing the research while launching the app in 2019. The first one was that the consumer in tier 2, tier 3 towns, they prefer consuming content on video rather than reading. So while most of them can read, but they would prefer consuming content on video rather than reading short form or long form content. So that is the first switch we made. InShorts is a text app. It's almost a 95% text-based app. We have a little bit of videos there. But Public, we decided that will be a 100% video app covering only 100 and short videos, because they do not have the attention span of consuming long videos. So typically snacky videos, 1 to 2 minutes. That is the first thing. Second, more than 90% users in tier 2, tier 3 towns, they want content which is vernacular. So actually 60% want only vernacular content and 30% are okay with vernacular along with English. But around 90% want vernacular. So another thing was very clear for us is that we launch in all the major vernacular languages in India from day one. So we launched in 12 plus languages and covered all the major states in India. And the third insight, which was the biggest actually, the most key insight for us, was that they preferred consuming lot of hyperlocal content. And not just hyperlocal, they wanted credible hyperlocal content. That is the glaring need for them to basically know what is happening in their community, know what is happening around them, and they were basically starved for a source which can give them credible local content. So some more information about the Bharat consumer while we were launching the app. One we saw is that news consumption, just like sports and entertainment consumption, was rapidly shifting to digital. So if you see the marketing money is also on, say, sports. So the IPL bid is already for the next 5 years similar for television and digital, 25,000 crore each. So that typically means that if the marketer is going to spend 100 rupees, 50 will go to digital and 50 will go to print. However, in news, if you see news parlance, not even 10% is being spent on digital right now. The money is still with print, still with television, and that's a question I think all the marketers have to ask, because the consumer is shifting. Consumer is same. He will not behave differently while consuming news or while consuming sports. So that is a big shift that we're seeing. Second is that in terms of information, he's interested in knowing starting with his sub-district, then district, then state, then national information. So for him, the most important information is at a sub-district level and a district level first, more than the national, what is happening or international, what is happening in the Ukraine war 6 months later. He's not interested in that as much. And another thing we saw is that there's a big push in the digital news consumption happening in the 18 to 35 age group, which I think is the most relevant for all the major brands which are out there. And that is where I think people are definitely in the news per se, moving away from print a lot. And finally, users, we've seen that age group, especially 18-35, they want facts. They don't want opinions. And if you see the news that is being dished out, especially on television, there is a lot of opinions, a lot of agenda being driven. And that is something we are staying totally away. So these were the things we looked at while we were launching it. So as I mentioned, we could clearly see that while we'll do a video app and we'll make it vernacular, the moat for us will be the content, because hyperlocal content is something that no one is really solving in a big way, hyperlocal credible content. And what we did is that we looked at curating content from 4 levels. First level is like InShorts, we got the national aggregators like HTTY, Indian Express, and we got them. The second one was at a regional level, so the News 18 Bangla or their state counterparts. The third level, which is the most interesting one, is that we got around 7,000 reporters on board, and these are reporters at a different district level across India. So across 700 districts, the top 700 districts, we have 7,000 reporters now who are churning out news for you. And these are all press reporters, and we have all the details for them. So they are covering a lot of information, interesting topics for relevant local audiences like local economy, local sports, local politics, all that is being covered. Another thing very important from brand point of view was that every brand, when they come to news, the first question is asked, is it in a brand safe environment? So we knew that while we are focusing on getting the maximum number of hyper local content, we also had to make it credible. So what we did is that for all the reporters that we've got a KYC check done, so we have all the details. Then we also have a geo-stamped and a time-stamped location while they upload the video. So that's another tool that we've created, because of which all the fake news is kind of taken care of. If you think about fake news, mostly it happens because it's either an old video being circulated as fresh video, or it's being shot somewhere else, like it's shot in Syria and told that it happened in UP, something like that. So with our geo-stamped and time-stamped location tool, that is clearly eliminated. And after that, also every video is kind of fact-checked for hate speech and violence, inciting violence and things like that. For the user point of view, that is as hyperlocal the journey gets. The app already auto picks up the location, or someone can put the location also. So if you see, it goes from a state level to a district level, and then say in the third screen for Allahabad, you have 8 sub-districts. So that is how granular we have the news, and we can serve the news at a sub-district level. For the advertisers also, they can easily target at a pin code level or sub-district level, similar to that. There's no other app, I think, in the news space which is able to give such level of details. So overall, as I mentioned now, these 7,000 reporters are churning out more than 40,000 videos per day. And these are all authentic, credible videos, fact-checked, and real videos. Now, to give you a sense of how big it is, InShots, which most of you would be using, will not give us more, has an overall content pool of 400 stories per day. If you look at any of the huge Hindi news channels, they will have 500 to 600 stories per day. If you look at any of the leading newspapers like Dainik Jagran, Dainik Bhaskar and all, for a state like UP, they'll have like 60 stories per day. We are having 2,000 plus stories per day. So from a user perspective now, we have solved that need that I am giving you the maximum number of hyperlocal content and information, which is fact-checked, which is verified, and which is credible, and you're getting it real time, you're not getting it next day like the newspaper. And that is what basically has helped us after launching in 2020, really scale up numbers. In 2020, we were the most downloaded app by Sensor across the world. And we have actually, within just 2 years, reached a 60 million plus user base, which is the leading number in the news space, in the hyperlocal information space. So I'll leave you guys with a caricature of basically 2 kinds of users. This is the first one on the left, which is our audience in, say, Delhi, India Alpha 1 that I spoke. This girl wants news in English. The primary form of consumption is reading, because they're always on the move, they're busy. And they are primarily interested in national international news. Most of the marketers and advertisers are looking at only reaching out to the left audience right now, India Alpha 1. And there's a lot of clutter there as well. The right audience is where public is kind of catering to. This can be a guy in Lucknow or any of the India 1, 2, or 3 cities. He basically mostly wants news in Hindi. His primary form of news consumption is a video. And he'll prefer news from Lucknow and surrounding regions first. So a lot of regional news, a lot of hyperlocal news, local updates and all, that we'll give through public. Any questions, guys? Yeah. Yeah, you can ask. Yes. Yeah. So right now, as I mentioned, we have a big content team in public for vernacular as well. So right now, we are not using AI as much, but that is in the plans that we'll use automated tools also for that. But right now, we have teams for vernacular languages. Yeah. 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 So that's something that we test on our own. For example, in InShots also, we can serve them video or we can serve them text, right? We see that the engagement is better for text because that's the thing they're habituated at. Also, a lot of consumption happens on the move, when the person is in the car, at a signal, or in the office meeting also for that matter, or in a metro. In those places, seeing audio content is not that easy. So we have seen that engagement still, at least for InShots, is working better for text content. While we'll definitely space it out, probably 2 years down the line, we'll have an equal split of, or a 30-70 kind of split between text and video. Yeah. 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 Yeah, there would be some sense of, you're right, there would be some sense of, because it's an old app, people have been using for 7, 8, 9 years, they are more used to seeing text, and that's why they are not moving away in terms of engagement to video. But point taken, I think there would be video consumption happening in metro on the other apps especially, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Correct, correct. So that's why we, in terms of the content, the advertising options for brands, we are introducing a lot of video option. The small ones, the snack-based, like 5-seconder, 10-seconder, those options will be there for pre-roll, mid-roll, or even in-feed video. Yeah. No. So we have just, we are not selling public for the last 2 years. The idea was to focus first on monetization. We are building the team now. So I think half the team is in place. By March, we'll have the entire team in place for public, and there'll be separate teams for InShots and public. No, we already have that team in place. So you can get in touch with me or my team. We've already got 7, 8 people there, and I think we will be able to help you on that. Yeah. Yeah. I think it's a question of couple of months now, because we are like now aggressively reaching out, starting with the agencies first, because making them aware, and then we'll reach out to all the clients also. So by March, April, you'll see a lot of action. Yeah. Thank you. Any other question, people? Thank you so much. I'll end up with this. Bharat is ready. Are you guys? Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing great insights with us when it comes to how people take technology in different cities, tier 1, tier 2. That was quite interesting to look at. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now we have a panel discussion that'll be on unlocking technology for new consumer experiences. Well, for this, I would request our session chair, Ms. Aditi Mishra, Chief Executive Officer, Lordstar, to please join me here on the dais. Can we have you, ma'am? Mr. Akshay Kapoor, Associate Director, Marketing, Perfetti Van Mill. Can we have you? Mr. Manav Sethi, Head Growth and Media, Hero Motocorp. Mr. Sagar Push, Co-founder and CEO, Clan Connect. And Mr. Shantanu Chauhan, Director, Marketing Noise. Hi, welcome. Hello. Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, Manav Sethi is not here, but we have another panelist with us. We have Ms. Aditi Mishra, Mr. Akshay Kapoor, Mr. Sagar Pushp, and Mr. Shantanu Chauhan. A big round of applause for our panelists, please. I would request Ms. Mishra to please take over the session. Thank you.
Thank you. It's working. Is it on? Yeah? Okay. Okay, great. So, on and yeah. Okay, great to be here. Sorry, did he say? I'm loud and clear. So I wanted somebody to tell me that. It's difficult to make a woman's voice heard. So I need to be sure everybody can hear me. And as you can see, the panelists, not the case any longer. Okay. Okay, so glad to be here. And I think the topic that we are going to talk about today is also quite interesting. How are we going to use technology to unlock better consumer experiences? And on the panel, as you see, we have a very interesting mix. So there is one person who comes from a very traditional CPG, regular kind of marketing. There is one person who comes in from a new age brand. And then there is one person who comes from, dare I say, the media or the execution side of things. So we'll have interesting perspectives. And I want to kickstart this whole conversation by asking first, how are traditional marketers really looking at technology? Because technology is the buzzword, but they're seeped in the regular way of doing things. So how do you look at technology unlocking things?
Sure. Thank you and very good afternoon. I think there's a buzzword, but it's very, very important to be digitally or technology-wise creative, right? It's super important. And when I say that, technology should be an enabler. It should help us solve problems. It should help us build narratives, help us communicate, or just make life efficient for the consumer, right? And I'll just give an example, and I'm sure the two other gentlemen are more MarTech, performance marketing, and classical marketing, we're still grappling, right? We're just kind of figuring out the confidence is more on traditional media, but we're still experimenting, right? We are out there, we're open, and there are organizations that are pushing you to kind of experiment. I think it's a great time to share with you what we've done. On Centerfresh, I think it's a brand that all of us in the room have interacted with, consumed, or grown up with. It's about the girl-boy magnetism, right? It gives you the confidence to ask questions. Dil ki baat zubaan pe happens to be a tagline. And I just want to share something that we've just launched for Valentine's. It's a limited edition pack, a 2 rupee gum that we launched. And why it's very relevant to this forum probably is because the entire marketing mix sits on the back of technology. So if you pull out technology, the marketing mix falls on its face. What we did was, we just put out a QR code on the gum, and you scan it, right? You buy, you scan, and you personalize, dedicate, hyper-personalization. You dedicate a playlist of love songs to your loved ones. You get a link, and you kind of share it. We've put out there text to speech. So you can put a name A to name B, and this translates it into an audio message. Imagine a 2 rupee gum suddenly adding so much value to your life versus just a message or just saying, walk the talk versus talk the talk. Even a lazy boyfriend, if he wakes up on a Valentine morning, you have something to go to, 2 rupee gum, you can dedicate a playlist. So technology, and at the back of a marketing mix, there's technology. So that is one way of leveraging technology, and obviously there is efficiencies which you guys can add on as well, where the world is an open place.
So lovely example to kickstart, because it really talks about how you're using technology creatively to unlock a very interesting consumer experience. I think, Sagar, I want to ask you, because you're operating with people who are using technology and influencing others. How do you see them being a part of this new consumer journey? How are they changing things? Because we spoke about, love and expression of love is something which has been around for a long time. Technology is enabling you to do it in a different way. How do you see your piece of influencers really making things different?
So, this entire influencer marketing, so to say, essentially is a digital, tech. And one thing that we realized, and like you rightly said, when I was working in the media and for brands like Samsung, Levers, and all that, we did realize that there is a lot of efficiency that we can bring through using technology to make this entire experience much better for brands. Influencer marketing 3 years back, perhaps 4 years back, was something which was, then the buzzword. People wanted to work with influencers. The way to work with influencers was that you would just reach out to some agency. They would give you a list of an Excel sheet, so to say. And there wasn't much in terms of insights which make you take the right decision whether this influencer is good for you or not. Yeah. So what we did in our platform was we, instinct information which is meaningful for brands, perhaps to finalize an influencer. Things like, where does the demographic bifurcation lie for the followers of that influencer in different age groups? What are the top 5 cities from where these followers come from? Then it makes, it becomes much more targeted for the brand. If you have a brand that's focused on, say Mumbai, Karnataka, Bangalore, and Hyderabad, you perhaps would not want to work with an influencer whose audiences are indexed more towards Delhi or North, right? So this is where we use tech, right? It is, of course, with the consent of the influencer that they come in. It becomes more, it becomes a more compelling proposition for them as well, to get more business, of course. And with this model that we have, of course, the brand find it very, very meaningful to not just look at the top line engagement metrics, so to say, when they are looking at finalizing an influencer, but a much more detailed information while taking this decision. And again, everything, it's the experience that we are driving for the brand. It is a data that we are pulling from the influencers and making this entire experience much more meaningful. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think interestingly what I picked up, and the last line I think is powerful, saying how are we making it more meaningful for consumers. I think moving on to you, Shantanu, you are handling a brand which is at the interesting cusp of being a tech brand and a lifestyle brand. That's the place like you're sort of straddling. And at the same time, you come from what we typically call, a D2C place, wherein instead of following the traditional channel, you are talking straight to the consumer. Tell us a bit about how you are using technology in all aspects of this to power yourself.
Correct. It's always exciting for all of us out here whenever new tech comes. And as a marketers, we have this one mindset. Let's try it out, how it's going to help in my marketing. And we try to jump on the tech. But the framework should be a little different out there. It should be first customer, what is their need and expectation. Is it serving you? Is this tech serving you? Before jumping and creating your brand name and verse to it, or jumping onto the...
Is that a dig at metaverse somewhere?
Yeah. I'm just saying that. And no one is coming on that particular virtual reality platform because still India cannot afford Oculus right now. So on the similar hand, like how the experience could be. And then there is something which you could come out. Like we recently did a campaign during Valentine's Day with Flipkart, and we actually involved 3 influencers to do a live commerce. And over there, what a spike which we got in sales. There we understood, okay, so there is a new launch, you're actually creating a product recommendation, an easy way to run anything across, right? An influencer talking about, okay, what do you need to buy for your Valentine? What a watch can do, what a smartwatch can do. And you're also creating a certain how the live commerce works. Like you can see the watch, what are the colors, because you don't trust easily what is colors or how the watch is going to work around, right? What kind of accuracy it will have. So I think that gives you a certain credibility. And a live commerce is such an experience that a person talking about it, and it gives you a direct link also to buy it immediately, to add on to it if an influencer adds on, saying, how about if you buy it right now, you will get it at this particular price, and it instantly spikes. So in itself, I think we use this framework first. So first we try to understand what we customer need, and then we try to jump onto the tech side of the business. Otherwise, yes, AI is improving in terms of product recommendations, and especially the way augmented and virtual reality can be utilized for product demonstrations. So yeah.
So what I'm picking out for taking the conversation forward is this thought of, there is technology or there are things that are coming up which work maybe globally but maybe not in India, because in some ways access, in some ways still the technology that people at large can command is different. So a metaverse may not be as successful, but live commerce has, and is rapidly gaining traction.
Correct.
Yeah? So that is happening. Moving on to you, I want to understand, you're a global company. So, there's a difference, because we are talking about local players versus global mandates. So how do you look at what is the right technology? Because we have metaverse, we have ChatGPT. I don't know whether it's still there or already Bard has taken over the interest.
It's changing too fast.
Yeah, it's changing too fast. So what are the rules of the game? How do you decide, both from a global point of view as well as a local point of view, what is the way to harness technology? What are the principles that a company should use or play with to go forward?
So, Aditi, see, we are a global company. We do have best practices. But I think the mantra would be to not force fit technology on a consumer, but make it part of the consumer's life. If we're going to bulldoze a moment, let's say it is ChatGPT, and I know that's the buzzword and it's there everywhere. And you'll not believe this, but we've got agencies coming and pitching to us applications that are pretty surprising. Promotions with ChatGPT. ChatGPT designs your, let's say, if it's an e-tattoo, it's all kinds, it's everywhere. What we'd like to do is we'd like to see, just like the marketing mix I spoke about, how it will add to someone's life, right? Or her life. If I'm going to force myself, I think it's intrusive. So what we're looking at is, for instance, we have giveaways, let's say promos, right? You have a promotion that goes in a jar of a candy or a gum. We've been giving little goodies and giveaways. Now, let's think of digital. There are people who are expressing themselves on the internet. Right. How can you add a digital giveaway? A very, very simple integration. Now, when I say that, has anyone thought of, let's say, an e-tattoo salon or something, right? A tattoo studio, rather. Can you just go there and give them a little QR code, they get on a microsite, create tattoos, dress themselves up, and you have a tattoo parade, like the best ones feature somewhere. Now that is digital, that adds to value, adds to promotion, adds engagement, engages the consumer. I think we need to kind of use technology in marketing mixes and to engage consumer in a very different way. The other part is efficiency, and we spoke about that. And I totally agree, influencer marketing, again, if you're not doing it the right way, not just getting the right influencers, seeing where the reach is, seeing where the popularity is, see where the traction is, where the followers are. And Group and Wavemaker, they've got tools, and I think now we've all learned how to use this. But the other big part of this is your content. Using an influencer is authentic. But imagine if you use an influencer and go and create content that is produced. Is it authentic? It's not, right? Because you've used a real person, a real voice, but you've gone and shot it in such a produced way. So if you're going to use an influencer, let it be organic, let it be self-shot, let it be real, right? So we take best practices. I don't think there are set guardrails on how we're going to use technology. We're all innovating. But we do have one thing which is I'd say, pretty open, and which is a great culture in Perfetti Van Mill. We've got all brand teams have set aside a percentage of monies just to try and learn. And if you're not going to have a culture of learning and experimentation, there is no way you can learn this. I mean, even folks at Google every day are learning, evolving, coming out with new stuff. So I think just that whole freedom of experimenting and the freedom that you can try, learn, fail, retry, take the good parts, do more of them, and avoid stuff that's not worked. So I think that is how we're operating in a classical CPG environment where we are.
So I want to shift gears a bit and talk about the other side of what technology does. All the things that we spoke about, consumers are engaging with us, they are doing things with us on our platforms or partnering with influencers and so on. And that obviously opens up this whole thing of us having access to their information, their data, and knowing a lot more about them than perhaps they even realize. So how do you think, Sagar, we take care of this part of it? Privacy in India is still a little bit of an open book. We don't have, unlike GDPR and all, I mean, we've had a ruling in the making. So there's a lot of discussion around that. But how are you looking at an open platform like yours being data secure, taking care of some of these principles? Because that's what also technology allows people to do.
Very interesting. So for our platform, you do not simply get whitelisted with Instagram and Google unless you have met all these they're very strict about. Yes. They look through each and every module of application that you're building, and then only will they approve a certain access. So in that sense, we are very clear about influencers. The day they want to disconnect their account, we delete all the information that we have. We are small anyway. I mean, of course, not as big as Google and all that. But coming back to your question on the data privacy, I think it's very, very fragile in India. I mean, right now, while we were sitting on this discussion, I've already got 2 calls from some executives. I could see it on the phone. No matter how much D&D and everything that I do, it is absolutely of no use. Digital is another level of misuse that happens, right? I think it is very, very important for the brands to take ownership of that. And I know brands because in my previous experience working with Mindshare and then working with Samsung and all that, there are certain organizations who are very clear and they're very strict about how they are using data.
Absolutely.
But there are some who are not. So I think that is that comes, and it's by the way, it's very, very strict in if you go to Europe and if you do any such thing, there are very strict fines that can come to you. And it's very difficult to get away from that. I think we need to have that, if not at that level, but yes, there needs to be a regulation to control how we are using first-party data. That's the flip side of it. But because I've worked on such platforms in media where we use a lot of first-party data, like when I was working with Samsung, there is like so much information that you have about your customer.
Yeah.
How do you make the best use of that? I mean,
Correct.
Shantanu would agree to that. How do you use that data to not be intrusive to your customer, but how do you make personalization there, right?
Yeah.
How do you use moment marketing? How do you, if you have to reach out to your customer at the right time, right?
Yeah.
And at the right moment to ignite that interest that you want. You don't really want to, flood him or her with, first-party messages and just, harassing them. Also, how do you use data? And that's where AI, machine learning becomes very, very important, where you're using all these inputs, insights to create personas of your first-party audience. How do you do look-aliking? How do you find similar audiences?
Yeah.
Basis the first-party data that you have. How do you layer that with second-party data? How do you make your targeting much more sharp as compared to the spray and pray kind of thing that you sometimes do in digital? So there is a flip side. There's a good side of how we use data. I think to your question, we definitely need to have stricter norms in place. But it is also a boon for advertisers, and there are a lot of things that they can do with this data also.
No, absolutely. So I think the consciousness is high. Most large companies, large agency groups have, whether we call them privacy principles or guidance in terms of how they want to operate. I think the build that I would like to do from here and talk to you, Shantanu, is this whole access to 1PD. And we talk a lot about the richness of 1PD. How am I mining, slicing, dicing my 1PD? But how am I also using it in partnerships to maybe create clean rooms or look at other ways to connect to those consumers? What is it that you are doing in your company right now?
Okay, so there are two parts to this, which we are doing. One is the advertising side, and the other is definitely the product side. Before this panel, I was also showing you something related to what we did yesterday itself. Like we decoded around 2022, where what user did with their smartwatches, and we talked about that. It's more like a similar way, like a
like a Spotify wrapped. So
wrap,
we were just discussing
kind of,
that. Absolutely.
yeah. So it showed me that I'm a couch potato. It also showed me that I had a 4 hours 31 sleep, so I should have a sleep, but also tells me I'm a hardworking guy. So, and similarly, what we could gather that data and translate into a much more personalization, and that creates a lot more attachment towards the consumer. And the other side, which is the advertising side, which you rightly pointed out, that how do you create a lookalike audience? How do you sharpen up your data? Eventually, it will help us in reducing the overall cost of the company. Our retention cost goes around, there's no such retention cost, to be very honest. Now we are almost sitting at a 30% retention rate, which is pretty good in the industry, especially the way we are working on. And that's also because of the kind of automation which you bring in. I'm still not a big fan of my company when it comes to the automation. I'm a big fan of Zomato, saying when you get a aaj to biryani khane ka man hai, and then eventually you end up buying the biryani in the night. But you should be very, very conscious about few facts also. You should not be a brand who sends an SMS just after an earthquake, hila ke rakh diya kya? So that also creates a lot of problems. So don't carry it away with the personalization so much that it creates a problem for our customers. Yeah. For you, sorry, not the customers.
Just to, if I could just add on that, even classical marketing, I'm seeing a lot of use of machine learning and predictive models, whether it is churn rate on e-commerce or it is website visits. Just a lot of efficiency, right? Like a lot of predictive modeling and also in segmentation. A/B testing. So suddenly you realize that creative A versus creative B versus creative C. And I think cohorts and segments is a big deal. So we're getting a lot of learning from just media efficiency and tracking for the consumer versus just going to track. So that's another point just to add to what you were saying.
Yeah, I agree. You can actually control a lot of control group segmentation and the target group segmentation, and you can actually create a lot of measurements, almost 8 measurements, which you can do within a month. In itself, give you much more efficiency. And trust me, we are a bootstrap brand. We are the largest bootstrap brand now in India. And how we made our, how to make sure that there's no spray and pray practice. There's just, you have this much money, you have to get ROI out of it or maintain the ACOS out of it. So that creates a lot of experimentation.
We're getting there. Yeah. CPG, we're getting there.
Yeah, so I think that's the power of technology. It allows you to shorten the process. It allows you to test many things together. It allows you to do things more quickly, be more agile in that sense. And that is the expectation of the consumer. But I think if I was to look at myself as a consumer, and you want everything to be completely hassle-free. I see something, I want to go out and buy it right now from the retail, but I don't get the price. I want to immediately check on 3 marketplaces, and I want to get a customized message saying, now you've got it, Aditi. So that is still not there, because that's where the consumer sort of wants to go. I don't want to spend time in a lot of these hassle things. All the things that you all are doing to reach me, to tell me, that's still not my interest. I just want to get where I'm going. How do you see that panning out? I think I would like all of you to react to that. How do you see that coming up?
So, personally, I while I'm such a big fan of tech and using, technology to do a lot of media work, to do everything, right? I personally feel that there still should be some element which should be manual in nature, right? I mean that's me. There is something that also, to the point, scares me of where we are moving, right? Because looking at my kids and how their behavior is changing, I think I'm pretty happy with how technology has, made my life simpler. Maybe a few things here and there can improve, but we are moving into a zone where it is, for example, metaverse. I mean, that's one thing. It kind of, again, like Chat GPT, it was a buzzword about 6-7 months back. Now it is, but eventually it is going to take shape in some form or the other. There are such events that we are doing right now. Perhaps will be done in a metaverse. You can do a lot of things. You can create your online stores metaverse. You can in a metaverse. You can go wearing your Oculus headset. You can experience those products there, right? You can experience it online, purchase it offline, or get the the fulfillment offline. But to what extent are we going to use technology, right? And I feel that, and I think it's a generational thing. Every generation thinks the same about the generation before them. I feel today kids are like, they don't want to play so much. They are so much, glued to technology. The way of picking up technology is so much faster. But it is, again, it's a very thin line of how much can we want to, like you like the example that you gave, that you would want to have, like research about a product and then quickly find out three things.
Actually, no, as you're talking,
Yeah.
I'm thinking it's too complicated still. Soon I want that, just now, like sitting here, I want a cup of coffee. You should be able to figure it out, right? You should know, I'm thinking of a cup of coffee. It should come.
It's
So, no, but like if you really think of seamless consumer journeys, that's where ideally a consumer would want to be. I've thought of something and it should come. So I know technology or many things, there's still a long way to go. But
Yeah.
the question is that the way we are thinking? Is that the way we are looking as marketeers to make that kind of a delight possible?
We are in such a dynamic environment. I mean, definitely we're moving in that direction, Aditi. I feel that, and if you ask me this question, that where will you see yourself 5 years from now in terms of how much of advancement would have happened, I don't have an answer, because how the way things have shaped up in the last 3 years, I never thought about it. While it was moving at a very rapid pace, it is still beyond my comprehension, to be honest. But yes, technology can be used. There are a lot of things that we can use in terms of understanding our customers better, and how do we develop an emotional connect with our customer, right? We understand, I think, between customer expectation, customer experience, personalization, and then using technology to deliver this entire, all these pieces together. I think that's very, very important. But to what extent, again, it is very, it depends from person to person. But yeah, I think we are moving in the right direction, but very fast also.
Okay. What do you think? I mean, starting from this whole discussion we were having a short while ago, saying actually nobody really thinks they want a candy. So
yeah, I'll just move a bit out of candy, and I'll pull from a point that Sagar just made, which is about what the customer wants. And I think everything that we do, heart of it is the consumer, right?
Yeah.
So it's very important to first understand what are the triggers, barriers, motivators for a consumer. For instance, the path of resistance in retail happens to be, I don't want to try on, right? I don't want to go to the trial room, try on.
Yeah.
Lenskart figured this long back. There are people, they figured in a study, that are also conscious about putting shades because they look odd sometimes. If there can be predisposition, sitting in your home, if you can figure 1,000 kind of lenses or let's say frames, you already know you want to try 2 or 3. One, you save time. So what you've done is, it's not just fitting technology. You first figured what the consumer needs. Is there a technology that can address that? Because the path of resistance was, I don't want to try. I don't want to go to a Zara trial room, there's a queue, and try so many things. Imagine if there's a way in your own house, you can put on a coat or a jacket and see how you look, right? So what you've done is you've saved time, have added technologies, added value to you. You've gone to Zara, you already know what you want to wear, and now you've done a physical trial. Or if you're just in the corridor of an ambience mall or whichever mall it may be, in a show window, while you're crossing, there's a screen. If there's something which you see, normally we cross and we do window shopping, we just see, right? We don't even go inside. If on a screen, while you're passing, it could be on you, it could be draped on you, right? How easy would it be?
Yes.
So if we're gonna do that, is just or let's say the digital tattoo that I spoke about. The path of resistance for a tattoo studio is you can't decide what you want because of the nature of the tattoo. It's so permanent, right? Imagine if I could give you your own tattoo designing tool, and you put it on yourself at any part of your body, and you see long shots, side angles, every corner of how it'll look, right? All you have to do is then you're predisposed, you've bought into what design, where you want it, how big it should be, you've already seen it, you visualize the purchase already, right? And you just go and buy it. If technology does that to you, it makes sense. But if I'm just going to use technology for the sake of it, it's trouble.
Absolutely. What do you think, Shantanu?
I think over the time, after experimentation, something which we understood, it will always be 80% human, and there will be 20% human-like AI. So it will be a hybrid system rather than completely relying on AI, whether it is conversational commerce, you say, or even in the chat. There will be, initially, there could be a bot coming in and saying, hey, hello, this is your problem, this is what it looks like. Okay, let me transfer it to Neha, she's going to take care about. And then the real human comes into the play. That mix will really work well still. That adaptation is still, I mean, it's too far right now for actually coming in. Confession to make, before coming over here, I used ChatGPT to talk, what are the talk points which I need to have.
Nice. So already adoption is there. We are already checking it out.
And you've said everything but what you read on the chat GPT.
Exactly.
That's the human part.
So that's the human part.
Yeah. So that's the human part. So lovely. I think what you said is right, that eventually it will all boil down to the consumer. What does he or she want, and how can we really use technology in a safe, in a secure way to enable that experience, which drives business, which drives credibility for brands, and therefore is going to be powerful for the future.
Aditi, if I could just add, there is a flip side. If you don't, one, you don't give consumer what the consumer gets somewhere else. And from the company side, that's a concern because you fall back, right? So you have to use enough of technology, but not do it for the sake of it, like I said.
Yeah, so I think if we keep at the back of our mind that technology is an enabler, and you know, that's the theme all of us were discussing, that technology, end of the day, is an enabler to deliver something you want to do for something which a consumer wants. So as long as we keep that at the back of our minds, I think we'll go a good way. Yeah. I think anything else you guys would like to sort of share with the room in terms of your broad thoughts on what is the next big thing which is going to come? Which area?
I could probably go with a little bit of what Elon Musk said. He said he's not worried about the pandemic. He's not worried about global warming. His biggest fear is AI will take over the human race. And now with ChatGPT and likes of what's happening, whether it's the death knell for the copywriter or whatever it is, you can see a bit of that is happening, not because they will take over humans, but humans will become slower and dumber if everything we go to AI for, right? So that is one other aspect. And AI could just suddenly live one of our worst horrors of a sci-fi movie. So now when he said that, it's replaying and maybe it's making just a bit more sense than it did. So interesting times ahead. Let's wait, watch, learn, and see how this goes.
So I don't know how many of you would have seen, but about 10 years back, there was this whole story about how Google has led to rewiring of the brain. Because before that, everything had to be learned, everything had to be in your head. And now suddenly things don't have to be in your head because you don't need to remember. You can actually find whatever you want to find. The challenge is, what is the question you need to ask?
Our cognitive skills are going for a toss in a big way. You know, interesting thing with ChatGPT, it has brought back Bing back in business. You know,
Yes.
like none of us would thought that it is Google could ever be challenged, but it's as it is turning out to be. ChatGPT has integrated with Bing, and it's being used in a different way,
Yes.
and it is essentially Google which is feeling the heat, the maximum with this entire ChatGPT thing, because majority of their business is with search.
That's right.
Of course, there are other businesses, YouTube and advertising and everything that adds on to it. But interesting times ahead. I'm really reading every day on Twitter to go and see what's Google. And they did something. They failed miserably. Their stocks went down, crashed down. But I think it's going to be
Every
very
day is a
interesting.
new day.
It's very.
What do you think, Shantanu? What's the big new thing?
I think just stay updated on LinkedIn. You will keep getting updates. It will be a new surprise every day.
Yeah.
So
My question is,
what's
LinkedIn
coming next,
going to be the platform? Maybe LinkedIn will no longer be the platform.
No. So
You think will
what
be-
I'm trying to say is, even ChatGPT don't know
Uh-huh.
what is the next thing which gonna come. I asked.
Uh-huh.
So now something which I would say for all the brands, which one of the thing Akshay told, you should have a certain percentage always to try and test whatever new coming up. So I think one, the customer expectation, and then you try to do these trials. That's more important. With brands like us, it becomes little more easy because we have born and brought up in such ecosystem where we keep on doing such trials and still experimenting and learning a lot more right now.
So rather than having a one final big plan, it will be a series of test, learn,
Correct.
scale, test, learn,
I think
scale.
that's how the growth happens. Yeah.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank
Thanks
you.
a lot.
Thank you guys.
That was quite an engaging and interactive panel discussion. Once again, can we have a big round of applause for our panelists? Thank you so much, for sharing futuristic technologies with us. And now let's take this further. Ladies and gentlemen, we have amongst us Mr. Shashank Srivastava, Executive Director, Marketing and Sales, Maruti Suzuki, India. Well, adoption of futuristic technology and other opportunities. Can we have you, sir? Hi, good afternoon, welcome.
On करना. I keep it like this. Is this okay? Okay. So good afternoon, everyone. So it's a pleasure to be part of this CMO Charcha today, and I would like to thank Vijaya for this opportunity to share my thoughts at this forum centered around the adoption of futuristic technologies and other opportunities. So let me delve straight away into some of the marketing techniques which are embraced by Maruti Suzuki to stay ahead of the curve, as we say. First of all, we all know, of course, that the marketing world is undergoing a transformation driven by a lot of data and the rapid development of AI and ML, which are building blocks for any futuristic technology. So we at Maruti Suzuki have actually taken many steps for this domain. We have mapped the customer journey and we have found that there are actually, for car buying, there are 26 touch points a consumer goes through, from finding about the customer, from finding about the car, going to some websites, doing some comparison with other models, visiting showroom and so on. So there are 26 touch points, out of which 24 touch points are digitalized, which means that this is a big opportunity for us at every touch point to know more about the customer, but also offer personalized experience using analytic tools and new technology solutions. I'll give you some examples as we go on. We have about 8,500 plus assets in our digital ecosystem, which comprises both of websites as well as social media. We are also utilizing social media listening tool across about 5,500 social media pages for monitoring and also listening purposes. We are also using digital experience software for content management and personalization capability on about 2,500 plus websites. We have developed many systems based on AI, ML technologies to bring value to our customers, and I like to present some of them. First is the Suzuki Connect. It's a vehicle monitoring feature in the form of telematics. Some of you must be using it. A lot of cars today have this connected features. It basically helps us in predictive analytics, which enables the system to read through driver behavior and patterns, and it helps to promote road safety. The driver can be told whether he's distracted or drowsy. You can also have predictive servicing because you know exactly the vehicle parameters. On an online basis, it's like in real time. We also use it for true value pricing, which is our used car pricing engine, basically selling your old Maruti Suzuki. And it has now become easier with our pricing engine, and because it predicts an estimated value of the car. With this, we are able to bring in a more structured and a much more competitive pricing to our consumers. And of course, we have the conversational voice bot. I don't know whether many of you would have experienced for both incoming, outgoing consumer calls, interactive chat bot for website visitors, tools that offer a more natural sort of customer experience through chat and conversation. And they are, as you know, ever evolving in nature. To further enhance our consumer experience, we have embedded intuitive nudges such as product and service recommendation throughout our website. We must also talk about how it all started. In 2015-16, we implemented projects with our 3D immersion technology on the websites of Nexa, which is our more premium channel. And that was well ahead of the times we felt. But it has actually, over the last few years, become really, the field has developed so much that we are now trying to keep pace with all the changes. In fact, it was so useful to the dealers that in 2017, we released a similar configurator for our Arena channel, where many of the other vehicles of our brand sell. On the whole, the use of this innovation was helpful because for our sales team, it helped them in car demonstration and in fact predicting a little bit about the requirement for accessories, MGA and so on. So today, with the making of the metaverse, this has been taken into the Nexaverse and also Arenaverse, which is our digital showrooms in the metaverse. And we are proud to be at the forefront of this metaverse revolution, exploring new ways for customers to engage with our brand and experience our products. And the results speak for themselves. In fact, when we launched the Grand Vitara on the Nexaverse, the response we got was overwhelming. We received 55,000 bookings before the car was before we had even put the cars in the showroom, without actually physically seeing the car, because they saw it on the verse. This year, Maruti Suzuki's Pavilion at the Auto Expo, which was conducted last month, was parallelly present in the metaverse. We called it the Expoverse. And we witnessed traffic close to 1.5 lakh visitors on the Expoverse. Remember, the total visitors for the Auto Expo was 6.4 lakhs. So 1.5 was actually on Expoverse, where people who could not physically visit the Auto Expo, they could easily do it with in the comfort of their homes. and they could actually have logged in from web version or via a VR set which available at our showrooms. And now with 5G, our initiatives in the metaverse will be able to improve considerably and with very high speed connectivity, ultra low latency and improved reliability, and of course security. These advancements will revolutionize the metaverse and analytic fields, enabling real-time communication and data exchange and with lightning fast precision. Of course, the driving force behind all this, as you all know, is data. And we all know data is the lifeline of modern world, and in the automotive industry, it is no different. Data is the fuel that powers the analytics engine, and with more data that we have, the more effective and accurate our models have become. In fact, the effectiveness of technologies such as analytics, AI, and ML is directly proportional to the amount of data that we can capture and the techniques we adopt to process and analyze it. And let me tell you that we are collecting data like never before. With our efforts, we are now having a treasure trove of data consisting of 25 million customers, aggregated across 10 lines of business for a period of the last 17 years. So we have sold so far 2.5 crore vehicles. We have data on every customer who has bought the vehicle. And also what we call the SVOV, which is a single view not only of customer, is SVOC, single view of vehicle. So if vehicle has changed hand, if it is sold or resold, we also have the history of everything we know about the vehicle and the consumers who have bought them earlier. And at Maruti Suzuki, data-driven decision is making the norm. Is making the norm actually. It helps build our work culture and also encourages critical thinking and I think curiosity as well. So let me share you some of the upshots on how we are constantly using innovative methods to capture data at Maruti Suzuki and to be ready to use status for future AI ML cases. SVOC I spoke about, it's a system, it's a database that aggregates all transactions, all interactions with customers in a single record. So SVOC is incrementally aggregating and stitching customer data to form a complete picture and be able to uniquely understand how a particular customer moves in the customer journey. Now, I talked about SVOV. We also have the integrated CDP, the customer data platform, to capture digital footprints of customers on our website, social media, engage with them with the knowledge when they visit our showroom. And we are capturing customer transactional data through DMS, in fact, since 2005, and mediums such as call centers, interactional data through our CRM tools and CRM app. And our eCRM has 1 lakh prospects in 2021-22 alone, and the conversion was almost 3%. Once data is stored and captured, its real value begins when we use it to bring out the best business impact and outcomes. So what are those outcomes that we want? So we are aware about the immense value of this data and that we have, and we understand how not only is it important for upsell, cross-sell, etc., but also we have to be it has to be very secure, therefore, because it's related to consumer data. So we have put in many measures such as encryption, secure storage, access controls, and other systems to mitigate the risk of any data breaches for protecting our consumer information. And with that in place, let me explain how Maruti Suzuki is using this data in analytics. So first is, I spoke about, we are using it for customer behavior analytics to gain a deeper understanding of a customer's preferences and needs. I'll give you an example, and I have given this before in other forums as well. There was a customer who bought a WagonR in 2005. It's a hatch. The customer had a daughter who was studying in Maitri College here in Delhi, and in Gargi College in Delhi. And in 2017, our data suggested that she would be just passing out of the college and probably get into employment. So sure enough, we the data through this information, and we approached the customer, and she said that she's not looking at WagonR because her father had bought the WagonR. So she was looking at some other competing product. I will not tell which product, but in any case, we told her that this is the third generation of WagonR, not the one which his father bought, and she can actually have an upper hand on his father if he was to buy the new WagonR. And actually, she did buy the WagonR. And it wouldn't have been possible. It wouldn't have been possible if we had not known from our database that she was actually probably in the age where there are many examples. Therefore, for example, if consumer walks into our showroom, if he has been in an interaction with us before, we would know a lot of things about him. His preferences, which football team he supports, and so on and so forth. For example, I see Atul here. He bought the Grand Vitara recently. He thinks I don't know about it, but I know he has bought the Grand Vitara. I know he has 2 daughters. We have information. If you allow me, I can share some of your information. Yeah. Don't put me under that GDPR laws, man. So his vehicle paths are actually very strange, because he goes to office. He's in Noida, but his vehicle, his Grand Vitara, moves somewhere else. So we are curious. Actually, that Grand Vitara, it's in his name, but it's being used by his wife, I think. Yeah. So yeah. So. And he has 2 daughters, and one of the daughters is in Bombay, and the younger daughter has passed out from the NIFD, and she must be about the age of buying a car. And I know that when he inquired about the car, he actually wanted the Brezza. He has upgraded to a Grand Vitara, but his daughter, who is in Mumbai, actually has got a Hyundai Venue. Yeah. So what do we do? What do we do? He has a Grand Vitara. The one daughter in Mumbai has a Venue. So this daughter, his second daughter, should be, if he buys a car, she must be in that entry SUV category, I feel. We don't know. We are finding about it. Yeah. In any case, I will tell about her after she gives permission for the data, and I'm just telling about your data. So there, it must be a Brezza, I feel, and we must pitch that Brezza to her, I think. And it is also important for cross-selling. For example, if Atul walks into our showroom, and he has a Grand Vitara, if I want to sell accessories to him, I must not sell accessories to him on a day when Manchester United has lost the match, because he's a Manchester United fan. We know that. Yeah. But if he's a Manchester United fan and Manchester is doing well these days in EPL, suppose Manchester United qualifies for the Champions League. They are about there, number 4 or so. Then I better catch him and say, listen, this is you must fit this accessory, you must upgrade and all, and I'm sure he would. But so how does that happen? It happens because you must have enough data about, we talk of personalization all the time, but how do you do personalization if you don't have enough information? You can only have personalization if you have relevant information. For example, one information which is probably relevant, you might be asking, since you are all so much, how does he know about this data and clapping and all that? But he's using a vehicle which is a Mahindra, so I must catch him also, because although in our records it is him owning the Grand Vitara, but we can't miss the opportunity for him to use Maruti Suzuki. And the vehicle which he is using, he better change, and I'm sure he will after, Yes. So I am talking about these insights. And to complement these insights, sorry, Atul, for all this thing. Yeah. Sorry about that. Yeah. This I know you were earlier a Chelsea fan, but after they started losing, he became a Manchester United fan. So we are keeping track of that. To complement these insights, friends, that we arrive at for our customers, we are coupling this with marketing mix analytics. Now, marketing mix analysis is further empowering the organization of our campaigns to reach to the right audience at the right time. We are even using predictive customer churn analytics, and I think the previous group discussion did talk about that, to anticipate customer defection and to take proactive steps to retain them. And of course, we are also utilizing sales and transactional analytics to track trends, forecast future performances, and make informed decisions about our products and services. At Maruti Suzuki, we have established a data-first ecosystem by leveraging systems and platforms to collect lots and lots of data and analyze it. This has allowed us to understand consumers better, and we can also tell you some example like social marketing and sentiment analytics that allows us to better understand and respond to customer needs and preferences. I gave you some examples. And the blend of customer and competitor analytics provides a comprehensive understanding of both internal, This analytics tell me that your clock is running at 2 minutes quicker. So anyway, to understand how the customer feels about the brand and make informed decisions. The third is the image analytics, which helps us measure customer satisfaction and identify areas of improvement, through which we get increased efficiency, enhanced customer experiences, and of course, improved security. But I am talking also of the future, because this is about how you can have opportunities. We have identified some, and I'll tell you. Retina movement. It's an upcoming functionality that will allow drowsiness detection. It will monitor the alertness of the driver. So it monitors the retina as you drive. So if you are distracted or drowsy, or you are having alcohol or some such things, then it will tell you, and you better respond to that beep from which may come from the security. So capturing also the mood of the customer. Now this is very important. We believe we can capture the mood of the customer looking at her or his body language and eye movements. So we are doing a POC on some of our showrooms, where while they browse through the outlet, with their different signals, we can predict the likeliness of him or her buying a specific model. It helps us not only to sell that product, but also to negotiate on the discount, if any. So how likely he's going to buy. And that's going to help us overall. And demand forecasting, of course, consumer scheme optimization I mentioned about. EVs are a good example where, there were, based on media reports, that 2022 EVs will be 20% of the market. Today they are at 1%, even though we are in 2023. We did not subscribe to that view in the industry, that EVs will be 20% by 2022, because our model didn't throw up that. So we have, of course, we have gone into EVs, and we will be introducing our EVs very shortly, but at a time when we believe consumers are, and the overall industry is ready for it. And finally, Maruti Suzuki has a certain level of maturity in adoption of futuristic technology, but as we Japanese say, that it's always a Kaizen process. It's going to get bigger, and we have to be on our toes. The end goal itself will always be evolving. And today, we feel a little more empowered and more secure to have built a robust system for future technology. And we hope that we will continue to be ahead of the curve. So ladies and gentlemen, the future is now. And at Maruti Suzuki, we are leading the charge in automobiles, and hopefully we will be able to deliver the very best to our customers. Thank you very much.
खुले यहाँ नए वही है, सुन ले दिल से हर धड़कन कह रही है, सुन ले दिल से हर धड़कन कह रही, खुले आने जा, जुड़े आने जा, खुले आने जा, जुड़े आने जा, उमंगे उम्मीदें पतंगे परिंदे उड़े, आसमां खुले यहाँ नए जहां जुड़े, यहाँ नए जहां।
सात भाषाएं, 1.5 लाख से अधिक ऐप डाउनलोड, हर महीने 19 शो, 300 से अधिक एपिसोड, 8,500 स्पेशल वीडियोस, 1.5 बिलियन से ज्यादा वीडियो व्यूज। अभी डाउनलोड करें मनी 9 और उठाएं आर्थिक आजादी की ओर पहला कदम। मनी 9 के साथ। मनी 9, आजादी पैसे की।
All right, ladies and gentlemen, once again a big round of applause for Mr. Srivastava. That was a very, very brilliant session, I must say, an eye-opener when it comes to reading our customers, you know, understanding their moods, understanding their needs, understanding their behavior. That definitely, you know, it helps brands to make more informed decision. We can improve our return on investments. That was quite an incredible session. So, ladies and gentlemen, now we'll take this further. We have discussion on new approaches to traditional media spends, maximizing ROIs for brands. Joining us for this session, we have Satyabrata Das, Head Strategic Alliance and Corporate Communications, Lakshya Media Group. He'll be our session chair. Mr. Das, can we have you here on the dais? Can we welcome him with a big hand, ladies and gentlemen? We have with us Ms. Anita Nair, CEO Media Branding and Communication, Patanjali Ayurved. Can we have you, ma'am? Mr. Rajiv Dubey, Head of Media, Dabur. Mr. Sarthak Seth, Chief Sales and Marketing Officer, Tata Realty. Hello. Once again, a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for our panelists. I would request Mr. Das to please take over the session. Thank you.
Check. I mean, I don't know how to take over because Shashank, it is amazing presentation. I was thoroughly looking at how they explore, you know, to go to individual level and understand their entire cycle and then reach out. Brilliant. So, you know, since morning I've been watching all the sessions and I think you know, there are multiple questions that I wanted to ask, but then over the day, there have been people asking the same questions to each other, and then I'm a little confused what to ask these legends. Actually, they're all mavericks in their own way. But then I think between Anita, Rajiv, and Sarthak, they have seen the industry so much that it'll be easy for me. And let me start with Rajiv first. Rajiv, we have seen the world so much, and everybody is now staying in that whole bubble. You know, since morning that's happening because we all stay in that world, and that world is moving in that direction. There is a FOMO where everybody follows that FOMO, and then we don't know what to do. I mean, as far as Dabur is concerned, you've seen that life cycle and how it's panning out for you. Tell me, being a marketer who has seen it grow over a period of time, how do you plan on a mix now? Because it's so challenging with both traditional media and digital media. How do you balance the whole ecosystem?
See, ultimately what matters is business, right?
Correct, absolutely.
So anything which can bring you business is what matters. So it's not about the medium, it's all about the consumer, about the customer. So if a medium is giving you business, helping you do business, that's what matters ultimately. Earlier it was TV, now it is TV plus digital, but ultimately what you're doing is that you're reaching out to consumers through video advertising mostly, top of the funnel. Bottom of the funnel, you're trying to convert the consumers who are already there in that ecosystem. So ultimately, it's all about business, you know. So wherever you find consumers, you'll go with that medium. It's not about one versus the other. It always complements, you know, the both mediums complement each other.
So
Just
many
like-
here would like to know, you know, because there was a time, say, in the early 90s, I mean, we're completely, the trust level with the traditional media was very high. And then all of a sudden, people started writing off print and writing off a bit of some part of television. But then, as a marketer, I mean, what was your thought then? That should I completely go out of print, or should I kind of manage between print, TV, and so? How did you go on that?
So you know, in fact, in terms of trust, I think the print medium still has the highest amount of trust, right?
Correct. Yeah.
And even TV, for that matter. Even you look at new age advertisers, like, you know, if you go and talk to the QSRs, which are, say, limited to fewer cities,
Correct.
and they want to advertise. Ultimately, they want to be on TV. You know, people ultimately want to be on TV so that, you know, the credibility of their advertising is much higher on television. Look at companies like Google. You know, when they make a cell phone and they want to sell the cell phone, where do they go to? They go to newspaper to sell the cell phones. Why don't
Correct,
they advertise
correct.
on their own platform, which is supposedly the biggest in the country and the whole world? So why they do is because the trust, right? Trust.
Correct, absolutely, yeah.
Trust still, I mean, in terms of trust in the traditional media is still there. It's not gone away anywhere. Just that there are other options available which are more targeted and more focused towards the consumer. So that is welcome too.
Anita, you are someone who has seen both the side of the spectrum, and for a long time. So now it's pretty challenging for you, because you have actually at a point of time vouching by traditional media, and then all of a sudden there's a whole garage of digital media coming. So at Patanjali, which is completely, I see a lot of you using a lot of traditional media. How do you try to balance it?
You know, I think it's interesting to see how the landscape is changing. So I'll just take 2 seconds
Yeah,
to...
please. You know, a lot of them would like to know how, you know, agency perspective, coming into a brand, you know, you're the best person to tell that actually.
Not sure about that, but yeah, I think the perspectives have been very different, you know. One has evolved. So I have about 3 decades of experience in the industry, and, you know, we used to plan only with Doordarshan. So I've seen the transition from Doordarshan to OTT. I've seen the transition from typewriters to today, you know, smartphones. So there have been a lot of blocks in between, and we, as marketers or advertisers, have always tried to adapt to those situations. Because if we are not adapting to those situations, we will lose our relevance to the most important pillar, which is our consumers. As Rajiv rightfully said, I mean, finally it is the consumer whom we are trying to reach out, and he's the one or she's the one who's going to buy. Right? So to us, business, conversion, sales is what is extremely important. So in a country like India, and let me talk in this perspective, because, you know, in the West, situation is very different. I mean, no longer newspapers, so to say, get printed in lakhs of copies the way they do here. Or no longer you have, you know, 900 plus channels in various genres that happen only in a country like India. So I think there's a healthy combination of various media, because each one has a role to play. Each one has a very different attribute that it contributes, you know, for a brand. And it depends on the objective of the brand, apart from sales, I'm saying, because, you know, like, reach becomes extremely important. That is why people today are still on traditional television media. We all know the reach of digital. We are not denying that. We know geo-targeting can happen on digital, so we are not wasting money. You know, we know exactly, you know, what audience to reach. But if you are talking about mass reach, and specifically for brands like maybe a Patanjali or a Dabur, you know, where the reach is very, very important, then television becomes important. You know?
Absolutely.
So the message that is going out today, we're talking about videos. So we are saying we are screen agnostic, right?
Correct, correct.
So whether that video goes on TV, whether it goes on digital, you see it on YouTube, you see it on Facebook, wherever you do, I think the consumption of video is increasing, you know. We are not untouched by the ad frauds that are happening. So,
Correct,
you know, trust of the medium comes in there. However, digital, because of its measurement, accountability, focus targeting, I think becomes an important medium to that extent, because we know that we know where our money is going, right?
Correct.
Which probably is not as much in the case of a print or a television, but both in print and television, you cannot deny those features. So I think it's a symbiotic relationship between all media. I mean, today even outdoor is playing a huge role, right?
Yeah.
I mean, radio is has become so interactive that you no more want to look at radio for 30-second jingles, but you're talking, the RJs are kind of, behaving as influencers for you and using the medium in that way. So I personally think that each medium has an attribute and the requirement of that, whatever is filled in by that attribute, makes you choose that medium as a marketer, and it's a healthy combination. So to me, television is not going where as far as our country is concerned, as far, for another 10 years or so. Digital, you were talking about FOMO, right? I think when digital happened, everybody jumped onto the bandwagon saying, I'm doing digital, without even realizing where the money is going, right?
Absolutely, yeah.
Now you will find that in the last 2 years, digital is not growing at that fast pace that it was earlier, because now everything is becoming measurable. You're asking for ROIs for everything.
Absolutely,
So essentially, for any marketer, I think it is very important to understand as to how is he capturing his audience. And once that happens, I think automatically with personalization and various other things that we've been talking about.
So do you think Patanjali would do a split where you have products which is, say, going out to a 16-year-old or whatever? So do you use a bit of digital there, or how do you do it? Or you still
I think for younger audiences, digital has a lot of relevance. So
you still use it, right?
Yes, of course. So there are, brands where the audience is younger, and there we definitely do digital. I mean, there are brands which are only D2C. And there are also brands which are only television and print.
Absolutely, yeah.
So I think it's a healthy combination. And strategies get defined accordingly.
Okay.
Thanks.
Sarthak, I think you are someone who has built multiple amazing brands, from, I think, LG to Panasonic. You did some fabulous work that I know personally. Now coming to Tata Realty, where, say, for instance, I'm buying a house. So what do you look at me, in terms of, because I can't go to digital and decide on how to buy a house. And, or for instance, you can be a top of mind recall if you're coming on television. Maybe outdoor is an amazing medium for real estate player. I mean, people who are there, I'm seeing that. I mean, major spenders and outdoor. So what kind of mix do you look at? I mean, is it a combination of digital and traditional, or how do you plan your mix?
Well, Satya, yes. You have to really look onto a mix, because one medium, I don't think so that it's actually going to do justice to a brand. And even from a consumer standpoint, because consumers really look forward in terms of various sets of communication. Outdoor does a different purpose as compared to digital, as compared to television or radio. I think Anita really summed it up quite well. But yes, if I look onto from a FMCD brand to a real estate brand, it's a very different ballgame altogether, because yes, digital plays an important role for us. And I would say, if I just step back into those last couple of years, last 3 years since the COVID started, so everybody was onto digital. And I still remember that, okay, next 30 odd days, as soon as the first lockdown happened, how all the assets have to be converted into a digital version so that you are able to reach out to your audiences. But again, while you look into a digital piece, we are into real estate. Nobody is really going to buy only seeing digital. Everybody is like, okay, I want to really check out the product myself. I have to be there at the site, whether it is like, whether you're going to launch it or whether it is ready to move in inventory whatsoever. Still, you want to go check it out. So I would say phygital is the word for us.
Yeah.
So whatever we do on digital, but phygital is there. Secondly, in case of real estate, I think it is very much micro-market centric. And when I say micro-market centric, we might not be doing so much of television, because yes, we don't really want to reach out to the audiences across India, because I know that, okay, almost 70 to 75% of my consumption is going to happen in that 8 or 10 kilometer radius of a project. So that is where I think outdoors really play a very important role. I would say radio also plays an important role for us. So we have to really look forward to a mix. But if I have to really reach out to those audiences from an NRI perspective, I think digital is right over there.
Brilliant, yeah.
So we have to actually do a perfect mix of each of these mediums.
So yeah, I mean, I see in terms of real estate, I see a lot of people reaching out to me through digital, but I would not definitely, I mean, I will explore, but I will not it doesn't satisfy my attribution. I mean, I'll not go and buy.
Yeah.
So in terms of the funnel, in terms of the attribution funnel, how do you ensure that the person comes and buys your product? I mean, what's that?
So I think as soon as, if you are seeing my ad on digital, and if by any chance, if you're actually filling up a lead, so we know that, okay, you are interested, immediately the call center actually calls you. We give you that, okay, what the project is all about. We give you a summary. We also check onto your budget. What's the configuration, what you're looking on to, wherein we say that, okay, yes, you are somebody who's much interested into the product. Immediately, once we qualify you, immediately the team is going to actually reach out to you. They're going to give you more details. A lot of times nowadays, what we have started to do is e-meetings before even you are coming physically to the project. If you say that, okay, I might take some time, and if you say that, okay, yes, I'm happy to do an e-meeting with you, we might do an e-meeting with you, give more details on the project. We might actually take you through some of our video contents and other things. Obviously, you as a consumer is going to step onto, I would say, the project. You will see the project. That is where I think the real sales really starts, wherein we have to convince you that, okay, what is better on my project, what is the differentiated thing, how I'm better from my competition, what my brand is offering. So there are a lot of things. And while I would say the gentleman from Maruti, I'm forgetting his name, he said there's Shashank. So he said that, okay, 25, 26 touch points. In our case, believe me, it is 46 points what we have identified through a consumer journey. On each of these points, we are actually doing a rigorous NPS for us to really ensure that, yes, we are right over there. So we really decode the consumer journey into these 46 touch points and say that, okay, this is how we have to sell it.
Okay. Rajiv, and this to Rajiv. Rajiv, do you use any kind of algorithms or any kind of AI/ML to understand? Say, for instance, I am a Chyawanprash consumer. So, do you have, like Shashank was saying, do you go to that level of understanding in terms of tech that this is the market which is using a lot of Chyawanprash, or how do you reach out to them apart from your traditional media planning?
So, e-commerce has taught us a lot of things. What happened in 2020 was that, certainly, we couldn't go to the market to sell and to have the fulfillment done, etc. And our e-commerce journey had started about a year before that. And the industry was at about 1% of the total sales, out of the total sales, 1% used to come from e-commerce at that point of time. So we very quickly adopted, and we used to have...
This was what, 3-4 years back?
Just exactly 3 years back, less than 3 years back, in fact.
I'm just pre-COVID or something.
During the COVID time, in fact. Okay. So we used to have an external agency who used to sit in our office and used to advise us on things to be done. So we fired the team. Okay, we got our own team together, put together a team of about 30, 40 people, specialists in this particular business, because we ourselves didn't understand this business so well. And very quickly, we started adopting to the need, the consumer journey, the way, say, a car company would do. And today, out of our business, 9% of business comes from D2C and from e-commerce, which is massive. Which is brilliant, actually. Built in just about 24 months, started off, and so yes, we have used all the technologies, and we understand our consumers much better, and we have mapped the journey the way it should be. But like the way Shashank was explaining that, about Atul, that, know so much, we don't know about consumers so much detail. We hope that we do it someday. But yes, we are still, we are pretty much ahead of the curve, I would say.
Yeah, brilliant. So another question which I personally wanted to ask you, because Rajiv, I've seen you from early 90s. Tell me, when those days when a print guy used to come, and used to be very, because there was no other mediums as such. Currently, when a print or a TV, you are still doing a lot of things. Currently, when a print guy comes to you and tries to, sell you, so how do you react to that person? Because it's very interesting. A lot of people would like to know, because, people say print has gone down.
No,
Or-
I don't trust that. Okay, I don't think the print has gone down. Print has proportionately is not as big as say, digital today, but it is growing. The circulation did go down during the pandemic time. It is gone up to a level of 85 to 90% of what used to be pre-pandemic. People's habits change, etc., etc. But still very relevant medium. In fact, yesterday I was reading an interview by Girish Agarwal. He said that January he had a double-digit growth, and they all have come back to say the pre-COVID levels, so as to say. So there's been struggle for the industry, coupled with increase in the newsprint prices. So the industry is struggling because of a lot of such issues. They themselves don't want to increase the circulation because it's going to end up making losses. The cover price of newspapers has not gone up from say 2 rupees, 3 rupees, more than that. I personally buy 5 newspapers at home and 2 in office, pay for it myself, as solidarity towards the industry. And imagine the kind of bill I get, just about all these 7 papers put together is not more than 1,000 rupees a month. You know,
reading should continue and print
so
will
you
do,
know,
yeah.
so I love newspapers. Personally, I love it, and because of which I would continue supporting the medium. And similarly, you know, I hope same thing doesn't happen to TV. I think consolidation is likely to happen in television because there are like lots of channels which will probably close down this year because of there's too much of supply of in certain genres. But the bigger ones will survive, and I think consolidation will happen. That's
Correct,
about
correct.
the traditional.
Anita, I want to ask you something in the industry perspective, not your brand, but because you've seen it all in your life. So tell me, do you think the digital monies which are being so is it? Do you think it's an incremental money, or it's a part of the revenue which has been taken out of print, TV, and or outdoor or all other mediums, or you think that a portion of it has gone?
See, I think there are budgets which are allocated, any marketing budget that is allocated, and one needs to play the game within the allocated budgets. So I wouldn't say that digital has got an incremental thing because you're playing within the same pie, but it's got a certain share, for sure. You know, and going back to what Sarthak was mentioning, the whole mix that we are talking about is also category related. For example, he spoke about, you know, real estate, where lot of use of print, physical, as well as radio, for example. You know, real estate guys use or a lot of radio as well. So I think you have to play within the same pie, and depending on what you want to do as a brand, in terms of reaching the consumer and in terms of finally resulting in business, is how you choose that mix.
Correct,
so there are
correct.
D2C brands, for example, or you know, digital first brands. They haven't used any other medium. They're just on digital. For them, X crores of rupees of budget is only being spent on digital. So for them, it is neither detrimental nor incremental.
Correct,
yeah?
correct.
But for other brands which were not using digital and which have now tasted the value of digital and what it brings to the table, I think there the budgets are being rotated. So supposing in print, for example, when the you know, the circulations went down and print went down, automatically the monies went to digital because it was, you know, those 2 years were when digital was really at its peak. And yes, print is, I completely agree, staging a comeback. Yes, there's stagnation in English, but I think regional is doing fairly well. And everybody in the Vanak and regional are talking about going back to 90% of pre-COVID levels. Absolutely. Yeah, so I think as marketers, I don't think we should, you know, write off anything, because you never know what medium.
That's a brilliant line, actually.
Yeah.
We shouldn't write off anything.
Yeah, so you never know what you need to use. I mean, today, while Shashank was talking about 26 points and you're talking about 46 points in the user journey, Maruti launches on newspapers. Any new model, you know, that is launched is on newspapers. In spite of knowing so much about Atul, yeah, he still uses a newspaper full page ad to launch a Grand Vitara or whatever, because of the belief on what that medium is bringing to the table for the category that he's operating in. Yeah, so I think you have to play within the budgets. I don't think budgets will ever be incremental, because marketers, after recession, after COVID, have also started to live with the fact that, you know, you can operate with lower budgets.
Absolutely, yeah.
You know, so that's how you fit the bill, really.
Sarthak, taking it from, so tell me, for brands, we're doing only digital first. Do you think brands can only survive on digital first, or do you think they have for impact, they have to take traditional media like in print or outdoor? Because I'm seeing all the big brands in the world, whether it is Netflix, with Amazon Prime, or it is Google, they are big time in outdoor. You know, if you go to US, you go to any other place, they're big time on, and in fact, Netflix has bought outdoor companies.
So two things. I would say outdoor is something which is very underrated in our country. I would say that because the way the industry operates in our country.
It's not sexy.
So yeah, you can say that it's like quote unquote. People actually don't find it sexy, but as soon as you really go to Dubai, you see the sizes, the way they've done it. You're like, oh, I have to be on this medium. This is the place I really need to be. Or even for that matter, some place in US.
All airports.
Airports, it's like, it's fantastic as a medium. And I would say like now the digital out of home, it is really going to, I would say it's going to give you more ROIs, because then you can really plan your creatives. You can say that, okay, during different periods of a day, you can actually run various different ads and whatnot you can actually do. You don't have to really worry about that, okay, if a flex is torn, then what is going to happen? So that's one side of it. While we're speaking about outdoors, the other side, what you asked was, sorry, can you repeat that?
No, I was saying, can they only launch in a digital first?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, coming back to the brands. So again, it's all about what is the revenue a brand is earning, what sort of reach the brand is really want to create. So let's take an example, like a boat, for example. When they started small. They really wanted to reach out to their audiences. They said, okay, digital might be the first way. But now, when they have really made it big, so you have seen a front page Times of India ad. So obviously, the brands also look in terms of the impact, I would say, a print is really going to create for them. Or for that matter, when Amazon or Flipkart was actually wanting to make it big in India, though both of them are like completely e-commerce brand. Everybody knows if you have to go to Amazon, this app, okay, but still Amazon was investing almost close to about 200, 300 crores on television.
Absolutely.
Because they really wanted to be make it big. Or even today also, it's like if it's a Great India Festival sale, the first thing what they do is it's a front page ad what they're actually doing. So
Correct.
It might be a digital first brand, but again, the thing is that, okay, if you're wanting to reach out to the higher number of audiences, what sort of, I would say the reach awareness, what you really want to create for your brand, you have to have a mix. And you have to go back to a traditional medium to really say that, okay, this medium is going to give me that incremental reach.
So Sarthak, you have projects in multiple places in the country, okay. So can you use a traditional medium and mix digital medium with it and go hyper-local? For instance, you have a project coming up in, say, Orissa, Bhubaneswar. How do you plan for that? Do you geofence that place, you go hyper-local, what are your...
Yeah, like the way I said initially also, it's like we have to play with all the mediums. So obviously for Bhubaneswar, I won't look forward to a television as such. But yes, we do have our own databases, because it's like in Bhubaneswar, it's going to be phase 3. So I already have a certain database during the first 2 phases. So in case of real estate, it is very interesting. I would say referral loyalty actually contributes to almost close to about 10 to 15% of your sale. That is the first thing itself, that, okay, if you've got your database, you can still reach on that database. That is one. Secondly, to really do and go and do I would say a digital, you will start rolling your ads and everything. But yes, first impact, it has to be a print, because that is where you are actually going to reach out to the entire city. You say that, okay, yes, this is where we are. You are announcing yourselves. You are really creating that sort of impact. You know that, okay, you have to bombard that entire micro market with your outdoors, because that is where people are going to really cross. They are going to see that, okay, something big is coming up. And then subsequently, like for a launch, I would say my digital monies is not going to comprise of more than, I would say 20-25% of the entire budget. But post the launch, I would say when I'm into a sustenance phase, probably digital is going to contribute to 50%, because then I really don't want to go in for every week full front pages ad or like 30-40 hoardings in the entire micro market. So the mix actually changed over a period of time.
Okay, brilliant. I think in the whole day, one thing which is not touched, which I personally feel is working really good, is called the creators economy and the influencer market. I think over a period of time, I mean, the whole day, nobody touched upon that. Rajiv, tell me, I mean, as Dabur, as a brand, do you look at, influencer marketing, organic influencer marketing and the creator economy? Do you get into that space?
Absolutely. In fact, as a company, I mean, we have like all kinds of products, like from oral care, hair care, skin care, home care, health care, all these products sell in different geographies, and we need different kinds of influencers in each market. So starting from, say, a big influencer like Amitabh Bachchan, Akshay Kumar, Kareena Kapoor, to say a mid-level like TV stars, etc., to small influencers like which are like known very locally in a geography, to a nano influencer. In a year, approximately last year, we used over 6,000 influencers all put together. Who created like different creatives and different kind of content across different geographies. 6,000 last year.
Wow.
And this year number is
still
still
not paid influencers.
Paid, paisa de karke.
Wow.
So,
I want to become an
so
influencer.
6,000 influencers we used last year, all put together. But imagine, the cost for the biggest one would be equal to probably all of them put together. But unlike Patanjali, we don't have the influencer. We have to use 6,000 of them, which is equal to what Patanjali uses. So they have Swami
You don't
Ramdev.
need to pay oodles of money.
It doesn't have to pay. Don't have to pay, and so we have to use, and it's been very successful because it leads to a lot of word of mouth. Leads to, I mean, you can be sure of what you're buying. People do look at influencers to get a conviction in whatever they're buying. It really helps.
I wanted to ask you this question because next I'll ask her. No, I think people should know. Tell me, Anita, have you ever tried to convince your boss that we also need some other influencer than you?
When you have the biggest influencer on your side, who would dare to do that? So the answer is no. Yeah.
Okay.
But coming back to influencer marketing, I think advertising is a lot of herd mentality as well. While everybody is using influencers, I think the influencer marketing strategy needs to be very well thought through and
Please
should run synergies with the brand. It cannot be just herd mentality that anybody and anyone, can. I mean, Rajiv can't, for example, influence a hair oil, right? So the question is that your brands have to fit those. No offense meant, Rajiv. Yeah, so
he looks more handsome without hairs. Trust me.
Absolutely, I agree with you. So I'm just saying that the influencer marketing strategies also have to be well thought through. You can't just force fit an influencer just because he's got or she's got millions of followers. I think many brands are not really doing that thinking right, because you'll find very irrelevant brands being promoted by irrelevant influencers just because they've got millions of followers on them. Yes, influencer marketing makes a lot of difference. And I mean, today what we call influencer marketing is what we used to call endorsements earlier.
Absolutely,
right?
yeah.
So in traditional language, it's always been celebrity endorsements. But what is important today is, and which is where I think one needs to really pay attention, is the proliferation of influencers in regional markets. The nano or the micro influencers who are coming on board, because to serve a regional market, it becomes very important to look at those influencers because of their their sync with the audiences in those markets. So I think those strategies work quite brilliantly. We've also used a few nano and micro influencers and reaped some good commerce out of them. So like any other medium that you're talking about, brand strategies need to be thought through with that medium as well.
I think you have used reality shows really well, I would say. And then your engagement in reality shows have been really well.
Huge, yes, yes.
Okay. Now, Anita, tell me, in terms of, because a lot of people who are in planning and buying would be watching this or will watch this because we're one of the best panels today. Tell me, what do you have to tell a new age buyer or planner as to in terms of what kind of mix will he look at when he's planning his media mix for a client? Because you've also seen that side of the.
So, I mean, I touched upon that in the earlier conversation that we had. Firstly, not to put blinkers, because very often if everybody is talking about digital, people will only go after digital. And, digital is a very abused word.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Because there is so much happening in digital. There's performance, there's social, there is your regular display advertising, there's branding, there's search, there's tech, there's MarTech, there are various kind of techs happening. So that also, we all very loosely say, digital kar lete hain. That kind of a thing.
Correct.
But I think what is important within the digital piece, whether it's e-commerce or D2C or whatever you're talking about, that also becomes extremely important. So first thing is that don't use blinkers. Like I said, don't write off any medium. And I think it's important to be true to what the brand needs to reach the consumers.
Correct. Yeah.
I think we are somewhere the new age guys probably either I don't know whether it's lack of knowledge or not, because I remember we were caned by Rhoda Mehta, who's the
brilliant name. Big round of applause for Rhoda Mehta, man.
Yeah, she's been the mother of media planning in India.
Absolutely.
I have trained under her, and she used to tell us, go to the market, go understand your consumer. What are you doing sitting here? And she would just randomly come to the room and say, Acha, daily Thanti, how many editions? So somebody would say 13, rattle off. So Tiruvananthapuram, this, that. And today, I mean, it's so sad that when you go to planners and they say, Acha, Thanti? What Thanti?
I mean, I absolutely buy it.
So it's a little sad situation. Again, no offense meant. But I think, it's important to be very close to your consumer, understand them well, only once you know the consumer, and which we today say, follow the consumer journey. Connect them with the various touch points. These are all new words to understanding your consumer. So that is very important, because only when you do that, automatically the medium will fall into place. You don't need to really say, oh, should I use 20% in print, 30 in television, 60 in digital? Doesn't work like that.
I completely resonate with what she's saying, because we all have seen it. Rajiv, now, when I remember I going to one of your competitor brands called Baidyanath long back in the early 90s when I launched ETV. I was sitting with the proprietor, founder, and then, as usual, television, this, that, buy this spot and all that stuff. All of a sudden, he calls all his dealers and distributors to the same room, and his sales team. And else, अच्छा आप ये program देखते हो, आप ये channel देखते हो, आप ये करते हो, वो करते हो, because ultimately he's going to ask them and he'll take their yes. So, and that was his way he used to judge and plan and stuff. Tell me, from those days to today, what things have changed with founders, because you work closely with founders?
Nothing has changed. So we ourselves, what we do is that we every quarter we have a survey.
Yeah.
We go to about 3,000 to 4,000 people across the country, and we get to know their preferences. At times what happens is that you find some outliers in the BARC report, and those outliers get thrown out of the mix, the moment you go to your distributors and dealers. And so we don't go to distributors only because it becomes very, very skewed towards male and, towards one community, etc. So we'd like to speak to their wives or say sales officers who are very local.
You do that?
Yeah, we do that. As of now, also we are undergoing a survey right now, and it happens every quarter. Every quarter we do.
Brilliant.
Because otherwise, what happens is, and secondly, doing a market visit. So all of us, like Anita said about market visit, all of us are supposed to do market visit 2-3 days in every quarter. So entire marketing team goes out, we also go out, and we go to a different market where nobody has gone. I mean, I've never gone before those kind of places.
Really helps.
And really helps understanding what is there on the shelf, what is the competition, and what is happening in the market. You speak to the shopkeeper, he'll give you a different perspective about media, about what's happening, etc. Really helps a lot. And traditionally, that's how these founders have been running the businesses, and that's the right way of doing it. Unless you do that, you'll never be able to judge what's happening in the market. It's very easy to say that, I'm a cord cutter, I don't watch TV, I've disconnected everything, and, I'm woke and everything. But ultimately, business happens when you speak to your consumer directly, right?
Absolutely. I think there's a big... Sarthak, I was planning to, because there are two things which in the whole day they have not touched upon is, one is experiential marketing and MarTech. I don't think we have time, but then if you can quickly tell us as to, in terms of your Panasonic days, I mean, how did you look at experiential in terms of events, local events, and how did, because I think that would go complemented traditional media, so it will go like that. So how did it help you, and are you still doing that when you do Tata Reality?
Yes, I think, let this buzzer go first. So I would say experiential marketing does help, because that's where you really want to reach out to the consumer. You have to showcase a product. It's more about that touch and feel experience. So I think experiential marketing is a must, and today also it's a must. And in our case, like if I have to speak from a Tata Reality perspective, obviously you just cannot create your own dummies and do all that. But what is more important is, in our case, it is like if how the mix actually works for us is almost close to about 40% is a direct sale, which we as a brand actually reach out and do, but 60% is through my trade partners or channel partners. So I have to create those engagements still with my channel partners. You need to have those channel partner meets. You have to really showcase your product to them. You have to ask them out. You have to tell them that, okay, this is what it is. You really do an entire session along with your channel partners. And so I think it's in a different way, but again, it's a degree of experiential. Only what you're actually creating with channel partners, they are being convinced that, okay, why this product is going to sell, how we are better as compared to our competition. So I think it does the trick for us.
Okay, to sum it up, I hope all of you enjoyed. To sum it up, I think, guys, traditional media is not going anywhere. Trust me, it's not going anywhere. It's going to be there. Both of them will coexist. Both new media and traditional media will definitely coexist. Print will still continue to be strong. Television will be strong. Outdoor will be super strong with digital coming up. So let's not just write off or obituary for anyone. So my 2 cents to everybody who is in planning and buying, while you'll be agile for new media, don't just be a FOMO and run away and put all your monies there. You're taking a risk. You should balance it off completely. Thank you so much to the panel. I think one of the best panels we had today. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Das, for moderating this session so well. A big round of applause for our panelists, please. Thank you for sharing interesting insights with us when it comes to technology. Ladies and gentlemen, now we move on with our next panel discussion. That's on protecting brand value amid disruptive market dynamics. Joining us, we have our session chair, Mr. Shubhu Sen Gupta, digital marketer and brand consultant. Can we have you, sir, please, on the dais? Mr. Amit Gujral, Chief Marketing Officer, JK Tires. Mr. Ashish Tiwari, Chief Marketing Officer, Home Credit. Ms. Ipshita Chaudhary, Chief Marketing Officer, Valvoline. Ms. Vandana Krishnia, Head of Marketing, ExxonMobil. A big round of applause for our panelists. Gentlemen, can we have you here, please? Good evening, everybody. Well, that's fine. Yeah, whichever way you like. I would request Mr. Sen Gupta to please take over the session. Hello, ladies. Welcome.
Hello. All right. We had some fantastic discussions. We were sitting and discussing. Discussing the discussions, that is. Anyway, it gives me great pleasure to moderate this panel, and we've got a bunch of heavyweights out here with deep experience going back to sometimes, in my case at least, pre-digital times, as you can make out by the color of my hair. Okay, so there's Amit Gujral, Chief Marketing Officer, JK Tires. There's Ashish Tiwari, CMO, Home Credit. He's also a cyclist, I've heard, right? Okay, all right. And there's Ipshita Chaudhary, CMO, Valvoline. And there's Vandana Krishnia, Head of Marketing. ExxonMobil, which is Dulux, right? Okay, fantastic. So, the topic is broadly disruption, and the theme has, wherever you go in marketing panels, discussions, keynotes, there's a lot of disruption, the D word thrown in. And so today we're going to discuss for the next 45 minutes or so, protecting brand value amid disruptive market dynamics. So there are two things that play out here. One is brand, and these guys have built brands, in the last 15, 20, 25 years, right? And they've also kind of not just weathered various kinds of digital disruption, but, come out much stronger. They've built brands riding on digital too, which is why, this is such a fantastic panel, right? And so I think we can start with, what we kind of discussed is, we'll kind of keep it general, but initially, but at some point I'd like to go into your personal experience, you worked on LG mobile phones. There was a lot of disruption happening, for example, right? So, something like that. So, perhaps we could start with Ipshita Chaudhary of Valvoline. The context here is something we've all just come out of, hopefully, the pandemic. Okay, the pandemic was one of the biggest disruptor in our times, at least, my time. And how did Valvoline as a, as a product company weather the storm and, this huge disruption, and come out stronger, if you can start off. And I'll kind of put the same question to the rest of you guys, maybe in a slightly different way. Go ahead, please.
Yeah. Thanks a lot. Good evening, everybody. So I think this is one question perhaps all of us have been asked multiple times, and we've all experienced this, right? This was, once in your lifetime kind of an event that happened to all of us, something that we completely did not expect, not as people, as humans first, and secondly, even as organizations. So I think Valvoline is a relatively new brand in India, while it has a very, very old legacy globally. It's a 150-year-old American brand, but in India, we're relatively new, about 25 years. What happened, what struck us in 2020, we all know. I think the first challenge that we had was, were we part of the essential commodity segment or not? Because that one part of the business was functioning, right? Essential services had to be made available to people during lockdown and after that. So we being in the automotive sector and being a lubricant, being an engine oil, keeping the engines of the country moving, vehicles moving, that was one piece that struck us, that can we kind of contribute, can we continue to work with our big influencer community, which is the mechanics. And mechanic workshops played a very, very critical role during that time when everything was shut down. But we had to keep the ambulances running. Vehicles had to run, things had to reach people. So workshops couldn't close. And I think at that point in time, what we did as a brand was we said, okay, let's keep transactions behind. Let's work with how can we help this mechanic community. They still need to go out. They still need to endanger themselves in the middle of COVID, work on vehicles, ensure that ambulances work. What can we do meaningfully to impact their lives so that they keep the wheels of the country running? So I think for us, it was a much larger challenge that was thrown back at us. So we put down our sales and marketing hats, we worked as people, as a community together with our mechanics to ensure that we take care of them in some way or the other, right? So we ensured that all the preventative measures, all the COVID-related, whether it was masks, sanitizers, we distributed over 2 lakh masks into the entire mechanic community through the year. So I think that's where the brand just kind of elevated. We elevated ourselves and said, what can we do to ensure that the country doesn't, get disrupted, and we are able to help keep the engines moving. So I think that was one very critical thing we as a brand did. And that helped us a lot. That got us closer to the influencer that we always worked with. We later realized the kind of dividends we got from them after everything opened up were exponential. So I think a non-transactional approach, working closely with the community that was so critical at that time, helped us later as a brand.
Thank you. We were kind of half joking that this is a very balanced panel. You see 2 women and 2 men, unlike a lot of panels where sometimes you see 9 men and 1 woman in the corner, so we've kind of moved forward. So I'll take that liberty and move on to Vandana, who's with Dulux. So how was, and you needn't talk about the pandemic in specific, but how did digital disrupt your business in the last 2 or 3 years? Because you come from a heritage business, it's a global business and so on. What happened?
When pandemic struck, I was not with Dulux or ExxonMobil. I used to work with GMR Airports, and so I'm going to take that as an example here. Of course, everything shut down for all of us, and a lot of work was done by every brand for employees, for in nation in general, including airports. We were ferrying a lot of essentials from across the world, etc. What I really want to talk about is the two things that we did differently during that period. One, for normal consumers, for normal people, everything was shut. We were shut inside the house. And it was new. As human beings, we are not used to being trapped in a specific space. So as a brand, which is in aviation, which is about travel, creating new memory, it was important that we keep the passengers engaged. So a lot of content about how, and rejogging their old memories, telling them the world will come back to normal was one. But the other aspect that was extremely critical, there was, once this started, there was a lot of relief aircrafts coming in from across globe. And I'm sure all of you have seen and remember, and if you would have traveled at that time or family travel, Delhi airport was a chaos because there would be flights coming in, and the government had put, because they wanted to ensure no infected person comes in, huge new guidelines. They would check everyone, then put them necessarily in quarantine for much time. There would be fights going on at the airport, passengers wanting to go home. We would take almost 8 to 10 hours to clear a flight because the government processes would take that long. But consumer or passengers don't think like that. They tend to attribute it to the brand or to the place or to the service that is supposedly providing you that service. And in this case, it became, the Delhi airport's mismanagement, not so much the government mismanagement that was happening. And we were taken to task. Twitter is very known for brands being taken to task when something goes wrong. And our entire, social media was flooded with complaints all the time. That's when we started thinking, what do we do differently? How do we think differently to help, streamline this entire process? And we realized the only way to do is to use digital, to use technology. We went to government. Of course, there is a lot of government interference, etc. in all of this. Not so much interference, a lot of policy making happens through government. So we went back to the ministry saying that why can't you digitize the entire process, and why can't all the passengers fill in? Because reality is airline and aviation, the amount of information about the passengers that exists. I know Maruti was talking about how they know their passengers, but aviation really knows the passenger. So they know who's going to come, which seat the person's going to be seated in, where they are going to, what their home addresses, etc. are. So to that extent, why can't we use that connectedness that already exists in the system to ensure we take all their RT-PCR certificates, all their exemption requirement on quarantine, etc. beforehand, before they even board the aircraft, so that when they come in, they already are pre-designated to either go to the quarantine facility. They have submitted all documents. The government already has that database that they need for contact tracing. So we went to, you work with the government, so I was talking to you before as well. So ministry said if we go through our system, it will take a long time. Can you guys on behalf of us create that system? So we turned that around in 2 weeks, created Air Suvidha. I'm sure all of you who have traveled in the last 2 years have used that portal. So I told my team, come what may, before 2 weeks we need this up and running, not just the front end, but back end as well, where for all government, because health is state subject, while aviation is actually a central subject. So we needed to have dashboards where the state officials can log in and decide on each case whether an exemption can be given. So we created all of that, and frankly, it was a very easy thing where you've already pre-uploaded. Everybody has all the database. It's aligned with the airline. Airlines ensure only people who've pre-booked everything and shared the information get to board. All passengers have enough time. You reach airport 3 hours before, so it's not like even if you've not done it before, you can't do instantly. So it was just a simple solution that took away the problem, which was making people who have taken already a long flight wait for 10 hours, and suddenly we realized all the passengers were out in 30, 35 minutes. In fact, they could shop at duty free and still be out in 30, 35 minutes. So disruption, I think, is a mindset. It's to see how we can, in any given situation, think differently, and there's always a solution that exists, and I think technology is enabling it a lot in today's world.
Thank you. I'll kind of move to Amit. Amit is, of course, the CMO at GK Tires, but he's got he has an illustrious career. And one of the companies that he worked for was LG. I think many years back, LG phones he used to head, right? And to my mind, LG was the conversation is not about LG, but it was a very, very disruptive company in those years. I remember I was in an agency at that time, Ogilvy, and we did a lot of work on LG. So can you talk a little bit about disruption from non-traditional players in the last 2 years? Yeah.
I think the beginning has been with something what happened as we understand disruption because of COVID. तो उसके लिए मैंने कुछ लिखा है, मैं बोलता हूँ हिंदी में. And a good learning from where I'm coming from as a professional, as a career, what we have spent 16 long years at LG. So कहते हैं कि वापस आना पड़ता है. जब वक्त की चोटें सब सपने हर लेती हैं, जब राह की कीलें पग छलनी कर देती हैं, ऐसे में भी गगन भेद हुंकार लगाना पड़ता है और भाग्य को भी अपनी मुट्ठी अधिकार से लाना पड़ता है. वापस आना पड़ता है, फिर वापस आना पड़ता है. Now talk about COVID. We heard from very, very fortunate, yeah, two beautiful ladies on my left and right, and both coming from absolutely categories which are non-involved. So do I. Tire. सब कुछ बंद था, everything was closed, everything was shut, but one thing would never stopped. You continuously got your food supplies, your milk supplies, whatever essentials you needed, you got at your home. How did they travel to you? They travel on the vehicles, fueled by fuel from Valvoline, for example, but running on tires. And I have a question to the forum here. Let's have this dialogue here rather than one-way traffic. How many of you know tire is a complete technology product? Have you ever envisaged a tire is a tech product? हाँ ना बोल दो यार. Never thought so. And a wonderful lady said, yes, ma'am, would you spell out how do you think tire is a tech product? And I'm coming from a background of technology, hardcore technology from LG Electronics, the world of electronics. Everything is tech, and I'm very profoundly saying tire is a tech product. So how do you say so? Lovely. So you are an exception, by the way. I'm looking at everybody as a common consumer here. You don't heat into your tires. The wonderful thing about tires, they warn if you overuse them, they warn if you don't use them. What happened in COVID? You had your cars parked, you didn't move them. After a couple of months, you found, oh man, it's flat. It has developed cuts. It's a wonderful physics and chemistry mixture in tires, along with physics. Okay? So when everything had to reach your home, people had to drive to reach your home, to make your goods travel there. What did we do differently? Talk about disruption. The very first brand in the country to have doorstep delivery of tires. Tire is not a do-it-yourself product. You don't change your tires on your own. Right? We are the first brand in the country to have a doorstep, just not delivery, but fitment. That's one. Two, we at JK Tire, we manufacture tires for everything you see on roads. Everything you see on roads, we have tires as a solution by JK Tire. For the commercial segment, which is the lorry walas, the truck walas, which were actually the true COVID warriors, because they were moving goods, requirements of yours, people, left, right, center, everywhere. For them, there was no home. And there was restrictions for people to shut everything, for shops to shut. You know, we collaborated with, once again, India's one of the biggest programs we did for reaching out to those people who need tires to run. We tied up with milk van delivery guys to deliver tires. Now, if you think of disruption, because a commercial vehicle to carry goods is not allowed, because government doesn't think tire is an essential commodity. But to supply essential commodities, you need vehicles which run on tires. How do you do that? So that's two. Third, अब फिर एक मैं सवाल पूछूंगा आप लोगों से मैं. How many of you know here the size of tires you have in your vehicle? या ये मालूम है कि कुछ साइज भी होता है? See, now look at the general perception is we celebrate our vehicles. हम गाड़ी लाते हैं, हम जाते हैं मंदिर मस्जिद पूजा करते हैं उसकी, घर में पार्टी थ्रो करते हैं रात को, बट उसमें टायर कौन सा लगा है हमको पता भी नहीं होता. बट टायर चाहिए सबको. दुकानें बंद हैं. Coming from the world of glamour technology, we started e-commerce for tires. And very happy to quote here, we are the #1 brand today on Amazon. It's again, the phenomena did not stop at, as to why, because people wanted tires. They can't go out to shop tires, because all of us were absolutely itching out to go out. Out of home, somewhere, अरे बगल में चलते हैं, let's go to park, let's see बाहर हो क्या रहा है कोविड में, कितने लोग बंद हैं, कितने पुलिस वाले हैं, क्या हो रहा है, whatever. You wanted to go out. And your tire had got kaput because they did not run. You wanted tires. So we created a very unique phenomenon in e-commerce, including not just sale, but also delivery and fitment. So these are a couple of examples. As we go on, we'll talk about it more. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll move to Ashish. And Ashish, you worked in one of the most disruptive companies that we know in India, HCL. And I remember you launched this small laptop called Me Laptops, and I was one of the first customers. So HCL is still pretty much a disruptor now. But the broader question to you is, what do you think of the new HCLs in the landscape now? Who are the disruptors? What are they disrupting?
Okay, pretty loaded question, and it's a heavy task to speak after like 3 of them have spoken. More so when your moderator says you have 2 ladies and Amit on the panel, and when moderator says it's a heavy panel, you have to sit with your breath holding up so that your belly remains flat, at least not showing up, because of I know who you were hinting at. Coming at disruption, I think I very well remember year 2007 when we launched Netbook. When people were still looking at the laptops. In fact, the entire brand revitalization from Laptop to Me was done at that point in time, and I was the one who was leading it at that point in time, so I remember. But leaving that, I think there is one thing which I disagree here when we say that COVID is over. I think pandemic just started, okay? The word which we went into in 2020 and the word which has happened in 2022, those are pre-2020 and post-2020 are not the same word. People have changed, the outlook has changed, the society in general has changed. The customers have changed, their expectations have changed. And the brands which are able to align to those expectations are the brands which are winning. Interestingly, in 2020, when COVID happened, I used to work with a organization with a product category, whereas buyer and seller both detest that the product should be used. Any guesses? Anybody can guess? I used to work, and I'll repeat myself. I used to work with a product category where the person who produces the product and the person who buys the product, both of them pray that they never have to use the product. Because if they use, there is something grossly, there is a problem. COVID testing kits? No, it was not COVID testing. You are not allowed to speak. Anybody? Praveen is not allowed to speak. Praveen, you are singled out. You know that. Mask, no. Yes, it was life insurance. I mean, think about it. How many times do you get up and say, God, आज मेरे को मेरा life insurance claim करवा दे तो जिंदगी बन जाए. And nobody gets up like that. This is the only category whereas both, think about it, both buyers and sellers pray to God that they never have to use the product. The one of the best things, till March 2020, we used to be running behind people, kind of asking them, sir, insurance le lijiye na. These all lovely ladies who call up, hello sir. We used to be like, hello sir. Came March 2020, and then suddenly our call centers are brimming up saying, hello sir, can we get an insurance? I mean, you have never heard about this thing. As a marketer, suddenly for first couple of days, you are having such an influx of calls coming in that you just can't think of it. That why do people are coming? But that's also the time when suddenly, I also remember the time when people were wanting to buy. It was also a category which is, whereas you only get the product if you don't need it and don't want it. If you need it or want it, you are never given. In fact, I currently also work with a category in which if you want the product, you won't get it. I work with loans. Yeah. If you need a loan, you won't get it. You only get it if you don't need it. Yeah. So, I mean, in that kind of a situation, how do you deal with it? I remember February 2020 when so my office used to be in Bombay, my home used to be in Delhi, and I used to fly. And I remember on radio coming in that there were almost about, and this is how marketers can look at disruption and changing winds. And because of you said HCL, I used to work for Mr. Chaudhary. I started my career there working as his strategy, alliance, EA, whatever you call it, except flight booking. I mean, basically a punching bag. So if he has to beat anybody up, he will beat me and people will get the message that I am getting beaten, but because of I am VP and he has everything but V inside he is only P, no V. So he's getting beaten, but the actual arrow is thrown for you. That used to be the guy. And I remember a meeting with Mr. Nadar, and he said, we were talking about netbook at that point in time, and he said, always keep your head on the ground because before the avalanche comes, there are tremors, and the sooner you hear the tremors, the better prepared you are. And I keep it very close, and I think it has helped me at least 7 times in my career. I have had the fortune in one of my assignments, whereas one of the tweets which I did went on becoming probably one of the most valuable tweets from the brand. In Hero Cycles, if you guys remember the Kerala flooding, I was the guy who did that tweet. Out of nowhere, a 3,600 rupees got me a total ROI of more than some, I don't even know, some people, different people peg it differently. Coming back, I think we heard on radio saying that there is something coming up. We immediately pivoted and created a doctor's helpline because of every insurance company has doctors. We used to get almost about some 5,000 calls a day. You know how it helped? It helped because of these people. When they called up, they gave all their medical history. And when we were doing underwriting, Future Generali was the only company which had the least amount of claims unpaid. And the reason of claims unpaid is because of we were able to underwrite it better because of all these guys have already called up, given all their history. This is how you can change. Today, I think I process almost about 18,000 loan applications a day. We give out 12,000 loans. Mind you, these are not 24 hours. The business hours are only between like some 6 p.m. to 8, 9 p.m. And anybody in mobile knows that these loans are given basis your PAN card and your mobile number. And your PAN card, mobile number and Aadhaar card. No documentation. Completely unprocessed. Again, supported by technology. Till about a year back, the company was not able to process more than 4,000. It's only about technology, how you use it. And one line which I have again learned early in my career, never look at technology from an IT person's point of view. Never look at customer from a marketer's point of view. Both of them are there to say how something cannot happen.
Thank you. I mean, that's fantastic, and leads us to the second question, or the third question, I can't remember, that I wanted to ask. You know, you guys have all grown up and mastered the traditional marketing funnel, right? Awareness and engagement and, you know, so on, sales, loyalty, etc. Can you give us some instances where this funnel has been, you know, completely disrupted by technology? You can call it digital or anything else, custom, anything you want. But in the last 5 years or so, can you give some examples where this traditional marketing funnel has been completely disrupted? Can we start with Ipshita, perhaps?
Yeah, sure. I think, and I think in the previous panel, and I was listening to Anita when she was talking about that, you know, a lot of these words are, you know, abused by marketers. Now, digital is such a massive thing. I mean, what is digital? I mean, the SAP in my organization, which furnishes my salary paper, is also digital, right? So everything is digital. So how do we use it and what do we want to do with it, I think is the most important thing. I think funnels don't exist, if you ask me honestly today. And talking about now, been in this industry for more than 2 decades, I think those funnels are absolutely redundant. There is no awareness and then consideration, preference, buying. I think all of that is out of the window. The sooner we realize it, I think the better it will be for us as marketers. I'll give you a very small example, and who would have thought, and you rightly mentioned, the category that, you know, I come from, who even thinks of what engine oil is going in my car? I mean, it is absolutely bottom of the pyramid in terms of involvement, right? I will just go to either my, you know, the OEM from whom I've bought my car. I'll get my car serviced after every 30,000 kilometers or whatever. And after my first 3 services are over, that quota is over, I'll probably go to my roadside workshop, and I know and I trust that guy, and he'll do whatever. And now there are very fancy things. People come with, they'll pick your car up and they'll do everything, they'll drop it and everything. So obviously we work with a lot of these mechanics, and there this funnel thing doesn't work at all. And who would have thought? I'm talking about, say, for example, a small time motorcycle mechanic workshop, right? A lot of these exist on the roads, and we don't even think about them. What would we generally think that if I want to work, if a brand wants to work with any of these workshops, and they're very, very critical, because at the end of the day, they are the buyer of my product, right? I will just go and put my bike there, and that guy will put whatever oil he wants to put. So the traditional thinking would say, oh, let me work with this mechanic, let me first brand his workshop, right? Let me put a nice fancy board here. Let me give him some branded uniform. Let me do a regular tie-up and then place my product on the shelf and hope and pray that he will put my... Because none of these workshops are exclusive, by the way. They work for all brands. So I think all of that has got pretty, you know, much thrown out of the window when we realized, and we went and spoke to these guys, and we found that, see, all of this is done. Anybody can do this. What we figured was that what was most important for this guy was discoverability and continuous relationship management with his customer base. This guy wants to be discovered on Google. He may be a Raju bike point next to my house, but now his needs are very different. A fancy board is not what he wants. He wants to increase his radius of influence. If, you know, people in 5 kilometers of his radius come to service the bike at his workshop, he wants to increase that. So when we started working with these guys, that's how we changed. We said, no, let's not do the traditional stuff. We got almost 800 of these workshops, these very, very small, tiny workshops listed on Google. We got them, you know, their, you know, stuff, latitude, longitude done, listed, got their images done, and that added so much of value to their lives. That was a meaningful marketing effort that one could do. Second thing we did was we created an app for them. We said, okay, today, if a customer comes to you, how do you keep a track of this customer? How do you know, and how do you want to tell him that his bike is due for servicing, say, 3 months from now? What do you do? He's managing those records in a you know, register. It's all manual. So we created just a simple app for him wherein, you know, he could open job cards. You don't need to be very, very educated to do all of that. open job cards, punch in all the data of the customer, send out automatic SMSs from that app itself to the customer, and just create a CRM engine for that, workshop to manage his customers more effectively. Now, when as a brand we do that for this influencer, automatically you are building loyalty. Automatically you're changing the paradigm. You don't need to create awareness for your brand to do this. You just need to go, be in the market, work with the guy, understand what his needs are, and act accordingly. And all the solutions were digital and 1/10 the cost of a regular marketing plan that would be for this guy. So I think a lot of these paradigms, to my mind, if you ask me, are redundant now, and every customer is unique now. And everybody's insights we must know once we get into the market.
Thanks. Amit, are there any non-traditional players in your category, like Bombay Shaving, use digital to, kind of blow out the top 2 or 3? So are there any threats from non-traditional smaller players in your category?
Not really. However, I take the cue from what she spoke about, because we share one common thing about what we sell. People are not involved with that. But who sells them are very, very important for us, and we are very important for them. Okay? So she spoke about Google My Business. In her explanation, she talked about we have done the lat long and picture and whatnot. Believe me, this Google My Business is a boon to a tire seller. Where do you go for changing your tire? Did you go to your Maruti, Hyundai, MG, Toyota showrooms to change your tire from where you bought the car? You look into nearby tire wala. And this simple phenomenon of nearby is what GMB does for you. And it does wonders for such kind of people. Today we are 100% GMB compliant. People are so happy about it, and to tell you very, very honestly, with a very, very rigorous involvement of the guy's education on GMB, the guy who sells tires, and once he has started taking interest, touch wood, he has multiplied his business multiple times. So when you talk about disruption, it's not about disruption at all. It's all about what do we learn from our environment, from our experience? Because at the end of the day, we all are consumers. We consume so many things. It's all about understanding who the right audience for your current business is and how technology can aid him. That's what I think is the fundamental meaning of disruption. Talking about what she just spoke about, the funnel, I slightly disagree from her in terms of that it is irrelevant. I think its degree changes from category to category. The funnel is very, very relevant for gadgets, for tech products, for electronic products. Possibly, the funnel reference is very, very low for even say insurance or say lubricant oil. But degree in tire, the funnel has a different relevance altogether because it's more of hearsay, what you see. People have grown up watching certain brands in cricket, and that's what we did when I was in LG. Right? So you have a recall on that. So in my opinion, every possible media has a role to play depending on the category of business you are in. Because ultimately, it's all the same consumer Indian who comes with a fundamental psychology and belief. वो चाहे टीवी ले या चाहे बड़ी से बड़ी गाड़ी ले, पूछता भाई ये कितना डिस्काउंट दोगे, कितना देती है, कितना क्या मेरा, what more I can get from you. All that has not changed. We might have evolved, but it's not changed as a psyche. So I think there is a relevance, and disruption, in my belief, is all about what newness you can bring in. For example, whatever we buy, the after-sales service is very critical. Most of the things, consumables, what you buy, for example, all electronic products, all your automobiles, service post-sale is very, very critical element for all of us. Agree? Now let's come to tires. सबके पास गाड़ियां हैं. Everybody would have had problems of changing tires. Anybody can share me the quickest time he got his tire serviced? Quickest time. Anybody? यार सब लोग ओला उबर पे तो नहीं आए ना यार. Serviced मतलब आपका टायर खराब हुआ, and then you went on to the person from where you bought the tire, and then he inspected the tire and said, sir, I will get you the claim and will exchange your tire with whatever time. How much time will it take?
It takes almost an hour.
It takes
a couple of weeks.
That's it. She's a real user. Welcome to the world of exact implementation in the real world of AI and ML at JK Tire. I invite all of you. We have completely transformed our tire service through the usage of AI and ML tools. We inspect your tire and you get the resolution in 7 minutes.
Okay, we'll kind of, I'm being asked to kind of wrap it up, but I have to ask Ashish, similar question, which is, how do, when it comes to consumers in your line of business, home trade, okay, are there any disruptive ways you're kind of figuring out new cohorts, new audiences of consumers?
So very, very quick answer. What we are doing right now, in fact, in the entire credit, and these are small ticket credit loans, okay? There are, what we have seen is that you have 3 very different kind of a cohorts. One is when a person wants to buy something, okay? He doesn't need money himself. He needs the enablement, or we call it a credit line. So he needs a line. Line can be a term line, can be a revolving line. A term line is like, and for all the credit card users, yes, there are users outside our world, whereas the life is not so simple. They want $2,000, $5,000, okay? And trust you me, getting $2,000 when you need it is not easy. When you need to go to a doctor to get a medical test done for which you need money. So those are the credit lines, whereas what we have done is using external data and using data science and all this zing bang, which IT says can't be done, marketer says doesn't need, okay, we somewhere meet the midway and kind of enable them. Almost like we do some 12,000 of these transactions on a daily basis, whereas we get almost 15,000 or 18,000 people applying and 12,000 getting approved and money getting disbursed either to the vendor. So it does not go. Line is basically when you disburse it to vendor. So you go to a doctor for a checkup, we underwrite that case and the doctor gets the money within like next 5 minutes of your application to closer. That's one cohort which we have seen and technology has enabled us to do that. Second is P2P lending. So whereas again, it's about that I have a credit line, I want to enable my friend or somebody else. That's second. Third is cash in the bank. Again, you can have, which is again nothing but a simpler way of credit card onto something called as a new product which is called as Flexi, which has been made available. So basically you have a OD limit. You withdraw, you pay MOD, which is minimum amount due, and you can pay bullet payment whenever you want. These are some of the use cases which I think technology has enabled us to realize in this period of time, I think. Yeah.
Thanks, fantastic. So, a question that I was very keen to ask Ipshita. Ipshita is a great champion of inclusion from what I've read on your LinkedIn profile. Tell us a little bit about what inclusion is, very quickly. Someone's hitting a buzzer.
Yeah.
How is inclusion how is inclusion a disruptor, is my question to you.
Yeah, I think, see, there are various ways one can define inclusion, but honestly, inclusion to me, in my experience, is all about inclusion of thought. We can talk about many things. We can talk about opportunity, gender, this, that, but I think at the end of the day, how inclusive we are in accepting new ideas, new thoughts, something that is contrary to our beliefs. And trust me, it's much harder than being said. Because in a boardroom, when you're sitting with the senior management and when there is one chain of thought, how inclusive we are if there is an alternate point of view on the table. I think that's what, to me, is a measure, is a benchmark. And it clearly is a disruptor. Because I've seen that organizations, brands that are open, who actually take divergent thoughts on the table with equal respect and provide them equal opportunity are able to disrupt more, are able to innovate more. And there are various examples across the globe. And there are very many champions on this topic. So for me, it is much beyond age, gender, whatever diversity we may talk of. It is eventually about how inclusive we are of difference of opinion and how much respect and importance we give them, not just by talking about it, but actually walking the talk. So to me, that is very, very important, and that's something that I always try and ensure that within my teams, within my decision making, that's something that I'm able to include.
Thank you so much, Ipshita. Thank you, Amit, Vandana, Ashish. I had a wonderful time, and thank you for asking some very interesting questions to the audience. Thank you.
Yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for our panelists, please. We want you all to please pose for the photo op. Ladies and gentlemen, Ad Gully today has traversed 15 years in this industry, 15 eventful years, where we've not only reported on, analyzed all significant developments, but have also launched several IPs that have gone on to become industry-leading forums to chart the future course and discuss the most pressing issues and recognize contributions and achievements of the movers and shakers of the industry. Well, today it gives me immense pleasure to announce our latest endeavor where we are venturing into television space with Brand Story in collaboration with TV9. Ladies and gentlemen, Brand Story will explore the media, entertainment, advertising, and a marketing space with refreshed vision. Well, we seek your encouragement for this new endeavor as Brand Story goes on air from next week. Can we have the AV, please?
Content for conversations. Innovation for impact. Creativity for conversion. At Studio 9, we put brands on cloud 9 of communication. Our content marketing unit from the house of TV9, India's #1 news network, puts ideas to work, building custom content solutions by bringing brands and their audiences together, driving partnerships, curating experiential events, crafting bold and impactful formats, giving a tech edge to virtual meets, enabling B2B Connect for direct prospecting. We at Studio 9 help brands create a deep and long-lasting engagement with their dedicated audiences. No wonder some of India's biggest brands put their faith in us year after year. Industry too acknowledges our award-winning work. Come, partner with us to give wings to your brand story.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, can we have big round of applause for TV9 Network and Ad Gully for their beautiful collaboration. Of course, we will be, witnessing some beautiful, some inspiring brand stories. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be taking this further. We have next address on scripting a brand new story for PR pros in 2023 from podcast to automation and beyond. Joining us, we have Ms. Kamna Hazrati, CMO Top Rankers. Let's welcome her with a big round of applause. Hello.
use my Mac. Okay. Or you can keep it, I'll use the phone. You can keep it, I'll use the phone. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kamna Hazrati. Thank you for being here. It's a lovely audience. To quickly introduce myself, as I said, my name is Kamna Hazrati. I started young in my career as a sales executive in a media house and moved to become a marketing manager in a digital agency, where back, I think 8 years ago, I co-founded my first 3 D2C brands, Gifts Made, the Yaya Cafe, and Hopkara. And back in 2021 is when I started my second company called KH Advisory. No points for imagination. The name is very simple. Here we work with startups and to build, grow, and scale faster, being a consultant for in terms of strategy and acting there as their fractional CMO. Today, I represent Top Rankers. Today, I represent here Top Rankers, which is an edtech platform with careers beyond medicine and engineering. And I am here to present on a topic for PR pros in 2023. And while I mentioned that my journey has been from a media house, is because I can relate to what it really means to be at that end, and I can relate to how that journey is usually. Okay. So moving on. Pardon me for, I never knew while running the businesses that I have stage fright, but I discovered this attribute about myself today. So thank you for being a very kind audience. I think let's talk about, before we move into the PR trends in 2023, let's quickly try to talk about, what is the landscape of digital, and that it's just not .coms, right? Oh, thank you. Yeah. So back in the day, if you look at the newspapers, if someone remembers, what was the size of a newspaper, say, 10 years ago? Any guesses for that? So 10 years ago, newspapers used to be about 40 pages thick. And yesterday's HT was about 22 pages thick. That's almost a 50% fall in how traditional media is really working now, right? So young in my career, as a PR intern or a young professional, we used to look for the bylines, right? We used to look at the bylines. We used to analyze newspapers on who's advertising or in which newspaper, and who was out for shopping. Now, fast forward, newspapers have become thinner. The audience has moved to a digital, and the content on a .com versus a newspaper is very, very different. It's okay. I'll just stay here. Thank you. The audience which is reading these media is also very different, right? They come from different age groups. They come from different demographies. They come from different regions, and how we consume news is also very different. Simultaneously, how we appeal to this audience is also very different. A Gen Z is reading on a flipboard, maybe a Chingari, maybe a Public, or maybe a Insta Reel or a YouTube short, right? Or people like us are reading an Ad Gully or a Your Story or a Ink 42. And at the same time, it's just not what we are reading, but also what we are listening to, right? We are also listening to podcasts while we drive, we wash, we fold. The way we are consuming information and news has really changed over the years. The boomers, and by the way, the bloomers are reading newspapers, both national and regional, and the Facebook feeds, the very popular Facebook feeds, which I'm sure a lot of parents, a lot of people here will be able to relate to with how their parents are consuming information, right? These are tectonic changes. So let's talk about the trends which are now coming next. The number one thing which I talk about today is podcast. Now with podcasts, I was looking at some data this morning, and the listener base in India has grown to about 4 million, from 4 million 2016 to an estimated 90 million in 2022. It's high quality content, there is variety, there is widespread availability, and a very high consumption. Also, a very big driver for podcast is the vernacular content which you get. So you find content in Marathi, Tamil, Malayalam, Bengali, and these are the leaders. And I didn't see Hindi as a leader, by the way. I saw these 4 vernacular languages, the regional languages as a leader. And then there is Telugu, Gujarati, and other languages which are catching up. The podcast genres are new policy, entertainment, and comedy. And 56% people are trusting what they see or what they hear about on a podcast. Moving on to the trend number 2, which is creator economy. From a fellow panelist, was actually talking about why no one has touched about creator economy since morning. But that's actually what has become a 3,000 crore business by 2024. And you see, these creators they can be macro influencers, these are micro influencers, nano influencers. Anyone who is beyond maybe 1,000 to 2,000 followers reach has become a part of creator economy. Trend number 3 is the proliferation of chatbots. Now, that's another thing which I didn't hear since morning, but I thought I'll address the elephant in the room, the C word, the dreaded C word, chatbots, right? How chatbots or a chat GPT or a Bard may take over, how we consume content, or may take over how we write content, right? The jobs of content marketers, right? And while I was reading more about that, I was wondering, how these tools will actually enable us to become better in our jobs. Instead of taking them as a threat, they can actually be an enabler for us to do better. While a Grammarly can help you to have autocorrection, to write better speech or have better sentence correction, it still cannot match the human being on the other end. And while I was looking at, chatbots, I thought, when we think about machine learning and artificial intelligence, I thought for PR professionals, it's very important to realize the importance of double AI, which is adaptability, awareness, and innovation. It's important for PR professionals to be adaptable to the changing norms, right? The new technologies coming in, to being flexible about it. Secondly, about awareness. It's important for us to be aware about what are the events happening globally and how do they affect our businesses locally. And also, how it's very important for PR pros to be very innovative, to be creative thinkers, and to be a great storyteller who can actually dig deeper, who are not, because the job of a PR professional has changed from publishing a press release to actually communicating a great story. So how will we really communicate in the future? Okay, I have to be here. Effective messaging for shorter attention span is so much, it's so important for us to address that now the attention span has now come down to about 8 seconds, just 8 seconds, while you can grab, I think, if I'm able to manage 8 seconds of your attention, I should be a happier person today. But yes, that's the number which I see, that's the attention span we have. And storytelling for PR professionals is going to be so very important in the coming future. How do you write meaningful stories? How do you write with empathy? How do you write stories which make an impact? So as a business leader, we are always having something to sell. I have something to sell. I want to put it out in the market, right? But I have to have a great story. I have to communicate it in a way that the other person is willing to buy, is willing to spend their dime on my product, right? And that is how the future of communication should be. Also, I think a very important point which I see, and while I work with businesses as their CMO, is also what I see, how journalists behave to the kind of media we offer them, right? So it has become different from publishing a press release. Journalists are not picking up our press releases, right? They don't. So if I'm coming from a good renowned brand also, if I don't have a story to say, something which will convince them to put it in a very limited real estate, say a newspaper. A newspaper real estate, so it used to be maybe a Ambience mall and has now become a TDI mall, just because the landscape has really changed. And for someone to give you that space, it's very important to have the right story to tell. So it's very important for us to understand the H and W's of communication. Who are we trying to target? How are we trying to target? And where do we really target them, right? So A, it's highly personalized. Who is your target audience? So for you as a PR person, it's just not your client, right? But who is actually selling, who's actually servicing to that client, right? The consumer of that particular client. So just in the panel before, when you have a use case of JK tires or if you have a use case of Volvoline, right, the end consumer is actually not the person who's buying that car, but also the person who's changing your tires. So as a PR person, it's very important to understand who that eventual customer of your product is. Secondly, we need to find out how is this audience consuming our content. Is it Instagram Reels? Is it voice search? Is it podcast, YouTube videos, shorts, reels, or short videos like, Public? I see them as a sponsor here, so maybe a Chingari or a Public, right? And then you need to go where they are. So be it national, regional, local, hyper-local. I was listening to Abhijit in the morning, and it's fascinating to know how a company like Public has been able to achieve 60 million active users monthly on their platform by using hyper-local content. Imagine if you're able to target that market as a PR professional with your media strategy, that's any marketer's dream, right? And the last thing which I really wanted to touch upon here, and which I see as a trend, which is there to, it's not really a trend, it is the Bible of being a marketer, is the art of storytelling. How do you put out what you do? So as a business owner, I'm always creating value, but as a communication team, I need to capture that value and communicate it very effectively to my audience. How am I doing that really defines our job. Okay, so on an ending note, before I came in, I quickly went to ChatGPT and have put in the topic of this presentation in ChatGPT, and this is what I got. Now, though I see a use case of Sarah talking about how she can navigate through the speech, but I really hope that my 1.5 decades of experience has been little more impactful than a ChatGPT offering 3 paragraphs. And that is something as communication team is, that's a role which is indispensable to my mind. And I think I would want to, going back to the art of storytelling, I represent top rankers here. We are in a business of building careers beyond medicine and engineering. And in this business, we are actually talking to students. So when I started my careers 15 years ago, I started as, by education, I'm a computer science graduate, but found my way of building businesses and building brands, right? But if I was in 10th standard, when I was in 10th standard, no one asked me, what do I want to become, right? It was imperative because I was coming from a family of bankers and engineers. I should have been an engineer. I fought my way through it, but at that time, I was aware of what my skill set is. I always wanted to do business. I always wanted to be a manager. I was very clear about it, But the point was no one asked. And the other thing was, there was no other visibility on other career options. But now, at top rankers, this is exactly what we are trying to do. And this is exactly what we are trying to do with this art of storytelling, of communicating the value which we are creating. We are in the business of transforming careers, and that is happening not only at the consumer end, but also at the parents' end. We are letting people know, letting parents know that their children can actually explore careers of becoming a business manager, of becoming a journalist, or becoming a PR person, or an architect, or a designer, and also letting the kids know that their horizon is really big. They can be what they want to be, because as a country, we have changed our perspective of being just an engineer or a doctor, but new age super careers, as we say it, are also available with great salary packages, so as to say, and also a possibility that you can actually get into an IM right after 12th, only if you know it now that this is happening. And I'll just try to close it with, it's just not what you say, but how you say it. And that's exactly what's going to matter for us as a PR trend, and not just the trend, but as a Bible and as a foundation for years to come. So yes, thank you so much for being a lovely audience. Have a great evening. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for this presentation. That was quite creative and sharing the changes in technology in these 10 years. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now we'll be having brand story AV once again. Can we have it, please? All right, ladies and gentlemen, now we move on with our panel discussion that's on content marketing in the era of generative AI. And for this, I would request Hiru Dhingra, Chief Business Officer, Dentsu Creative, to please join me on the dais. Mr. Hemant Sajnani, Chief Technology Officer, TV9 Digital. Hello, ma'am. Mr. Kunal Sharma, Head of Marketing and Business Head, KRBL, India Gate Foods. Mr. Praveen Rao, Director Marketing, SAP. Priyank Agarwal, Director Growth and Marketing, Tata IMG. Mr. Sumit Singh, Chief Marketing Officer, Info Edge. So can we have a big round of applause for our panelists, please? And I would request Ms. Dhingra to please take over the session. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Last panel discussions are tough to moderate, and delayed last panel discussions are tougher to moderate. So I hope we get this right. Let me set the context first. We are in the age of AI. I mean, literally, I may not be present out here. My avatar can be there. I can use ChatGPT to kind of pull up the questions which can be asked to the panelists. I can't replace you for sure, but I can definitely be replaced by AI at this given point of time. So keeping that context in mind, my first question, and anybody can answer that, is How do you think AI is impacting personalization in content marketing?
It's okay, I go. Okay, I think one thing that stays true across decades and across ages is the fact that consumers love brands that show empathy to them, right? And that was so different in the late 1990s or when there was, for example, if you look at the Surf Excel communication and Lalita ji was what everybody was every lady in India was supposed to connect with, yeah. And move to today, and I just saw a campaign which I was just browsing through before I walked in here, Listerine, for example, which used something called dynamic creative optimization, and they created some 1,000-odd creatives talking to very, very different personas. So I think that's the journey that we have, kind of made. At the same point of time, today, consumers want hyper-personalization because they want, and brands that do that, I think, connect better with the audience that they are talking to. I think that's the shift that we have seen over the last couple of decades, and that's the critical role that AI will play for us, going forward.
So I think AI is I think, revamping a lot of things in marketing. And since you have specifically highlighted the personalization part, so I think for marketers' perspective, AI is a boon. Just to give you an example, if you are visiting any website, any customer is visiting the website, and if we know the behavior of the customer from prior, and there is a predictive engine working behind that this particular person can book whatever items he's looking for, I think those type of customizations, those type of UI and UX experience of the website can be customized as per the customer's past behavior. Let me give you an example. If a person is coming to the website of healthcare and he's looking for a protein powder, and if I can, as a marketer, I can predict through the AI and the data that is behind that this particular person is more expected to buy this particular protein powder of this much cost and this much brand, I think it will be a really good for me to personalize the nudges, to personalize the communication at that point of time. So I think AI can definitely help us in reducing the cost, acquiring the customer, and making the customer more loyal towards the brand.
I'll just add to this, Hero. Am I working? Yeah. Am I audible? Okay. So, as they said, one is the whole segmentation, right? The possibility of now actually dissecting your segment into 1,000 of cohorts, right? And then actually also having tools to serve them that hyper-personalized content, right? So for our businesses, for example, when you can cohort people that way and go actually one-on-one rather than wisdom of crowds, you can now actually give recommendations which are so personalized, and therefore the experience for both the business as well as the consumer obviously enhances and increases. I think the other thing is, for example, just as we saw chatbots, and I think most of us have now, it's nothing new now. Most of the brands have adapted them in whatever ways that they want to, but we have long forms, so you have to register on a Naukri, you have to register on a Jeevan Sathi, and to serve you better, we need information, so these are structured forms, you need 17, 18 fields from a person. Conversational AI has just made it so easy for me to get information from somebody without even that person realizing that, I've actually given so much of information. So I think some of those things are also enabled only by AI and getting better by the subset of ML, to serve your clients and customers better.
Thank you for that. I think you made a very valid point. Is it working now? So personalization has happened 5 years back. There's no debate about it. We are living in the world where your Amazon screen is different from mine and yours is different from him, and etc. Your Netflixes would look different basis what we watch and so on and so forth. That has been happening. I think what is going to be disruptive with generative AI is your ability to bring around your environment of sensory data being what your watch is reading, basis what your car is giving you as an instinct, and of course your transactional and other account data would create those hyper-personalizations on the go. So the word that is missing in the equation and which is going to become a common order perhaps in the next 6 months' time is hyper-personalization. And that is being driven not so much by AI alone, but it is driven by neural networks which are operating at the back end of this entire ecosystem, fueled by 5G, which is going to be becoming a common denomination on your most important asset, which is your mobile screen.
Yeah, I agree, and most of the points have been already covered, but I would like to throw some light on the generative AI more. So we are talking about the chat GPT nowadays. It is a very common thing, more than 100 million subscribers in a month or so it is a history in itself. But along with the chat GPT, which is a pre-trained transformer-based model, there are other technologies also which are coming up. So Google has recently announced their own Bard that is there. Microsoft has tied up with the chat GPT and come up with the Edge and the Bing giving you more suggestive ideas. Whatever you're searching, apart from that, you are going to get more ideas around the search intent of the user. Apart from this, there is again one more, you can say, generative advisory network that is going to give you AI-based text converted into images, AI-based text converted into music or audio. So that is going to change the whole industry in a different way.
Interesting. Basically, you're trying to tell me that whatever I was looking through my mobile and my watch, everything was being tracked. And perhaps I got some ads that I missed. And they, of course, figured that I'm at an AdGally conference and about to talk to you guys as well. So moving on, Hemant, my next question is for you. What is decentralized content marketing, and what are the benefits or challenges of it as we speak?
Right. So when we talk about decentralized marketing, we have to move a generation ahead. We are in the Web 2.0 generation, where we are backed up by Google, Facebook, and the entire data is being governed by them, more or less. So when we talk about the decentralization, we are moving towards Web 3.0. That is the decentralized web, or the D-Web in the short form, backed up by the blockchain technology. So here, the data is not stored on a specific computer or a machine, whereas the data is scattered in between the nodes. The nodes are the public ledgers. So the user has the complete control over the data, right? So I want to share any specific information with you. Only that part of the information will be given to you, not the entire part of it. So here the user is going to govern the entire set of, you can say, the game. So this is the decentralized way. The blockchain is something which is like very nascent as of now. A lot of technology teams and partners are working together to build an ecosystem around it. But in short, a blockchain, which is a chain of blocks, each block is having a value and a unique hash code to it. So that is quite immutable. So whenever any information that is going to be stored in the block is not going to be tampered with. So it is going to give you a very secured way of storing your data and giving the users the complete control on the information. So I'm say I want to buy a liquor. I just need to disclose my age. I do not need to disclose any other part of my information, right? So I'm having the complete control on the data privacy.
So, Praveen, this is for you. In that case, how would we achieve hyper-personalization in a decentralized content marketing system?
See, very simple. We are moving to Web 3. It's a matter of time when the cookies will crumble, right? It's a matter of perhaps another 6 quarters maybe, because the platforms are compelled to respect data privacy. With that, Web 2, along with Web 3, Web 2 is nothing but you are giving permissions to platforms, to your brands, to your apps, for them to exchange data with a larger ecosystem, maybe for a personalization related factor. Now imagine 1MG and MG Motors coming together. I'm just thinking aloud, no relationship. But come to think of it, that an MG Motors next generation car discovers that you are having some sweat on your brows it talks to your Apple Watch or whichever watch it's talking about, it detects your BP, and it notifies 1mg that your customer needs a medication because he is having a higher blood pressure. With that, the car would also not go beyond a certain speed. Now, it may sound like a science fiction, but such cars are in design, not by one, but at least 4 large auto manufacturers in this world, soon to be launched in another 1 year's time frame. So to your specific question, I think decentralization or Web3 will rather mature the ecosystem of personalization to help brands talk to consumers in a far more meaningful way. And you take any domain, think of an education domain. If I'm a learner, my learning journey would be far more predictive based on not only what I learn, but what I apply in my school, at my work, or for that matter, the next things that I'm doing at my work. Simple example, and I'll spend another half a minute maybe here. Think about it that I'm a learner who's learning digital marketing. What did I do? I went and picked up courses from Facebook, Google, or whatsoever platforms, and I've got certified. Those certifications are blockchain based. To your point, they're verifiable credentials if I use the right term. Now, with that verifiable credentials, they would become value added when my PC discovers that I'm also applying that knowledge in doing SEO, I'm applying that knowledge versus a guy who's just done the certification just to post it on LinkedIn and look good versus the guy who's applying. So these guys will start earning real-time credits to enrich their profile and perhaps get a better job offer via Naukri in the times to come, right? So that's where we are moving towards hyper-personalization thanks to decentralization or the ecosystem of Web3, coming together with generative AI.
Basically, all education has to be put to use.
Absolutely, and verified credentials is real. I mean, we as SAP and a couple of other companies are part of a Velocity Network Foundation. You must go and check that out. I think the ecosystem is coming together to create verifiable credentials just like your Aadhaar.
Wow. I don't know if I'm lucky to be born sooner or not lucky to be born sooner. I'm just trying to figure that in my head. But Priyank, considering what we spoke right now, hyper-personalization, decentralized content marketing, how does this impact consumer behavior and purchasing behavior?
See, the cues that my fellow panelists have given, I think the whole experience of the customer is going to enhance multiple times. Just to give you an example, see, whenever we do any transaction or whenever we share any data to any of the, I'm not taking any particular example, let's take a generic example that any website, any app, when you share a data, there is always a fear that my data might be compromised, right? With decentralized concept, with the DWeb and with the technologies of blockchain, I think it will be really good for marketeers as well as for the consumers that the trust factor between both the parties, that is brand and the consumers, is going to strengthen a lot. And I think customers will be able to transact quite freely on those particular nodes. Because when I don't have any fear, I will be able to deliver, I will be able to succeed better in terms of getting the customer, in terms of retargeting the customers, or in terms of getting the customer again and again. So I think the buying behavior will definitely be strengthened, the trust factor will increase, and I think more and more penetration of the digital definitely we will see in the future.
Okay. Anyone else wants to add anything? Okay. I'll move to the next question. Kunal, this is for you. We're speaking about AI content marketing, decentralized content marketing rather. How does this impact influencer marketing and affiliate marketing? As in, how does AI impact those pieces within content marketing?
Sure. I think, marketing traditionally has been looked at as, segmented, we call it STP, segmentation, targeting, positioning. The whole hyper-personalization piece that has come to the fore has actually nullified all of that, right? And we have a completely new paradigm right now that's staring at us, right? Now, if you see it from the lens of a consumer, what it does and the role that it plays essentially is more and more relevant content being pushed to a consumer, which makes it much more consumable for a consumer. For example, you would not want to get certain content pushed to you. Yeah, and that's a paradigm that's shifting now with AI coming to the fore. From a marketeer perspective, I think it's a fantastic tool to get better ROI out of the investments that you are making, because that makes the investments that you are making much more efficient and effective. So I think very clearly that's the role that AI will have to play. Now coming to things like influencer marketing, affiliate marketing, I think AI has come in as a boon. I mean, if you look at how we used to plan influencer marketing maybe 5 years back, it was purely on the basis of the kind of impact and the reach that a particular influencer and the product category that you're promoting, and empirical evidence was there. With AI now, you have a custom fit for an influencer, for a particular messaging, for a particular product category, which can help build what is the relevant influencer base that you can pool into your plan, and hence make your investments much more effective. Same is the case with affiliate marketing today. And if you look at the kind of the best example is the affiliate marketing that happens on Amazon, and the kind of content that is available for people to be able to use AI and create to kind of make the affiliate marketing much more effective. So I think the keywords here are relevance and efficiency that I see going forward, AI to play in all of these.
Sure. Sumit, the next one is, the question is for you. Generative AI, I mean, whether it's text, audio, video, take any medium. You can convert text to text, you can convert text to video, audio. How, as marketer or as a consumer, how do we protect transparency or authenticity? I mean, how do I know it's authentic? How do I know it's not AI generated or AI generated? Like I saw a deep fake video somewhere just a day or two back, and it felt so real. I mean, there was no way I could have ever figured that it was actually an AI generated video and not, not created by a human. So how do we manage that?
So I think one, a lot of people have shared blockchain, right? So I think the whole decentralization ensures, so while it's very good for consumers, as we've talked about and discussed, Hemant touched upon how now users are more comfortable giving information and they can unlock what they want to who they want. It's also advertisers and brands, on the other hand, today can detect fraud, right? There's so much of ad fraud with digital, everybody is on digital, so brands need to be on digital, but there is also a lot of ad fraud. So there are things that are working for the brands, there are things that are working for the consumer. Now, when you talk about authentic content, I don't think it's really about generative AI only, Hiru, right? Because even when this was not happening, with the boom of apps like WhatsApp, etc., so much of fake news and other, it's so difficult to even otherwise distinguish between fake news and other news. I think, and Google's come out with an update, an SEO update, I think yesterday or day before, saying, I will honor generative AI content from an authenticity point of view. I think it is for a brand custodian to be as a marketer, to be very careful about what is it that I want going out there, right? So while there's a lot of chatter about jobs will go away, etc., and I'm sure if these tools are good, and I hope they are, they will impact maybe certain kinds of jobs, but there's always a new category that comes in. There's always even your data scientists need to be there to build the neural networks, to build all this blockchain, right? So I think as a brand custodian, you'll always have to be careful as to what is it that you are generating, right? Even if you look at what ChatGPT, I think all of us have tried everything on it, right? Because of the way it's viral. You do read it, right? So as a brand custodian, you would read it, where you make changes, you don't just kind of go there. But there are other places, like I think Kunal touched upon it at the opening. Today, I can maybe serve thousands and thousands of ads, right? Where I can specify a few things, how I want that content to be. And I wouldn't have ever been able to do this if I did not have these tools. So I think, one, blockchain ensures safety, both for brand marketers as well as consumers. And the other one is, you need to still do that job of authenticity like you were doing even on offline content.
You know, so if you're just kind of putting an engine there and saying, whatever it's producing, let it go, I think we need to do our jobs well and ensure that, because even in the offline world, we were trying to do that, and it is important to do that. So that's my view.
Sure. Praveen,
Just
you
to
want
add quickly, first and foremost, there's no doubt about it that artificial intelligence has made a lot of artificially intelligent people out there. You know, so everybody can have an opinion by generating content from wherever they can. And with that, the good part is that the ecosystem will evolve. Very quick point. 6 years back, creating a website, or perhaps 7 years back, website creation was a difficult task. You required somebody to code your website. Today, there are platforms that can just turn around a website for you in 15 minutes, right? Now, likewise for SEO, you required fair amount of coding skills plus SEO skills to do it. Today, you can just do it without having any coding skills. Now, the next shift, and the massive shift, is with AI. The generative AI, while it is bringing out content in the jiffy, you know, I mean, and a deepfake is a problem, but I think the governments and platforms together will try and curb it. We don't know how, but yes. But fact of the matter is that the scale will go up, the bar will go up. Just like with custom-built website, it has changed. Thousands of websites are coming up every day. Generative AI is shifting that game of more and more videos getting created by those people who doesn't know the art of creating video, which is fine. So the people, to the jobs point, I think people might lose jobs who are at the base level or mediocres. But those who are specialists would lead with this technology and create far more superlative content than what we see today.
Yeah, I mean, there was someone who told me that AI will not replace humans, but humans who do not use AI will replace humans who use. So, I mean, I think that's what would happen. But, Hemant, that's just for you. What about, I mean, I am worried as a consumer, as a user. What about data privacy, user privacy and data security? I mean, what about that?
So when it comes to Web 2.0, as I discussed in the earlier question, so it is governed by Google and Facebook's, and we are attacked by bots. Whenever we are doing any kind of marketing campaigns, 50% of the traffic is identified as malicious or the bot traffic. We are not getting any authentic, you can say, the user traffic, actual user, human being who is going through our advertisements, right? So in the distributed or decentralized world, where it is going to give you an ecosystem where creators are and the brands, the companies and the businesses, the creators as well as the promoters or the marketers, they all come onto single platform where you're interacting with the end user one-on-one basis, right? So the more that kind of interaction is happening, you are building your brand loyalty, you're building a relationship with the customer, you are knowing their habits, their you know, the buying pattern or anything else in more detail, so you can pitch them a more recommended content, right? So that the overall performance of a campaign, marketing campaign, goes very high, right? The return on investment, whatever is being invested. And in this ecosystem, the creators are equally benefited. So as is being discussed, like they're going to get their loyalty points. So I was just going through a browser, I don't know whether you're aware of it or not. The browser is called Brave. And this browser is meant on, is built on Web 3.0. It is going to give you an option to opt in for the advertisements. So if you're opting in for the advertisements, then it is going to give you some loyalty points. And whenever any e-commerce is also going to launch their product, you can encash in terms of that. So that's the kind of ecosystem that is in progress.
I would really say brave. But so if you guys had to summarize, and as I said, this is open to all, what should a marketer do to stay ahead of the curve by adopting AI? What are the, tell me top 3 things that they should do to stay ahead of the curve?
If I may, yeah, I think one top thing that comes to my mind, I think, because this is a fundamental shift in the way, you know, the whole marketing arena is going to evolve. And I think training and adoption, you know, training the larger teams that are involved is critical to success of this transition, I think. And taking them along is, I think, the most important thing that's going to be, you know, for industry leaders to do in this particular space.
I think adding on what Kunal said, I think agility is also very important. So keeping ahead, keeping in touch with the technology is important, and I think making your systems agile enough to adopt to a particular technology very fast as compared to your competition will definitely make you feel ahead or make you ahead of the competition. So I think agility is very, very important.
I'll add to that, and I think it's important to experiment and not just do it because it's the latest thing. Because I think somewhere where we brand managers sometimes, falter is when we're looking at building RCV, and you come with the thing that now everybody's using ChatGPT, so I have to use it for all my brands. Otherwise, people will say, oh, I'm not a very good marketer. And I think that is where one should be cautioned, because I think it's very important. Marketing aligns with who? The business, the consumer. I don't think we should forget that. So I think it's important to experiment, important to really see where it can be used, so that some of the things we've discussed, it doesn't cause those problems, right? But not just go onto the bandwagon for a tick mark that I have to do this because it's the latest thing.
Quick 3 words. Embrace technology, experiment. If you're not doing it, you're going to be left behind. Second, the role of human emotions will only evolve. The storytelling will never go out of fashion, and it will rather become more important when machines are taking over. And last but not the least is collaboration, because in the world that we are going to be living in, Web3, I think collaboration is the only way for everybody to thrive together.
So I completely agree. And experiment, yes, let's go ahead with the metaverse also. So the next discussion is going to be on that as well, because it is going to be somewhere close to around $800 million, right, in 2025. That is being predicted. So be ready for that.
Well, ending on a fun note, I'm going to say a word and tell me what's the first word that comes to your mind, and you can keep passing the mic. So there's a one word for each. So Kunal, I'll start with you. Personalization. Quick.
Personalization.
What's the first word that comes to you?
DCO maybe.
Okay. Decentralization.
Future of marketing.
Blockchain.
I can't repeat that word, huh? Safety.
Content marketing.
It's forever.
Artificial intelligence.
Here to stay.
Well, see, you have summarized it better than me. So artificial intelligence is here to stay. I can say no more. Thank you so much for your time, and thank you, audience, for hearing us. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much. Can we have a big round of applause for our panelists? Thank you so much for joining us here. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to thank our speakers, our panelists. Thank you so much for sharing interesting insights on creativity and innovation when it comes to technology. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me immense pleasure to announce our latest endeavor, where AdGully is venturing into television space with Brand Story in collaboration with TV9. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Brand Story is all set to explore. Can we have the AV, please? Ladies and gentlemen, we request all of you to please join us at Beluchi. It's at second floor for drinks and dinner. We'll wait for you all. Thank you.